Here.
And Mayor James.
Here.
First item on the agenda is remembrance of Don Hansen, Dana Wharf, sport fishing.
So this evening, we will remember three very important members of our community. And so this afternoon, we will open the council meeting in honor of Don Hansen, founder of Dana Wharf Sport Fishing. He passed away January 5th, 2022. Don's long history of San Clemente began with fishing off the end of the San Clemente Pier, eventually taking over San Clemente Sports Fishing Incorporated in 1966. Before moving his operation to the newly built Dana Point Harbor, where he established Dana Wharf, Don often donated his time and his fishing fleet. He was involved in Fish for Life, Captain Rollo's Kids at Sea, the Great Well Foundation, and many other organizations. Don's kind smile and generous heart will be missed. The city of San Clemente extends its heartfelt condolences to Don's children and to his grandchildren. Rest in peace, Don. Thank you. I have one comment to make before we proceed, and I'm already violating the rule. Unfortunately, not that it's a mandate I agree with, but the mask mandate has been continued for indoor meetings through February the 15th. Consequently, I intend to honor that, to obey that to the best of my ability. However, at times it's going to be difficult to talk through this mask and be heard and be understood. So this applies to council members, it applies to staff, it applies to members of the audience. I'm not here to be the mask police, and we won't act that way, but let's be respectful of those who believe in the mask mandate. And having gone through 10 days of COVID myself, I can tell you it wasn't fun. So, with that, our first item, Madam Clerk.
Yes. First item is hospital and healthcare community survey results. And the presentation will be made by Adam Sonnenschein, Vice President, Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates.
Mayor James, before we begin the presentation, could I say a few words to just illuminate the public as to how we got to this point?
Please do.
Okay. To set the stage for the presentation on our hospital survey tonight, I just want to kind of go over some of the history that got us to this point. So as many of you know, there was a lawsuit between the city and Memorial Care about the old hospital, and it resulted in a settlement agreement that didn't completely resolve everything, though. It left open the requirement that the two parties come together and make some final resolution as to the zoning at the property. One of the key parts of that settlement agreement that we're at now is if there is no agreement reached, then the city is responsible for paying maintenance fees at that location. So with that in mind, Mayor James and I, as part of the hospital subcommittee, started exploring our options. We had a request for proposals for other hospital operators to come and look at the property and determine whether they might be interested in the property, and we've gone through that. We did not get an overwhelming response, but we did have a few operators come through, and they felt that this was a location that would need to be raised ultimately if it were going to be developed. So we went through that process. We did not get a lot of interest in moving forward. So then we looked at the other options we had, which could include eminent domain. I think it's fair to say that the cost and the economic burden on the city would be substantial if we pursued that. And without a partner in terms of a hospital operator, it would be very difficult to pursue and very costly. I think one of the things that prompted us to look at this survey in terms of gauging the public output, we wanted the public to have some input into the process and see where the city was. And that's why we're doing the survey. But it's apparent to us that having a hospital at that location would be very, very difficult at this time. And so we wanted to kind of see where the public was and also introduce the possibility of having a hospital at an alternate location. And that was part of this survey. So with that, I think it's time to have our contractor FM3 give us the presentation on the results of the survey, and then we can have a discussion from there.
And just so everyone knows, council stayed out of the survey altogether. I think Chris and I were the first two, Mayor Pro Tem and I were the first two to get some understanding of the survey. And I don't know whether the other council members made an appointment to get that briefing or not. So I've purposely stayed out of it. And so with that, Adam, you're on, sir.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that table setting, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, and thank you for the rest of the council for giving me the opportunity to share these results with you today. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you all can see that okay. And my name is Adam Sonnenschein. I'm Vice President with Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz & Associates FM3 Research. We're a public opinion research company based here in Southern California, hired as an independent consultant with very clear direction from the city to understand the interest in the hospital from various perspectives and various options, knowing this is not the only time that folks will get to weigh in on this kind of a topic, and that there's lots of nuances and details that can't be covered in a single survey. But with the expectation that we would give a fully fair shake and an objective and independent shake to all of the ideas that we test in the survey without predisposed notions of preference for one idea over another. So with that said, let me take you into some of the methodology of how we did the survey. This was done in early December, the 4th to the 12th of last year, so a little over a month ago. So it's what we call a dual mode voter survey, which I'll get into in just a moment. What this means is that the population of folks who we were including in the study are all voters in the city of San Clemente with some past history of voting, implying that they'd be likely to vote again. We had 990 responses. Those are completed responses, people who took the survey from beginning to end. It's actually quite a bit more than what we were anticipating. Our goal under our contract was to get 400 responses, which is a pretty typical sample size for a city of your size. There was a high level of initial interest in the survey, and we ended up with many more responses to that, which is great. It just gives us more data to work with and more certainty in the results. In terms of the margin of error, so you know the questions asked of all 990 people, there's a margin of error of basically plus or minus 5%, call it 4.9%. There are questions throughout this survey that were tailored, so half the folks heard one thing, half the folks heard the other thing, and I'll get into that in a moment. In those cases, the margin of error is a little higher. It's basically plus or minus 7%, because we have fewer folks answering each of those questions, so therefore the margin of error, the statistical reliability of those responses is a little, the reliability is a little less because the margin of error is a little higher. When I said dual mode earlier, that's referencing the ways that we contacted people and the way that they provided their input to the survey. So we contacted people by phone, both cell phones and landlines. That led to a live telephone interview with a professional survey interviewer. We also sent email invitations to a random sample of folks in the city, and that led people to an online survey, and people did one or the other. They couldn't do both. People couldn't do the online survey more than once. They couldn't post it to their favorite social media site and have all their friends fill it out. The idea was to maintain the sort of statistical control over this, so we have a more random sample and one that we can assign a margin of error to and feel is statistically reliable. You'll note at the bottom sometimes things don't quite add up to the number you expect, whether that's 100% or another number, because we've rounded decimal points. Okay. I'm going to get into now some of the initial opinions on healthcare and hospital availability in San Clemente. We started actually with just a really general question, which was, you can see at the top here, the exact wording. Overall, how would you rate the quality of life in the city of San Clemente? Overwhelmingly, folks felt very positive about this. 95% rated the quality of life in the city as either excellent or good. Only 3% said only fair. 1% said poor. This is about as unanimous as you can get on this kind of issue, and one that's, I think, should be a good sign of pride for the folks who are running the city, that you have so many people who would say the quality of life is so good. We asked a similar question, but here we narrowed this down to the quality of healthcare available today in your area of San Clemente. Here you can see a more nuanced picture. 17% say excellent, 37% say good. We grouped those together into this excellent or good. Only fair at 29%, and oftentimes that means kind of just average for people. 12% said poor, 6% were not sure. So whereas 95% said quality of life overall is excellent or good, we had a little more than a majority who say the quality of healthcare available in your area is excellent or good. And on the right-hand side, we've broken out some of the demographic differences, so you get a little more context and nuance here. And what's interesting is the level of consistency. At least that's what's interesting to us, that if we look by gender, almost no difference as we combine excellent and good and compare that to fair or poor. By age, an area where we expected maybe to see some differences as it relates to healthcare availability, and we'll see later in the survey some variation. Here in the overall sense, very little difference. By political party, really, not to be overly partisan, but just to give you a sense of some of the color, as eventually some of this may end up being a political issue that's on the ballot for voters to look at. We wanted to have an idea of party preference and make sure we're representing the city's voters accurately. Democrats a little more mixed, Republicans a little more positive about their quality of health care, and independents looking a little more like those Republicans. East or west of the 5 freeway, essentially no difference. Now, we wanted to understand, do people have a sense of the landscape of this issue? Do they know if there's a hospital that's open in the city or not? More than 9 in 10 of voters recognize there is not an open hospital in San Clemente. You see that 91%, the big part of this pie chart in red. 3% think there is. 6% were not sure, so they maybe need a little more information. But at the base level here, as we walk into the survey and the substantive issues that we're talking about, there's overwhelming recognition that there's not an open hospital in the city. Next, we asked, do you feel that the closest, and we split this, I'll get into that in a second, emergency room or hospital to your home is too far away or not too far away? And we see whether we ask, these are 2 questions presented simultaneously on this slide, where half the people answered emergency room, half the people answered hospital. Nearly 8 in 10 think that the nearest emergency room or hospital is too far away. But you see it's closer to 4 in 10 who would say much too far away. And we've got a solid 37 or 39% who say it's just a little too far away, almost 20%, give or take, who say it's not too far away, and then a handful of folks who are not sure. Now, despite the fact that so many people are aware that there is not a hospital that is open in the city, very few people are aware of the city's efforts to reopen a hospital. You see the question here again in italics at the top. Have you heard, read, or seen anything recently about the city's search for a new healthcare provider to run a local hospital in San Clemente? We asked people that yes or no, and then from the yes, we followed up to say, is that a lot, some, or a little? 20% in total said yes, but if you notice, only 2% say they know a lot, meaning even those folks who are, somewhat aware, they're a relatively small group, and very, very few people have been deeply aware of what the city's been doing, in particular, as it comes to looking for a new healthcare provider for a hospital. Okay, so we get some of that context. Now we get into asking them about their opinions on creating a new hospital. And as you'll notice in a moment as I go through these results, we kind of walk people through a path, starting at a very high conceptual level. Do they want one? Then are they willing to pay for it? Where do they want it? And ultimately, as we get to it later in the survey, are they willing to support the kind of public finance ballot measure that would be necessary to provide the funding to actually build a hospital? But we don't want to jump into that. We want to start at a little more of a conceptual level. So here at a very, very high conceptual level, more than 8 in 10 of the respondents favor creating a new hospital in San Clemente. You see that 83% at the top in blue. Only 5%, and here's where we're rounding decimal points. It looks like 6, but it actually rounds down to 5. Say they oppose it. 12% are not sure. They want a little more detail. And I just want to caution here that this question is, again, extremely conceptual. We're not talking about where it would be located, how it would be funded, the kinds of services that would be provided there, who would run it, any of a million questions that people could have. But it's important to know that at that original concept, there's very strong favorability for the idea, at least, of creating a new hospital. Now, we wanted to take the next step of providing some information about the former hospital and plans for a new one. We didn't know when we wrote the survey that so many people would be aware, but we added this little detail for them. As they may know, the Saddleback Memorial Medical Center on Camino de los Mares in San Clemente closed in 2016. Currently, no hospitals or emergency rooms open in the city. Then we went further. The city's explored many options. All of the experts who've analyzed the building of the former Saddleback Memorial Medical Center have said that the building would take approximately $200 million to either rebuild the closed hospital or knock it down and build a new one that meets the city's current needs and hospital standards, or to build a new hospital at a different location. So we gave them a sense of the price tag, a sense that there may be some different options. Again, not going into all of the details, but just a fairly high level. And then we asked a somewhat different question, although we're showing them side by side. You see it at the bottom here. Would you favor or oppose the city of San Clemente using public funds to pay for the construction of a local hospital in the city? So the first one was just, do you favor or oppose? That was that 83 to 5. Again, it's just here as a reminder, 83 to 5, favor or oppose as a concept. Now, when we told them how much it could cost and asked them if they favor using public funds, there's still favorability, but it's more narrow. So 57% favor the idea, 26% oppose it, 18% are not sure. So still 2 to 1 favor oppose, in fact, more than 2 to 1, and a pretty solid majority and a healthy number of people in that 18% who need more information, and we can guess what kinds of questions they may have based on the information that they've been provided so far. And as we often see on issues that come before the city, it's those folks with the strongest opinions who are often the most vocal here. The strongly favor outweighs the strongly oppose by a good 40% to 16%, so more than 2 to 1 there as well. Okay, now we took the folks in the survey and we split them into 2 camps, and this is the first time where I'm showing you this. And the 2 camps are based on the possible location of the new hospital. So the folks who I'm showing you on the left-hand side, we're told the city could, one option would be the city purchasing the old hospital, demolishing it, building a new one, and finding a healthcare provider to run it. 65%, nearly 2/3 of the respondents, favor that approach. 25% oppose it, 11% not sure, and again, the strongly favor far exceeds the strongly opposed. On the right-hand side, we offered a different alternative, but I want to be clear, they were not told about the other idea. Everybody stuck with just the location that you see and that they were asked about. So the other half of people were asked about building a new hospital on vacant land the city owns north of the Target store on Avenida Vista Hermosa near the Talega neighborhood, and finding a healthcare provider to run it. Interestingly, nearly equal numbers who favor or oppose that idea. And again, we did not put them in opposition to each other, where folks were asked to say, do you want the old hospital or a hospital near in the Talega neighborhood? Each person was asked about only one option, okay? Now here you see very little difference between the two. Later on in the survey, we do that question where we put the two against each other, and you'll see some preference for an old site, rebuilding at the old site. I also want to say again, and I think the Mayor Pro Tem may have mentioned this, There are other options that could have been considered, but we needed to draw some boundaries on the survey. We couldn't ask people about every possible location, every possible idea, or we would have had a survey that far exceeded the length of time that people would be willing to stick with us. Okay, so that was a bunch of conceptual questions. Now kind of where the rubber meets the road, and that's if there was a bond measure on the ballot to actually pay for this hospital construction, would people support it or not? In order to do that, we have to put together a hypothetical ballot question. This is the way that we do this. We do these kinds of ballot measure surveys for lots of public agencies around the state. And the best way to do it is not to ask conceptually, but to ask something more detailed, with a 75-word ballot question of the kind that folks may see when they go vote. And this is not to say this is the only ballot question the city could consider, or this would be definitely the way it would read, or even that you would do a ballot measure. But this is the way it was drafted to kind of replicate what we thought it could be. So you see we've got a little title there, San Clemente Hospital / Public Health Measure, a bit of language about where the money from this measure could be used and what the outcomes would be. We tell them by building a new hospital, meeting seismic safety standards. Then there's a bunch of legally required language about the fiscal impact, including the total bond amount at $204 million, a levy of 3 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, which would provide a little over $10 million annually for 30 years, and then some of the fiscal accountability that's built into the measure, but that folks need to be reminded of because otherwise they're not aware of that. Things like audits, oversight, and the money would only be used for a hospital in San Clemente. Now we ask people to tell us which of these two, how they would feel about that bond measure, knowing which of these two options that they had been considering in the survey. So if we look on the left-hand side, those are the folks who had been asked about the old hospital, rebuilding at the old hospital. Now we're asking them how they feel about a ballot measure. You see 64% indicated they would vote yes, 29% said they would vote no, which is a very strong majority, but under the 2/3 threshold that's necessary for passage of this kind of a bond measure for the city. As you probably know, you need that 2/3 supermajority. So 64% doesn't quite get you to that number. We also broke up these responses to get to another level of detail, and that's for the folks who said yes or no. We said, is that definitely yes or probably yes? We did the same thing for the folks who said they would vote no, definitely no, probably no. And then the folks who initially said they were undecided, without giving them more information, we asked if they lean towards voting yes or lean towards voting no. So we grouped together the definitely, probably, and lean yes numbers to get to that 64%. We're also highlighting the 56% on the definitely and probably, because those are folks who are maybe a little more committed at the outset. They were ready to say yes from the first time they heard this ballot question or read it online. Folks as opposed to the undecided lean yes group who maybe was a little bit softer, not quite as ready. Now that 64% is a little better than the response to that bond measure question for the folks who were considering the building of a new hospital near the Tlaga neighborhood. In that case, 60% said that they would vote yes, 32% said that they would vote no, 8% said they were not sure. So again, not at the 2/3 threshold, but a pretty solid 2-to-1 majority. And here, a few more people who are in this undecided lean yes category, so the definitely and probably yes vote is at 49%. I wanted to show you a little bit of context and demographics so you have more detail on who's feeling what about these different, about this bond measure. Here we're looking at people who have been asked about the old hospital location based on where they live, how far away from the old hospital they live currently. The folks who live within a mile of the old hospital, 53% indicated that they would vote yes on the bond measure, which as they were reading the survey implied it would be built at the old hospital site. For the folks who live further away, a mile or more, you're at the mid-60s in terms of the yes vote in those groups. And at the bottom, you can see the percentage of voters who live in each of these groups. So live within a mile or less and heard about the old hospital in the surveys, only 5% of the respondents. So the margin of error is quite large there, but we wanted to at least provide that for your context. On the right-hand side, we're looking at the folks who had been asked about the Tlaga neighborhood location. and their feeling on the bond measure based on how far away they live from that address. And we see pretty consistent responses throughout, at least in terms of the total yes vote, where whether you live a mile or closer, between 1 and 2 miles or more than 2 miles, you're at about 60% who indicated they would vote yes on the measure. Now by age group, this is regardless of which location, just grouping those together and not trying to analyze that variation, but just how you feel about the measure in total. We see kind of an interesting split here where the folks who are ages 18 to 39 are the strongest supporters. 74% said that they would vote yes compared to 23% who would vote no, 3% who are undecided, and they make up about a quarter. They make up 23% of the likely voters in the city. On the far right-hand side, when we look at seniors, those ages 65 to 74 or 75 plus, they are also very strong supporters, nearly at the 2/3 threshold for that group. You see the folks who are ages 65 to 74 support the measure at 65%, opposed it at 27%, undecided at 8%. And the folks who are 75 and above, you can see those numbers, 67% said that they would vote yes. Now the folks in the middle age range here from 40 to 64 are also, supportive. A plurality of those voters support the measure, nearly a majority if we're looking at the 40 to 49. But it's not as strong as elsewhere. And that's one of the things that we saw as we looked at the various demographic groups and their responses in the survey, is that almost everybody supported the measure. It was just a matter of degree. And for some groups, it was well above that 2/3 threshold. For some, it was under, but still more people supported it than opposed it. Here, to make that point, when we looked at homeowners versus renters, and this is a question where we ask people to tell us their homeownership status. There's some information on this that you can get from independent vendors, but it's not always so reliable, so we wanted to ask folks. Of the people who said they're homeowners in San Clemente, 59% support the measure compared to 32% who oppose it, so nearly 2 to 1, but not quite 2/3. There's strong support from renters, very strong support, 74% said that they would vote yes. By political party, again, not to be overly partisan, but this is a measure on the ballot, and oftentimes, you're going to be analyzing that as an independent person studying the viability of a measure. And what's really interesting here to us is the bipartisan nature of the support for the measure, where whether you're Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, pretty strong majorities across the board indicated that they would support the measure. And as you know, it's pretty uncommon for strong majorities of Republican voters to indicate that they would support a measure which would have an impact on local taxes. But here we see that result, 58% of Republican voters in favor of the measure on this initial ask. Okay, that was a bunch of demographics on the measure itself. Now we have a few questions asking about elements and aspects of this plan or this proposal, and we've asked people to tell us how important each of these are. So extremely important is in the dark blue, then very important in the next blue here. The lightest blue is somewhat important, and then in red you see not too important. We've grouped together the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. You can see over 7 in 10 voters think it is at least very important to improve preparedness for public health emergencies. That's this first item here. Or providing a local emergency room to handle most local highway traffic and beach accidents, also 72%, very close in terms of those two numbers. One that had a majority who said it was important, but not to the same degree as the others, was a little more specific, and that's preparedness for public health emergencies that could arise from the storage of spent nuclear fuel just south of San Clemente and San Onofre. Trying to understand how people feel about that aspect of having a hospital in the city. And you've got about a little more than half who would say that's extremely or very important. Now, we also isolated some elements that would be specific to the two locations that we tested in the survey. And here are some items that relate to the old hospital location and what people find important about that. Here, the top one, it would be safely demolishing the closed hospital and removing asbestos, lead paint, and mold. 69% said that that's extremely or very important. You see small majorities find it important to open a hospital in an area that's already developed, so there's no need for new construction open space areas, or locating the hospital near an off-ramp of the I-5 freeway. Then a little under half think, opening a hospital near existing medical offices and pharmacies. That's a little more nuanced for folks as compared to what you saw on the prior slide, where it's sort of big, broad categories like preparing for public health emergencies. It comes to the building of a hospital in the Talega neighborhood. The specifics we asked here, the first one and the only one that really has a strong majority who would say it's important is protecting natural habitats and recreation and development of the hospital, which is interesting because it's kind of about the protection of what's going to happen from the hospital. It's not necessarily a positive reason to do it there. It's if you put these protections in place, then 60% of people would consider that to be important. About a third who would say building a hospital on vacant land owned by the city or locating the new hospital near new housing developments is important, and just about a quarter, with a very small percentage, who say it's extremely important, consider the location of the new hospital north of the Target store to be important. And we meant the neighborhood. Upon reading these responses as possible, people thought we meant actually next to the Target store, that it's close to the Target, the same way we asked about being close to the pharmacy. And you can see larger percentages who just think that's not too important to them. Okay, so up until now in the survey, as we've been just kind of providing people with facts and options to consider, with trying to be as objective as we can in the way we phrase the question, so that we're not trying to really inform them too much other than what you saw earlier in that big box, but just get their perspectives. Now, we know, however, this kind of bond measure that we just described was on the ballot, that there'd be an exchange of information. The city may be informing people about why it would be considering this measure. Opponents who don't want the measure to be successful would be out communicating with people as well. And there may be a campaign, an outside campaign, and providing information about the measure as well. But what we tried to simulate was the impact of that kind of back and forth of, here's the city explaining why it would do this, and here's potential opponents suggesting why they don't think it's a good idea. Each time we kind of provide that information, we ask people to think again about the measure that you saw earlier. So with the same 75-word ballot question, we had that initial vote I showed you earlier, where we broke down definitely, probably, an undecided lean yes. We repeat that 2 more times. Once after people hear information that comes from kind of the city perspective or the perspective of people who want to explain why this kind of a measure would be important. We ask the ballot question again. Then we provide that opposition information, ask folks what they think a third time. So what you can see is that the bond measure to rebuild at the old site slightly exceeds the 2/3 threshold after that kind of supportive information, the reasons why someone might find the measure to be important. And that's what we've circled here. It gets to 68% yes, to 24% no, 7% who are undecided. But support for the measure dips below the initial level, down to 61%, with 31 who oppose, after reasons to oppose it. So after that full back and forth, that ballot measure is at 61 to 31. On the right-hand side, the folks who have been responding as it relates to the Talega neighborhood, their level of support was a little lower from the start at 60 to 32. After that kind of supportive information, they never make it up to the 2/3 threshold. It gets to 64% to 28. And then opposition really drops it down pretty significantly to the point where a small majority support the measure at 52% yes, 38% no, and then 10% who are undecided. So this is one of the places, as we see, where there's more support at the old hospital location than there is for building and funding the building of a hospital near the Talega neighborhood. We also wanted to see what would happen if, instead of a $200 million bond, what if this was a $100 million bond, which would mean, in all likelihood, that the city would have to be partnering with other communities on a ballot measure in order to lower that threshold, or for whatever reason there was additional public money that became available, and trying to get a sense of how much the big numbers, the tax sensitivity, and the bond authorization amount is really impacting voters' perspectives on this measure. And so we re-asked, and in total, on the measure at a $200 million measure, whether we asked about the old site or the Talega site. In total, it's 56 to 34 after all the information. So the initial vote, the supportive information, the opposition, that lands at 56-34 combined. And then we said, what about a $100 million bond? And you see the level doesn't change very much. It goes from 56% yes to 58% yes, 34% no, 33% no. It doesn't really mean very much. It's really a factor of, do people think investing in the building of a hospital is sort of worth it in total, and the actual dollar figure is less relevant, at least in the context of the survey. I mentioned earlier that we did ask people to choose between the two locations, and we gave them this question. So they had heard about one or the other options throughout the survey. They'd either heard about the old hospital or the hospital potential location near Talega. And now we said, in addition to that one, here's another one that you could consider. Which one would you prefer, or should the city not do either one? And what we see is a clear preference for the old site. That's the dark blue here, with 46% saying that their preference would be for the city to purchase the old hospital, demolish it, build a new one, and find an operator to run it. A little under 30% would prefer that the city build a new hospital near Talega. You can see the language we offer there. And about a quarter would prefer the city does not build a new hospital in San Clemente at all. And after this level of information, only 1% of folks didn't have an opinion. Everybody had pretty much had a choice that they wanted to make. One of the things that's interesting for us as we looked at these results is whether people have been going through the survey only hearing about the old location, or whether they'd been going through the survey only hearing about the Talega location. They came to the same result at the end, which is between 45-48% preferring the old location, 28% preferring the Talega location, about a quarter saying neither. So a few conclusions for you, and then I'm sure folks will want to have a discussion. I'm happy to answer questions. We found that the voters in the city are well aware there's not an open hospital. They perceive that the nearest hospital or emergency room is too far away. And they really strongly support the idea of creating a hospital in the city, again, in concept. At the same time, only a really small percentage of folks is closely following the city's efforts to have a hospital developed in San Clemente. Majority favors using city resources to help build a hospital. And nearly 2/3 favor either of the locations we discussed in the survey, either the old site, the old hospital site, or building a new one near the Talega neighborhood. A bond measure with a focus on building a new hospital at the existing site just barely reached the 2/3 support level when voters were informed of why the city would be interested in pursuing it. But at the current time, support for a bond measure to provide the funding to build the hospital doesn't consistently meet or exceed the 2/3 threshold that would be needed to pass it. Both potential sites have support in concept, but there's definitely a preference for rebuilding at the existing site over developing the Talega site. So if this kind of a bond measure is something the city wants to pursue, and obviously it'd be up to the council to put this measure on the ballot if that's something you want to do, it seems to us that it's more of a long-term goal, a long-term priority. It's going to require some time and some public outreach and education and people coming together to view this as a worthwhile use of public funds. There's awareness of the problem, but maybe more needs to be done to help people understand why it would be needed and why it would help improve the availability of care. And as of now, there's a greater chance of support for focusing on building at the existing hospital, although we understand that there may be issues related to that go beyond what voter support says. But from the voter perspective, that's where the preference is at this time. So I'm going to wrap up there. I know I've given you a lot of data to look at, but happy to answer questions or dig into anything more that you'd like.
Thank you, Adam. So I think what we'll do now is I'll allow questions from the city council members, and I'll go with Councilmember Ferguson to Councilmember Knobloch to the Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Gene. Eric, I'm just curious, how come there was no information linked on this agenda item? We always link to information for the people on our agenda so that they know what they're coming to a meeting for. And it would have been very helpful to have had the survey questions linked there, or at least some kind of a report to let people know. I bet we would have had more people here today. It's a very important topic. Is there a reason why you excluded those and any kind of information on the agenda?
So yes, today's more or less a study session. So FM3 would have the opportunity to present all the findings to both the council and the public. I didn't think it would be fair for us to try to summarize FM3's findings. I wanted FM3 to present those findings to the public tonight. And at the conclusion of this meeting, we will be putting the survey results on our website so that the public at large can also review them as well.
Okay, thank you for your response, but I'm asking about the questions, not the results. So the questions, the survey should have been posted with this agenda meeting tonight, because that's what it's about, right? We want to know what people were asked, and it would have been helpful. I didn't say results.
Oh, the survey questions? That
I
would,
said the questions.
yeah,
need-
we provided the questions to the council last week, but normally we would not be including the survey questions with a presentation to the council. We would let the consultant
Well,
provide the
that-
whole.
Okay, that was your
presentation.
decision. All right. And then also I want to note that in the future, to make sure that even special meetings provide on the agenda an opportunity for people to speak, because I heard from several people that they didn't know if they could come and speak because it doesn't indicate on there. And special meetings don't necessarily provide oral communications. That's optional, but people are always allowed to speak on an item on a special meeting. So we know that, but the general public doesn't. So that would be helpful to put for the next time, just to be transparent and inviting.
Well, and that's a good point. And the citizens are also recommended to call the clerk's office because, as you said, any item agendized allows the public to speak to it.
Yeah, we need to let them know. We can't assume. So, and I just also wanted to know, we heard, some of the emails I shared with you, we heard from some residents that received the survey, but when they clicked on it, the survey response was, thank you for completing the survey, but they never took the survey. Did the consultant work out those kinks in the survey? That
I'm going
happened
to attempt
many
to answer, but then Adam, I'm going to lean on you. And so as Adam started off his introduction, there was an overwhelming response to the internet survey. And as I understand it, there were so many allotments for participation of the internet survey. Once they hit that allotment, then the internet component did not continue with the survey results. Is that adequate to say that way, Adam?
It is, although I'll add to that, Mr. City Manager, that given the level of interest in how quickly folks were responding, we made it available. We continued to make it available once we realized that there were so many folks who were still trying to participate. So I understand that concern that some folks faced, that they weren't able to take the survey. We made an effort to reach back out to them, although I'm not sure that they all got that communication, but we did continue to allow some online responses for a few more days so that folks would be able to participate.
I'll have more discussion after, but those were my key questions at the beginning.
Do you want to go to Councilmember Ward first? I
Yeah,
think she-
yeah, exactly. Councilmember Ward.
I would agree that this was a good sampling. I appreciate the questions. I think it was clear to us. What's not clear to me is whether the support is to rebuild the hospital where it's at, or that'll be our issue, right? If the support sounds like they want to go to where they are used to having the hospital, I'm wondering if you could tell by any of the questions, and I just missed it, whether it was people in Talega that didn't really want the hospital over by them, or people throughout the city that didn't really want to drive over to that area to a hospital.
Yeah, so as it relates to the bond measure specifically, we actually found almost no geographic difference based on how far away people live from that site. It was about 60% support, whether you lived within a mile, whether you lived a mile to 2 miles, or whether you lived 2 miles or more. Now, the reasons people had for why they felt the way they did may have been very different, right? Some folks who lived near that Talega neighborhood may have had one set of concerns, and folks who lived on the other side of town may have had a different set of concerns. But in the end, the total numbers ended up being about the same.
Okay, that was my one question. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Noblock.
Yes, Adam, where'd the $200 to $204 million number come from?
That was an estimate that I believe came from some efforts that the city had undertaken. So I guess I'll let Eric, maybe if you want to explain more about that.
So, Jonathan, do you want to give a brief explanation on that?
Okay, so in putting together an estimate for the hospital costs, we looked at a couple of different informational sources. So one was reaching out to some experts in the field, and I heard a consistent number of about $3 million per bed. And so looking forward to or comparing that to the size of our prior hospital, which is about 70 rooms, that aligned. We also looked at some information that the city had put together regarding the different costs associated with either reopening and operating the old building versus tearing down and rebuilding anew. And again, those costs do not take into account property acquisition, just construction costs. Those costs came in at about 180 million, but that number was 6 or 7 years old. And so factoring in appreciation over that time or inflation over that time, we arrived at a very similar figure to that 3 million per bed estimate of just over $200 million.
So the $100 million estimate would be just a facility half the size?
Correct.
Adam, did you, in the questioning, did you looked at a bond initiative to generate enough money to build a hospital? The assumption would be that either the city or a city with a partner would actually do the construction. Was there any analysis of creating a joint powers authority or a taxing district, much larger district out beyond the scope of San Clemente to lasso in some partners potentially?
We talked about it in the development of the questions and ultimately decided that it was too much nuance and detail for us to be able to explore in this survey. It may be something that the city wants to explore more in the future. But at this point, we felt like all we could really do was look at the city kind of in the lead. And then when we asked that $100 million follow-up question, part of the goal there was to see if a lower bond amount and therefore lower tax amount would be something that would be of great interest to people. That could be a little bit of a clue to the city that, you know, maybe if it would be helpful to partner with some neighboring communities, although we didn't ask that directly.
Did any of the questions incorporate expanding the city's current urgent care facilities or clinic, urgent clinic type operations that are currently planned? Was that taken into account?
No, that was another issue that we didn't feel we had the room in the survey to explore.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Adam, I have a couple of questions that were not asked in your survey. And so I'm going to ask you if you think they would be valid questions to ask in the future.
Mm-hmm.
One of them would be a question if it meant X million of dollars in legal fees to do eminent domain at Camino de las Maras, you know, would you be in favor of that? I think that would drop the favorability for the old site. And then go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, if you don't mind. I think that anything that implies there'd be additional costs and legal hassles and tie-ups is always going to make a proposal have less support. How much exactly, Mr. Mayor? I couldn't guess.
We don't know how much in millions of dollars legal fees would be. That would be a question for the
right.
attorney.
And time, sir, if you don't mind me interrupting again. How long it would take is also a factor in people's considerations.
And then the other question I think that would have been interesting that I think we should pursue at some point in time is it's all well and good that people want a hospital, but I think we need to ask at some point in time, would you leave your current medical, your current healthcare provider to services within the city of San Clemente?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be something that we should ask in the future?
I can see some benefit to that, sure. I think to the degree that the new hospital would offer emergency room services, you'd have folks who would go to the closest emergency room as long as they felt the care there was competent, right? Folks might step over one that they thought was, not a good hospital to get to a better one, but as long as they felt the care was competent. And yeah, I think that there may be some interest, although you could probably find, Mr. Mayor, that if the new hospital was built and care started to be provided there, folks who currently don't think that they would switch might hear through word of mouth that it would be something of interest to them.
Okay, this is important, so I'm going to ask the council members one more time. Does anyone have any other questions to ask before we open up?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Oh, we haven't got to you.
That's all right.
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
okay.
sorry.
Got remote people and people all over the
Yeah,
place. No problem.
It's complicated.
Maybe we should have kind of gotten into this a little bit at the beginning, but just to, I guess, address any concerns about, FM3 and how the survey was conducted. Adam, how long has FM3 been doing these kind of surveys for local government, and approximately how many clients have you worked with?
We've been around for about 30 years. We do several hundred surveys a year, as well as focus groups and other kinds of research. In terms of sort of bond measured public finance measures, I don't know the number. It's probably over 40 or 50 cities just in Southern California. I think it's more than half of LA County. So, in the Orange County, San Diego area, probably, another couple dozen cities that we've worked with just in the past probably 5 or 10 years.
Okay, this is similar to the type of survey that you've conducted for other cities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously each issue is unique, and you have a very complicated issue as it relates to the hospital in your city, and as you can tell from the conversation, lots of nuance that this survey could have explored. But yeah, it was a pretty consistent with our scope of work and the kind of surveys that we do.
And in terms of how the survey was conducted, does it comport with the general industry standards for these kind of surveys? Yeah, absolutely. So we went to great lengths to ensure that both in terms of the questionnaire itself and in terms of the way that we collected data and the way we analyze the data, that it's objective. We have no sort of dog in this fight or horse in this fight. I don't remember the analogy, but essentially we're just trying to get you the most accurate information that we can. So that means trying to ensure that we have ways for people to participate online and by phone, because we know some people won't want to take a survey online. They don't trust it. Some folks never want to pick up their phone. They'd rather do it online. We know that some people have landlines, some people have cell phones. We want to reach folks in both ways. We know that if we rely only on the information that's available in the existing voter file, we'll get a lot of people who have old contact information that's no longer valid, such as myself. I registered with a landline that's now a phone with the power cord wrapped around it, sitting in a closet somewhere, right? But so we work with folks who use commercial databases to find more current contact information, additional email addresses that people didn't register with, so that we have multiple ways of contacting people. We make tens of thousands of phone calls and email invitations to find a representative sample. And then when it comes to the analysis, everything is closely checked. All the data is analyzed and verified, and we do our best again to be as objective as we can. And again, that methodology is the same methodology you use with the other cities and doing similar surveys.
It is. So the way that we go about capturing responses online and by phone, the way we acquire the sample of potential people to contact is extremely consistent with what we've done in other cities in the area.
Okay. One last question. Well, I think happy to see people view the quality of life in San Clemente very highly. To echo Councilmember Ferguson's point, though, I see this as, and I think I probably speak for council, we want public input, right? We want to understand where our residents are on this. In your expert opinion, I guess, as I sound like a lawyer saying that, but One of the things that was of particular interest was that question about how few people knew about the city's efforts to address this issue. How do you interpret that, and do you have any advice for us going forward on how to kind of address that very low number of people who understand what we're working on with regard to the hospital?
Yeah, so it's the kind of question that we ask a lot on hot button issues. I'll say, as it relates to the people who said they had heard a lot, that's a pretty low number. Oftentimes that number would be significantly higher on an issue that the city's been working on so intently. What that means is sort of hard to say, but I would say as you're interested in having more people participate, and we know the survey is one aspect of that, but there's other steps that you'll be doing, I think it would be wise to do some little more out of the box communication or broader communication, as opposed to anticipating that people would be always watching council meetings or getting the council agenda. We often find when people are very satisfied with the quality of life in their community, they start tuning out to some of the decisions at city government because everything's going fine. I don't need to show up to every council meeting. I don't need to follow every agenda. I don't have things that are bothering me to the same degree. I think that may be what's happening here, that you're engaged on this issue and you have been for a while. Maybe folks aren't following that as closely as you'd like. And so being proactive and reaching out to them and explaining what you're doing, I think will help improve the quality of the feedback that you're getting and certainly the breadth of that feedback.
What type of measures do other cities do to kind of get that information out there?
All kinds of things. It's a little bit outside of our skill set, but it's not the things that we do professionally, but having observed this in other places, it's not uncommon to do a citywide mailer or two. We find now, while the sort of reputation is that mail gets tossed in the trash, actually people look at it, especially if it's from their city and shows something compelling, that people will look at it. They may not read every word, but they'll pick up something from it. And then I think you need to do continued kind of social media outreach, because there's a lot of people getting their information that way. You don't have a big dedicated local TV station, or that would be, if you were a large city, that would be the obvious next approach. But if you want to be a little more out of the box, some people are doing robocalls to their residents, explaining kind of what an issue is that's coming up and saying, we'd like to get your input. That's all stuff that you'd consider. And you probably want to either talk with your internal folks who do that kind of communications and outreach, or work with any number of kind of respected firms who help cities do that.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So before we go to public comments, one more pass at it with council members. Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, on the note of the public outreach, I would like to suggest, and I have before, that we just include information again on not just this topic, but all in our city magazine. We're already paying for it. It's going to every commercial and residential property in town. And we used to do it up until about four and a half years ago or so. And it's a great way to reach everyone. People read it, and it's a great tool for us, and we have it at our disposal. We do it in-house. So just want to suggest that again.
Councilmember Ward, you have an additional question?
No, I'm waiting for the review at the end. Make comments.
Councilmember Nobila?
No other comments at this time, Gene.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope, no other comments. Can I ask, though, that we take a break around 4:10?
Sure.
Mayor James? Okay.
So how many public comments do we have at this point?
5.
5. Wow. All right.
Okay.
Let's call them up.
Okay, so I'll read 3 at a time. First will be Al Cullen, Stuart Anderson, and Kathy Esfahani.
Good evening, council members and Mayor. How are you this evening? Yes, I would like to have a hospital, but I don't think the city can afford one. We haven't been told how many properties would be assessed in this. Does it include every residential property, every commercial property? We don't know. We don't know what the proposal is from the proposed operator. We don't know whether they will have the quality people to run for instance, a stroke center, a heart attack center, or is that out of their realm? We know nothing about what they are proposing. Therefore, I think this survey was premature. This would probably fly with a majority vote easily, or a 2/3 vote easily in South Dakota or someplace where there is not a major hospital within an easy drive from that location where the occurrence is. This firm originated with a political advent of supporting and campaigning, a campaign for political candidates. They quote in their website. Now, if you want to educate, influence, or better serve a specific population, we can help you. Does that mean that this survey was true or not? In the survey, it only went to the voters. The voters of this city will not pay for this. As I understand it, it's the property owners via the assessed valuation. Why wasn't a further question asked? Are you a property owner or are not? That would give you a true indication of whether these people who are going to pay for this over a 30-year period want it and are willing to pay for it. I believe that this city has not provided proper education and information to the public so that they can even take a survey such as was presented. And obviously, a small percentage, which was not indicated what members, what percentage of the population was surveyed, was given by the surveyors. This is not a good deal. We can't afford it. We got too many other obligations. We got the PERS. We got the land, the sand. We have how many others we don't know about at this point. We cannot afford this. By the way, I'm a long-term municipal bond investor, so I know a little bit about how these things go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Stuart Anderson.
Can you hear me with the mask on? Yeah, okay, great. I want to thank the council for letting me speak to you and to hear my opinions. My name's Stuart Anderson. I first came to San Clemente in 1988. I'm a physician. I spent most of my career at what is now the Mission Hospital in Laguna Beach. For most of its life, it was known as South Coast Medical Center. It struggled to maintain viability, and it failed. They eventually sold themselves to the Adventist Health. They ran it for a number of years, and they eventually came to the conclusion they had no appetite for a money-losing venture. They cut services. For example, they cut OB. Then they eventually sold to the Mission Hospital Group, mainly because Mission wanted to avoid competition in the area. Resurrecting a San Clemente hospital would be not only expensive at the outset, but it would be a continued drain to support it. Now, the romantic idea of having a hospital in San Clemente is not only an expensive financial venture, but I believe it's also a poor healthcare decision. A small acute care hospital cannot maintain its expensive equipment like CAT scans or MRIs to keep themselves on the cutting edge of medical technology. And they cannot offer interventional services like interventional radiology if you have a stroke, or interventional cardiology for an MI. There's a window of time that you have to remove the blood clot for a stroke, say, by interventional radiologists. If I had a stroke, I would not go to a San Clemente hospital. I would go to the regional hospital that was only a 10-minute further drive. And I checked my Maps app, it actually is only a further 10-minute drive. Going first to a San Clemente hospital would erode that window of opportunity to reverse the effects of a stroke or an MI. Transporting paramedics can deliver first-line therapy. For example, in an MI, they can give you nitroglycerin, morphine, aspirin, and oxygen. There is no meaningful advantage to having a nearer hospital. And actually, it could worsen the outcome in certain situations. I believe that there are better uses for land opportunities in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Kathy Esfahani.
Good afternoon. I mean, it was very interesting to listen to the survey responses, which really addressed the question of whether the community, how badly they want a hospital and whether they'd be willing to pay for it. It didn't necessarily address the feasibility of having a hospital in San Clemente, a new hospital. Obviously, there were economic difficulties in maintaining the earlier hospital. That's why it closed. And the difficulties that the subcommittee encountered in trying to entice a new hospital in town indicates that it's not necessarily a winning proposition. And so there's a lot, it seems to me that there's a lot of risk involved in undertaking a bond measure, which will commit our city and our taxpayers to the cost of building a new hospital for a good 30 years. I don't have an answer for you about how I really feel about whether we should do that bond measure. Obviously, a lot more PR work and marketing work would be needed to get the community to reach that 2/3 majority to support it. But the city needs to figure out what to do with that site, because that site is a real financial problem for the city. Given the current stalemate, it's $15,000 a month to maintain it. And just the prospect of taking on that the bond measure is I don't know that will come to a resolution in time to get us off the hook for that site. So I would encourage the city to be pragmatic and to look at what other beneficial uses that site could be put to. There are many needs in the community. You know, I always speak in the need for affordable housing. That's one solution, but I'm sure that there are many other needs that could be met with that 8 acres of land. And so I would encourage the community to get behind a solution that's pragmatic, that doesn't waste taxpayer funds on a site that we can't turn into a hospital without taking on a huge financial obligation of our own. We can't force Memorial Care to operate a hospital there. So let's look at what other beneficial uses we can put that land to. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, how many cards do we have?
Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want to take your 4:10 break?
Let's, well, let's take it about 4:15.
4:15? Okay.
Yeah, short
please.
break.
Okay, so the next 3 speakers will be Donna Vidrine, B. Malamud, and Bill Krutinger.
Hello, I am a property owner. I pay property taxes. I'm a healthcare professional, and I am a total advocate for a hospital in San Clemente. We can attract a hospital ER using basic basic business principles. It's a public health and safety priority and a key to continuing economic development. We are spending considerable money year after year on ambulance services. Other OC hospitals are slammed. Patients are being ridden around Orange County looking for an available ER. This costs health and lives. A hospital is a lasting benefit for our future. Hospitals increase property values. We will be a more attractive community for new and existing residents. How do we bring a hospital ER to San Clemente? First, name a buildable city-owned property free of legal issues, immediately supply an address, indicate willingness to rezone, pledge building support. Seek investors, which will be much easier with a property not poisoned by legalities. Offer it for lease at minimal cost, bargain for terms. Retain property ownership. Retain control of 654 Las Mares. Having an unburdened alternative may well change the paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. This survey was a product of a political firm, and the questions and results demonstrate the firm knows how to manipulate a survey. This speaker actually said, quote, "The city's position is to build a hospital. The city hasn't voted to do that." So that just shows you what they went in to do. The survey is orchestrated misinformation. Chris Duncan and the city manager hid the results from the public. So told us the city manager hid the results from the public so they could control the message at this meeting. That's absurd. The questions and the results were not included in the agenda package. Again, was asked of him today, why? Why are you afraid of the city getting involved? But more important, the survey was not a fair survey. It failed to say that this hospital will lose anywhere from $5 to $20 million a year, and every penny of loss has to be paid for by the taxpayers. Taxpayers should know the budget's around $70 million. That could be as much as 15 to 20% of the budget, but realistically, it's 10%, and there is no extra money to pay for it. That wasn't included in the survey. And everybody knows that this hospital is not going to be built by a hospital provider. It's where we, the citizens and the residents, will be paying for it. That is critical here. Even if it was passed, you now have an albatross for 30 years. And Mr. Cullen and Dr. Anderson gave great points on why this hospital should never be built, even if we could pay for it, which we can't. This isn't simply a financial feasibility issue. It's also a quality of care issue. People weren't told that trauma patients could not go to this hospital. Why weren't they told that? They can't go there. Donna is just, I love Donna. So Donna, this isn't a criticism of you, but heart attack, other trauma patients cannot go to this hospital if it's built. They have to go to Mission. So this hospital is basically I was in the last hospital, and I tell everybody I was so lucky to get out of the hospital. The new hospital would be great for San Clemente for certain levels, but it certainly is an unlimited ticket for 30 years plus the subsidy. So before this money was spent to do the survey, why didn't this council spend their time asking these same questions that they're now? Chris asked some really good questions, so did Gene tonight, that weren't covered by this. Those should have been done before any money was spent on a survey. This survey was worthless, frankly, worthless. And I'm not criticizing the result they got, because that was to a straightforward question, but the people didn't know what the true issue were. Because what does 3 cents per 100 values mean? Does anybody want to calculate what they owe on their house? Can anybody actually calc that? If interest rates go up, it's now 4 cents or 5 cents. Plus, you're going to have to match, that's 10 million a year. You're going to have to match that to pay the subsidy. So I think we're talking about $500 to $600 per lot before inflation. Now we know interests are going up. That could be 7, 8, 9 cents. If interests go up to 4 or 5%, it'll be totally not fundable. So I just think before the city takes any more steps towards this, figure it out what it will cost. Thank you.
Want to take a break?
We
Oh,
have Bill.
Sure.
He's the last one.
Okay. Is this the last?
No.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Okay. Thank you.
Bill, I'm sorry, we're going to take you need 10 minutes? Yeah. 10-minute break. We saw you coming, Bill, and then we just.
You're the one with good eyes.
City Clerk, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Krutinger, you're on, sir.
Thank you, Mayor James, Council. A lot of people were concerned about the numbers, and that's a very prudent concern. But for the purpose of the survey, it's all hypothetical. And I don't think any of the numbers should be weighed too heavily. But the 3 cents per $100, and that's based on your assessed value, not your home's market value. For the average San Clemente homeowner, that's going to be well under $1 a day. So I guess that's a personal decision that people will need to make. Is a 75 cents a day worth having a hospital in town? Concerns were shared about doctors. Would you go to a different hospital? Doctors usually aren't bound to a single facility unless they're in like a Kaiser network, for example. And they will probably work at both facilities. Patients may have the opportunity to choose which facility they'd like to have an elective procedure at, which, everybody likes to have choices. So I think it's worth a very serious consideration. And I am concerned about the old hospital site. I favored it at the time because it's already there and something's got to be done with it because it's an ongoing cost and it only risks becoming blight and becoming a bigger problem over time. So I do think, personally, I'm supportive of the city building or supporting the building of a hospital in the area. My cost of that would be about 50 cents a day. Easily worth it at 3 cents per 100 on assessed value. So easy decision for me. But it's any plan should include plans to demolish and remediate the old hospital facility and have that land put to some beneficial use. Sure, that's everything. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speakers are Amanda Kitnea and Susan DiStefano.
Hello, council members. There were so many great public comments here, and I'm certainly not going to top a physician's opinion. But however, that is who you're supposed to be getting that opinion from, because that's who you're going to have to cater to. You're going to have to cater to the physicians and the surgeons that will want to go to San Clemente for their surgeries, for their hospital, to take care of patients. I am a healthcare professional. I did work on contract at Saddleback and Memorial Care in San Clemente. And it got to the point where I could not ethically stay there because there wasn't any cases. They had to go and borrow instruments. They had to borrow supplies. They didn't have the capability. They didn't have as many RNs or scrub techs that they needed for surgeries. So I just couldn't do that. Once my contract was up, I refused to go back there any further. It was a dying hospital. And I've lived here for 50 years. I've seen how many times it's changed. And this whole thing is just what Bill, one of the residents said, that physicians can go out of their places. But the thing is they don't. They want to stay in an area where there's more of their patients. They are, Hoag hospitals. Those physicians are going to stay at Hoag Hospital. That's what they want to do. They want to go do their surgeries in the morning and then go home or see their patients. But they really are in a certain territory, and you're not going to get those surgeons, those quality surgeons, to be able to go there. And and the reason why I know is that I've worked with surgeons, and I was requested, and I was in high demand in LA, in San Diego County, Orange County, and a little bit in LA County. So that's why that's the only thing I could speak about, is that you're not going to get these surgeons to come to work. And I also did some humanitarian missions, and I tell you, it's hard to recruit those surgeons and those physicians to come to work at your hospital or your surgery center. And I think this is a political stunt. And I agree with Dr. Anderson and Mr. Cohen and all the great speakers. I think we shouldn't, I think the cost of it is just so expensive, so extraordinary that we can't afford this, not for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. I just have basically one comment tied to a medical treatment system. The truth is, rural communities around the country, rural communities, which I would consider we are, yes, we're sitting outside of the big cities, but we are rural, are desperate for medical care and facilities just like ours. So I mean, it's a problem just like our small community to not be able to afford a hospital. In relation to the medical treatment that's needed in an emergency, I'd like to ask if anybody knows. I've been asking around. I was told for 70,000 people, we have only 2 paramedic trucks in town, and that a truck takes an hour and a half turnaround time. So it's much less of a problem to deal with the emergencies that a paramedic can assist with than it is to solve the hospital problem overnight. Thank you very much. And I'd love to know the answer to the question, if you could advertise that.
That's all.
City Manager, do you have a response to Mr. Cullen on the number of renters versus owners that were involved in this survey?
I would ask if.
Is Adam there?
Adam's still on there. We just can't see him. Adam, if you could go back to that specific slide that you showed homeowners versus renters, please.
Yeah, just give me one moment and I'll pull that up.
While he pulls that up, I have a response as well to Mr. Cullen. There are 21,000 residential parcels in town, and there are 4,000 commercial parcels, for a total of 25 parcels in town that would be subject to some sort of parcel. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so this is a breakdown of homeowners and renters, again, self-identified in the survey. So you've got it down here at the bottom in parentheses, 76% of the respondents to the survey were identified themselves as homeowners, 18% as renters. An additional percentage preferred not to answer that question. And we saw very, very, very strong support from renters. Nearly 3/4 said that they would support this bond measure. Oh, but almost 60% of homeowners did as well. And the survey included only voters, because it's the voters of the city who would be the ones who would be making the choice on this kind of a measure, although others may be impacted.
Thank you. And then, City Manager, for the last question on the number of ambulances that are in the city.
Yeah, we have a contract with Care Ambulance that are known as Falk. That contract have 2 24/7 ambulance within the city to respond to city-generated service calls.
Very good. So with that, I'm going to go back to council to look for your thoughts on. Yes, Councilmember Ward, go ahead, please.
Well, unfortunately, I'm seeing within our council ranks opposition to even having a hospital. I'm seeing questions being put up and roadblocks being put up by certain members of the public also, and calling this a political stunt. And that is just disappointing to me, because we have actually had people not make it to the hospital, and because they couldn't be revived in time. We have one physician that stood up here and said, it's not worth doing. Yet we have many more physicians that have said we need a hospital. Our fire department is telling us we need a hospital. Our poor paramedics are having to keep people alive while they're on the freeway in traffic long enough to try to get them to a hospital, just to have a physician say, it's a little too many minutes too long. It doesn't matter how hard you worked on that patient. It's too long and we're not going to work them up. No one dies in the ambulance or at home. They die at the hospital. So we don't get those figures, and we're not allowed to have them unless some of our residents who have lost loved ones come forward and say that they lost that person. During the 21 months in this pandemic, I've had 2 physicians reach out to me. Both of them had been hospital administrators with many of the same hospitals that are in San Diego County and Orange County. They said, we need a hospital. We not only need it, it would work here. We can't use what happened with Memorial Care and what their choices were, and how stretched they became and what they decided to change at that hospital. We can't compare that and quantify what a new hospital would be. What wasn't talked about tonight, it just very little, is if we formed a hospital district. That's why they talked to people in this survey very minimally, whether they would be willing to pay or not. That is a hospital district that would pay for this, and there would be interest. And that's what the hospital administrators told me, that we could get any number, we could almost get any provider we wanted if we formed a hospital district within San Clemente. And it probably wouldn't just be our city. But we did this very minimally just to see what our residents thought. And I'm not surprised that some people aren't paying attention. We've had 21 months of a pandemic. We've also had 3 years of political opposition, and a year of just trying to even hire a city manager took 5 months. And so I give credit to the committee who had to stick with this. But one of my concerns would be trying to pursue that even in this year. Should we just plug along and do that? Or, I mean, I'm already seeing political opposition. To call this political is they're trying to label it. They're trying to label our efforts to provide public safety within our city, and trying to say that we shouldn't have this. It's going to cost too much money. So that would be what I would say to my colleagues. I'm for trying to get a hospital. I believe we do need it. I'm on the OCFA board, and I'm being told that we need it. We do have 2 ambulances, and they're working their hardest to get everyone in time to the hospital, but not everyone's making it. People don't realize if your child stops breathing, the hospital is probably too far away. It's not going to be an urgent care that's going to help you with your loved one that's not breathing. You need paramedics to be able to go to an ER, and that's what we're trying to get at our city. So I'm willing to do it, but I'm willing to tell you also from the shenanigans that I saw tonight, the comments, that I'm not sure that this council should even try and do it, and maybe we should wait and let the public decide who's for public safety, and let the next council members do this. I can go either way. That's my comments. I'm disgusted what I've heard tonight. Everyone has the right to public comments, but these were just undermined. And I'm seeing warring factions of who wants our hospital property. And I have trouble with that, because people want to see that hospital where it is, and we're moving in directions, and now people suddenly want it for housing and are willing for us to stop trying to do what we're doing. It's interesting that Brad Malamuth's coming up and trying to get us to stop everything at all. I wonder what Memorial Care would think of that. But either way, I'll go either way. But those are my honest comments of what our efforts should be for the next 10 months.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor James. A couple of things. I know just a little earlier, you had mentioned, Mayor James, you had mentioned 25,000 parcels would be subject to the parcel tax. Why would the additional number, because I know we have more than 25,000 parcels, why would others not be subject to a parcel tax? Do we know?
That would be, I got that number from the city manager's office, 21 and 4. I assume there are some tax-free parcels, churches, that sort of thing.
Okay. Is that correct, city manager?
Well, let's back up for a second. This was the first test to test the waters. We haven't got into the mechanics of what the bond measure would be.
Oh, I'm not
who would
asking
be
that.
there.
I'm just asking how applicable this tax is to all parcels, or will there be some carved out?
I would assume that if we were to engage in upon a parcel tax, it would be to all property
Okay.
owners in the city of San Clemente.
Okay, thank you. That, I just wanted to clarify that. And then, and Councilmember Ward, I know you're the remaining council member here that was on council years ago when the city council voted to upzone the property. And the effort was positive at the time to try to retain a hospital and emergency department. And, time goes on and at some point after a very expensive RFP process and hiring a consultant with contacts of nationwide hospitals, couldn't secure or get anyone to come forward to want to open a hospital here and invest their own dollars or find their own investors, and instead want the city to be and taxpayers to be the investor. We have to just at some point realize that it might be a losing proposition for the city and could possibly really financially devastate us. And I think that we have to look at that. So your efforts were for good, but at some point we need to realize that it didn't work out in the manner of which was intended. And there was a lot that went into that, including Senator Bates and Assemblymember Bro at the time, to try to get passage of legislation to change the law to allow standalone emergency departments, but that wasn't successful. So I think just about every effort went into that to try to revitalize and the site for a hospital and emergency department. I do want to point out, and I wish that it was included in the survey, because I think the outcome of the survey results may have been different. We do have and have for about a year and a half, maybe even more now, an application in with the city to open a very, it's a unique urgent care. It's a urgent care that's conceptualized by emergency room doctors, and it would only be staffed by emergency room doctors. And it's a far less costly place to go. When going to emergency department, this model is already proven. It's throughout Los Angeles and multiple cities, just opened in Huntington Beach at the end of last year. And it is successful addressing 80% of emergency cases. So the 80% of the cases people would typically go to an emergency room for. And uniquely, people know in advance what they're going to get. They'll get a rate sheet when they walk in the door and can go there or choose to go somewhere else. So I think that's important. I looked into the status of that. And they're about 120 days away from hearing from Coastal Commission on whether that will be approved to open at the outlets. Of course, they're working with the city in their application, of course. But that's something I think that we should also look at and see, at least give it a year after that opens and see if that does address the needs of the community in a way that would maybe make you pleased to see how people are being served and address those at least 80% of those emergency room needs. So that's really important. But again, I think we need to get when we do a survey next time, really get that information in there and say that we do have something underway. It's a private, of course, enterprise, but do you still find the need for an emergency department if this was accessible and available in our community to use? So that would be very transparent and upfront in terms of people making decisions. And then I also wanted to point out bonds are, very, very expensive and can be very misleading, because when you do issue a bond, you have to double it. So if you're issuing a bond for 200 million, you have to double it to 400 million. So of course that grows the individual per parcel tax that people would pay, because you have to pay the administration costs, legal costs, interest costs, and more. So we need to be honest about that too. And the losses we could incur as a city by taking on such an endeavor I've talked to doctors, many, some in San Clemente, some outside of San Clemente, and it could be about $10 million or more a year. So I don't want to see our city be bankrupt from such an endeavor. And what else? I think that's just about the gist of what I had to say. And one question for the city manager. A couple of residents who are here tonight had asked me on the break if we are paying the $15,000 a month yet for the security and maintenance. That was deferred when the subcommittee, hospital subcommittee, Mayor James and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan were formed to negotiate delaying that, because that was coming up pretty quick, as we know, last year around June, May, I believe.
I can respond.
Okay, thank you.
No, we're not paying that.
Okay, thank you.
And
That's
we're
good.
negotiating with Memorial Care on a regular basis, and and we extend it on a regular basis.
Okay.
I don't see that $15,000 fee coming into play anytime soon. And I apologize to Mrs. Funny. I butchered your name. I meant to respond to you when I was out in the audience. I'm sorry, but we're not paying that right now.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
Councilmember Noblock.
Well, I have a question. I know this is to discuss the survey results, but let me ask you, what's the current intent of Memorial Care regarding the land that they own? Is there a desire to build some sort of a senior facility or some other care facility? What are their desires? Do we know?
Councilmember Noblock, this is City Manager Sund. I believe Memorial Care is looking at a number of different potential solutions for that location with regards to what they want to do with the next steps. I do know when they're ready to move down that path, they'll be looking at a very robust communications to the community to keep the community apprised of what they want to do with that site, as they would also be submitting an application to the city that would go through the permitting process as well. But as of yet, we have not received anything.
Okay. Do you have any idea, any inkling of what their desire is?
I think they're looking at a lot of different things. I don't want to speak for Memorial Care. I think that's better suited for them to address while they're still reviewing their options.
Well, we're looking at our options, and clearly their desires are important in how we go forward. Just looking at a 40,000-foot view of this situation, you know, Memorial Care was in operation there and as a business of providing medical care, and they realized they couldn't remain in business. It was an unviable business for them. There's no question about that. When they closed shop, I think as a city, we all like the idea of a hospital, and I think the prior city council's decision to engage in spot zoning, which is illegal and immoral, in my opinion, to try to force them to compel to stay in business, I think was a move that proved to be costly, time consuming, and didn't result in the desired result, which was for the hospital to remain open. And you know, clearly a business that can't stay in business because it's not a viable business for the operator, it's always nice if someone else buys the land, builds the facility, and then says, would you please come in and manage it? The city's not in the healthcare providing business. The federal government has decided that they want to be in the healthcare providing business, and the cost and the quality of the consumer, I think, has suffered greatly as a result. So, you know, my thoughts on this: it's an interesting survey. Again, in a vacuum, it's difficult to judge the efficacy of this. But I want to respond a little bit to Kathy, her comment about shenanigans. You know, we need to be civil. Differences of opinion are not shenanigans. Differences of opinion are legitimate in any public forum, including the city council. So I would just say, you know, as we go forward, we're all trying to do the right thing and represent our people. And I would just suggest that hyper politicizing this is not a good way forward. So Interesting survey, and those are my comments.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Just a few comments and observations, I guess, is in terms of how our discussion's gone and how the survey has gone. So just to remind everyone, the purpose of the survey was to, as the city manager said, test the waters, gauge the temperature for what the public thinks about a hospital and where it should be. It was not about making a decision. It's not about, it wasn't done because we wanted to come out with some certain outcome. We hired experts to give us that information as a launching point for where we should go. So just as a reminder that this isn't about making decisions now, it was about seeking public input. In my estimation, there's a couple conclusions that I think we're at. One is it's not feasible to have a hospital at the existing location. That just seems to be the pure economic truth, whether we like it or not. And I think, speaking for Mayor James and I, we executed a lot of due diligence here. We ran down every option, and it did not end up being economically feasible to make a hospital appear there out of thin air. Property owner doesn't want to put a hospital there. It would be cost exorbitant for us to force a hospital at that particular location. There's nothing particularly notable about that location for having a hospital. So I think we need to move on from the idea that there's going to be a hospital at that location. It just doesn't work. And I think as part of that, then we should consider other options for what that property should be, and work with Memorial Care to determine a mutual interest in what should become of that property. I think another observation is that the public is interested in exploring options for a hospital with an emergency room in town. And so I think that's another clear result of the survey. Yes, we didn't get into all the nuances, but you could see a clear preference for at least looking at whether it is feasible to have a hospital in town, perhaps at another location. So what I'd like to see is that this is a launching point for the discussion, that we have some kind of a town hall out of this to bring everyone in and make sure that the public is well aware, as Councilmember Ferguson noted, that they should participate in this if they're interested. And we try to do it in a way where most people can get their opinions voiced. And then we move from there in a direction that makes sense and also is very attuned to how our residents want to see our healthcare needs developed. And out of that, we would come up with a plan to address the healthcare needs that we hear about at the town hall. So that's kind of where I'd like to see, and the conclusions that I draw from our efforts in the survey.
Thank you, sir. You know, where I fall on this is I'm a great believer in Adam Smith and supply and demand. And I banged my head against the wall for 2 years trying to get viable options to bid on a hospital. At no time did any of the experts, let me back up, anyone credible ever approach our subcommittee with Chris and I, or previously with Chris Ham and I, with a viable option for a hospital, particularly at the existing site. But without all that being said, I think we really need to, Mayor Pro Tem, I like your idea of a town hall, and I would encourage us to look at the possibility at that town hall of having a panel with ER physicians, an ER physician or physicians, ER nurse, which is just as important, or ER nurses, retired hospital administrator or current hospital administrator, someone, you know, a panel who could, and we would also want to include OCFA on that panel. And I was hoping this survey would give us a clear path. It really hasn't. It's given us as many questions as previously we had answers to. So I would propose, in the hours getting late here, we have 7 minutes until we're going to conclude this. I would propose that the council authorize the subcommittee, or we could do it as an entire council, one or the other, hold a town hall meeting in regards to where we're going to go and how we're going to do this. For those who think that we could put this on the ballot in 2022, that's just not going to happen. It just like there's never going to be a hospital at the old site. That's not going to happen. And this, to put this on the ballot in 2022, it will go down in flames.
Mayor, can I make a motion then?
Yes, please.
I would move that the council receives and files this survey, and we appreciate the efforts of the survey, and that I would also make a motion that the subcommittee plans to go forward with a town hall. I think you should look at it definitely to happen within 4 months of the next election. Not any later than that. Between 4 months and the election is what I was trying to say.
Well, let's identify how about the middle of February timeframe?
I'm thinking that that's really soon, but if you think you put that together, we have a number of other things that we're trying to do, that the city's trying to do, and we're trying to hire people. I just think, and people are, very busy trying to get going in the new year. So I would say like
City manager.
April is usually a good time.
Let's have a goal within the next 2 months, not including January. So either February or March to have that town hall. I think, to your point, Mayor, we need to look for some subject matter experts. Obviously, OCFA is a partner to us already. And then we can also look at putting together a very robust kind of overview of the history of how we got here and where we're at as it relates to that as well.
Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second on?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Under discussion.
Yes, sir.
Under discussion, I would be supportive of everything that's been suggested. But I think in terms of the subcommittee, this really is a large community-wide concern. I don't know that we need, subcommittees are helpful if you're engaged in negotiations and specific focused goals. This is a very large focus. And I think maybe rather than having this done under the auspices of a subcommittee, I think we should do it as an entire council. Those are my only thoughts on the motion.
Any thoughts?
I agree.
I'll call for the vote.
I actually do think that the subcommittee would be more effective. I like the general idea of the whole council, but I think we have some Brown Act issues there, and I don't know that it's as workable in terms of pulling it together. So I think I would support the subcommittee.
Excuse me, may I, Mayor? May I
Certainly.
ask a question? What do you mean? We're coordinating an event, basically. So what would be anything confidential about that? And staff
Because
assist with that. I mean,
we can't. The subcommittee of two can communicate with each other, can come up with ideas, can brainstorm, can work with staff. The full council cannot do that outside of a meeting setting.
but you're talking inviting people to come. There's nothing confidential about that.
Well, it would take some coordination amongst the council to pull a town hall together. You'd have to be talking to each other about who's coming, what's going to be discussed. You're going to get into issues if you have 5 people discussing that outside of a meeting setting.
I don't think that's confidential. Determining who comes to a meeting. I would suggest we all be involved in that on such a matter. Inviting.
Mayor, I'm going to call for the question for a second time.
Yes. Madam Clerk.
Okay, motion with the subcommittee. Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Okay, that concludes our business this evening or this afternoon. And I would like to close this session in memory of a great San Clemente, Jim Dahl. Jim Dahl's former mayor and council member, Jim Dahl, passed away January 12th, 2022. Jim's history with San Clemente began when he moved here in 1964. Jim joined the San Clemente Fire Department in 1972 and continued his career in the fire service until he retired as a captain with the Orange County Fire Authority in 2009. In addition to Jim's service as a first responder in San Clemente, Jim was also a respected mayor and council member. Jim served on the San Clemente City Council from 1996 to 2012 and served as mayor 4 times. Jim was on several boards and donated his time generously to the community. The city of San Clemente extends its heartfelt condolences to Jim's wife, Alice, and his beloved children and grandchildren. Rest in peace, Jim. So, Madam Clerk, we will now.
The next item is closed session. We have 2 cards on this topic.
Okay.
First speaker will be Brad Melamed, followed by Don Urbanet.
I'm going to address the closed session item Ferguson versus City of San Clemente, but I need to make a caveat or an explanation. I'm not the attorney on this matter. I haven't spoken to Ms. Ferguson about this matter. And so my comments are personal. Having said that, this whole item has been an overbill by BB&K and a entire waste of time. For the public, this item is about Public Records Act request for documents related to the censure. And we know what documents are withheld. And those documents are basically non-attorney-client privilege documents withheld based on attorney-client. Scott Smith should not be involved in this case. He's trying to protect his own documents. Yet he sent letters to attorney Christine Talley, who is Jean, Kathy, and Chris Ham's attorney. There is no privilege for those. There is no recognized privilege for lawyers, letters between lawyers. Both Steve Knobloch and Chris Duncan can tell you that. Yet those documents have been withheld. That means that will be a successful lawsuit. Further, deliberative process privilege was taken for documents between council members. This action is 100% political. It's called censure. It's not a deliberation. So those documents have to be produced. Scott Smith needs to recuse himself from this. This case can be settled easily, I'm sure, although, like I said, I'm not an attorney. The city council tonight in closed session can waive privilege for those documents, and they can still withhold privilege for documents from Scott Smith directly to a council member or directly to the city manager if there's such documents exist, although I think those probably could not be protected either on a 100% political issue, but that's an issue for the court to decide, and possibly that could be decided. But why is the city spent over $33,000 already to answer a simple Public Records Act request? It's insane. I suggest that both Chris and Steve Knobloch review those bills. That's the definition of insanity. 3 lawyers were listed on those pleadings. They're handling it against 1 lawyer. What is going on in the city with legal bills? Is nobody care? But more importantly, this can be ended tonight. Gene said he was concerned about Laura Ferguson's claims and attorney's fees. This could have been done by giving her the documents. There was no requirement for the city to withhold documents. This was the city's doing. The city censured her. Then they had documents. They didn't produce them. Gene, you've made fair statements. Now live up to it. Stop the legal bleeding. Produce the documents. Just waive the privilege. It's not a big deal. What's it going to disclose? That somebody said they should censure Laura? If that's the case, so be it. If something nefarious was done, live up to it. But it wasn't those documents. The documents are Talley to Smith mostly. Smith to Talley. Those documents are not privileged. Do the right thing tonight. End this tonight. Okay, that will solve your problem of 9E. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I sent this document to you, a link to the document to you, because it was too large to email. I'm here tonight to
give you notice that you're all in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. Section 242 of Title 18 makes it a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person or a right or privilege protected by the Constitution and laws of the United States. For the purpose of Section 242, acts under color of law include acts not only done by federal, state, or local officials with their lawful authority, but also acts done beyond the bounds of that official's lawful authority. If the acts are done while the official is purporting or to pretending to act in the performance of his or her official duties, persons acting under a color of law within the meaning of the statute include police officers, prison guards, and other law enforcement officials, as well as judges, care providers in public health facilities, and others who are acting as public officials. It is not necessary for the crime to be motivated by animus toward the race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin of the victim. And that goes against the city manager, city attorney, city council, and you, Joan.
Mr. Mayor, it's the
I'm
city
just gonna
attorney.
read-
We just need to interrupt a second here under the city's rules.
Let's
To
keep track
ask-
what her time is. So we
Yeah, just freeze it, please. What we need to do is ask the speaker to indicate to the council how her comments relate to these two lawsuits. One's about stopping the toll road and the other's about a public records.
This
Act.
relates to Laura Ferguson.
Okay, thank you. That we just, I'm sure you're coming to
And,
that, but we
you need
just
to put
can't have.
2 more
open-
minutes,
open
2
mic.
minutes back on my clock.
It's 1
Okay,
minute
it's down to
50
one
seconds.
already.
No, you don't have to do that. Just pick up where she left off.
Well, I can't, the machine won't go to that. I could give her 2 minutes.
Whatever.
I think it was 1 minute and 50 seconds she had left, but I can't seem to set this for
Okay, that sounds
1:50.
right. We
Okay,
can't give
give her
extra
2.
time because that's controversial.
2.
Just make
We're
sure she
getting
has 2
more.
minutes.
You know, just so you guys know, you always think that you're outside the bounds of law. This is personal. This is against each of you as individuals. The city will not be paying for it. It's an individual crime, punishable by prison time and huge fines. So I will see that you're punished to the fullest extent of the law. Okay, so you might want to read this document since you don't want me to speak it. The deprivation of civil liberties of Councilmember Laura Ferguson constitute a violation of Title 18 USC Section 242. Regarding I noticed when you censured her, you cited your duty and obligation to the people of San Clemente to uphold professional standards in your council and in your meetings and treatment of the people. Well, you guys don't act that way. You have rules for Laura that are different than the rules for you. So regarding the professionalism of San Clemente City Council members, there's confrontational interaction between Gene James and the County of Orange Sheriff's Deputy. Okay, that was very unprofessional, using your office to get out of a ticket. Stolen valor. Mayor Kathy Ward and Mayor Pro Tem Gene James, violation of oath of office and the deprivation of my individual civil liberties is a violation of 18 USC Section 242. I was told on official letterhead by Gene James that I'm an incredibly disturbed individual. And as you have proven in the past, an anti-Semite in the vein of the protocols of the elders of Zion. This is disgusting trash, and every council member should call you out for nothing more than being a grotesque person who peddles anti-Semite trash while living in the make-believe world of Q. As I have requested in the post, do not write me. So you've told me you don't represent me anymore. And Mayor Ward did the same thing. Once she read your letter, she wrote the same thing.
Okay.
On April 11th, 2021, I sent an email to the city council regarding my concerns
Time is
over
up.
closed
Your time is
session
up.
documents, the
Thank you.
lawsuit Jim Bieber versus Gene James, the toll
Time is
road.
up.
And
Mayor,
the city-
Mayor, I would move that we go into closed session, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, this is being published to everybody in Orange County. So you can run away if you want, but you're not
Councilmember
going to hide.
Ferguson.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, I will go into closed session. I would like to announce to the public that I will be recusing myself from the case Laura Ferguson versus City of San Clemente et al.
Mayor, we're going to take, and Councilmember Ferguson, thanks. We're going to take those items in reverse order because we have some specialists on the petition, the second item.
Okay.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Noblock. How do you vote on the motion to go to closed session?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
We'll get started in 1 minute. Give me 1 second, I need it. Come up. Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're reconvened with everyone present. First item on the agenda. I don't think we have someone for the invocation. No invocation.
So we will open. Are we ready to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. So today we have remembered Don Hansen. When we opened at our 3 o'clock session, we remembered and honored former mayor, council member Jim Dahl. And at this point in time, we're going to open in honor of Los Angeles County firefighter and beloved San Clemente resident Jonathan Flagler. Jonathan died in the line of duty on January the 6th, 2022. San Clemente hosted a vigil, like vigil for him in his honor. Firefighters from around the county, Camp Pendleton attended, and we probably had somewhere in the vicinity of 400 to 500 people honoring. It was a moving event with his family. It was evident by the number of people in attendance that John's life has had a huge impact with both his brother firefighters in LA County, his brother firefighters in Orange County, and with this community as a whole. The city of San Clemente extends its heartfelt condolences to his family and to his children. Rest in peace, firefighter. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Pledge of Allegiance.
Councilmember Ferguson, you want to lead us in the
Okay,
Pledge of
sure.
Allegiance?
I'd be honored to. Please rise and put your right hand over your heart. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And roll call. Councilmember Ferguson.
Here.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Noblock.
You're muted.
Okay, well, we see him. Okay, Councilmember Ward.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan
Here.
and Mayor James.
Here.
Okay, first item on the agenda is update on homeless issue, December report. And there's a notation on the agenda that this item can be addressed under new business item 9A, which is the code amendment for shopping carts and publicly stored personal property. So that's your desire?
That's
Okay,
fine. Do we need to vote on that, or can we just?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council once during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes, which to give his or her presentation, And I understand there's one written comment to be read, and I have a speaker card after that it's read.
All right, the first comment is from, there are actually two comments to be read. The first one is from Mary Knox. For most of 2021, our astronomy organization was able to review the stars from the pier. Then these awful bright white LEDs were installed, which now totally block out the night sky. Their bright glare reflects like a mirror on the water, sending up a bright light into the atmosphere. Last year, the last time we were able to enjoy the stars with our expensive telescopes, we had over 30 people participate, along with many children who had never seen a star up close through powerful lenses. What an educational experience for children. We had planned to advertise these to the schools, invite many more children for an unforgettable experience. But alas, the city installed these bright lights, destroying any hope of dark skies on the pier. Then, to add insult to injury, the city installed these hanging decorative white bright lights. We thought they would only be up for the holidays, but they're still up. I understand through members in our group that there are more mellow LEDs. Please take down all of these bright white lights and install a more advanced LED so the residents of San Clemente can enjoy the stars and heavens on the public pier once again. That's from Mary Knox. Actually, I apologize, just one comment for oral communications.
We do have a few speaker cards. The first speaker will be Amanda Kitnea, followed by John Martin, followed by Connie Martin, and followed by an anonymous speaker.
I think I have a presentation that I submitted. Okay, thank you. So no Amazon and warehouse in San Clemente, if you could advance it to what, is there a clicker? To this date, I think there's like 6,213 people that have signed the petition. Next slide, please. And I wanted to thank so many people here that helped to contribute. Sam Wilson, who put up the petition for no Amazon warehouse in San Clemente, Rancho San Clemente Community Association for the resolution in opposition to the Amazon Distribution Center, Vonnie and Tom Barnes, for being an inspiration to our community. The No Amazon in San Clemente Facebook site, Amazon signs that were ordered, delivered, and the people who proudly display them on their lawns, the artists who depicted the traffic of Amazon delivery trucks being backed up in our city streets, residents that wrote letters to the editor and emailed our city council, residents who attended and spoke at city council meetings, and residents who supported us through sharing, liking, commenting on social media. People also who were blocked or suspended on Facebook for sharing the No Amazon petition on, I think it was on major San Clemente Facebook pages. Next slide, please. On September 7th, at the time frame of 2/13/30, Mayor Ward at that time frame stated, Amazon is not on this agenda. It's not something that council considering. We are trying very hard not to even talk about Amazon because it's nothing that's before us. We can't actually talk to you about it. As far as I know, there is no application whatsoever, and that has been completed. There is nothing that's been going on. There are no lies and deceit or corruption that's going on. There's nothing that's being planned that is not in the public. However, I really want to know, next slide, please. Why was she addressing, or why was she emailing Jonathan Lightfoot and Eric Son regarding a resident's concerns regarding a pavement that the road has to be redone after Amazon is opening? Next slide. Oh, and then additionally to that, in addition to that, she was asking, what about an independent traffic study? And she was talking to Jonathan Lightfoot about, next slide, please, about having an independent traffic study. Here's a senior planner discussing city council meetings with Greenlaw for October and November city council meetings, saying that she thinks that we can get that on the agenda, and it will likely not get scheduled for a city council meeting until late October or early November. So what happened first with this plan going into the planning commission meeting first rather than going to the city council members. Next slide, please. The senior planner stated they shouldn't come into a city council meeting without some kind of strategy. So this whole time, people have been going behind our backs, doing things that they shouldn't, and they shouldn't have not done that.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's John Martin of Avenida Crespi to once again speak on the errant golf ball problem on the 16th hole at the Muni. May I have slide 1, please? I'm using Parks Director Wiley's slide from December 21st meeting, which on the right shows the way the golf hole was designed to be played. The problem is that many golfers try to cut the canyon to gain a stroke, and it endangers the homes and residents on the canyon. The problem was brought to the city's attention on October 14th. The left photo is the extent of what's been done in 3 months. The tee blocks were moved a little back and left, and the sod was removed from the right side of the tee box. This was referred to on 3 separate occasions at the last council meeting as reconstruction. I would argue that the term is misleading, but I will admit that it has reduced the number of balls being launched in our direction, but it has not eliminated the problem, and that's what must happen. Slide 2, please. The angle furthest from the homes is the way the hole was designed. You can see the photo gives a much more visual impact of exactly how close to our homes golfers must drive the ball to cut the canyon. The pink line you see is our approximate property line. Please let me reemphasize that this is a reckless decision. To cut the canyon is to save 1 stroke. While I've been the most vocal Crespian, this slide also shows the danger of my 7 neighbors, that the danger of my 7 neighbors are living through. House number 2, 3 windows broken. House number 3, 2 glass railings broken. House number 4, sliding door open and the golf ball was driven into their home. House number 5, 7 windows broken. House number 6, this 88-year young lady has lived there the longest and has 8 deck panels broken, a glass tabletop broken, 1 window and 3 skylights. Homes 7 and 8 have 1 each. Please keep in mind that this is only broken glass and does not account for hundreds or even thousands of balls off of the roofs and other non-glass surfaces. This past Saturday, I was sitting on my deck and a ball came within 10 yards of my house and landed in my neighbor's yard. I filed a complaint at the pro shop. 2 days ago on Sunday, my wife was gardening in front of our house and the ball ricocheted off the street 5 yards from her. That's right, 5 yards from her and in the front of our house. We filed a police report. Please scroll through slides 7 through 9, or pardon me, please scroll through the next 7 slides, as these are photos of the blue tees being operational from December 8th through January 17th. On December 4th, the mayor asked the city manager to close the blue tees until a safe solution was found, and the city manager agreed to it. On December 21st, the city council voted 4-1 to close the tee box until a safe solution had been found. And these photos illustrate that that has not happened. I ask why the golf course and city insist to endanger the residents on Crespi for the sake of 1 golf shot. My final comment is apparently micromanaging the golf course must happen because they cannot resolve this in a responsible, safe manner on their own.
Sir.
Thank you.
Connie Martin, followed by an anonymous speaker.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to come in. I want to personally thank those of you that made the special time to come to our home and actually view our situation firsthand. This has been an emotional ride for us all. I've personally, in the last 3 months, been in close contact with 3 golf balls. This is not about damage to personal property. This is about personal safety. So will a proposed tree help? Yes, I hope so. But may I just tell you that where the blocks are on the tee now, I have personally witnessed people, golfers, actually go to the far side of the tee box and point down our canyon, showing all the other players where they're supposed to hit, run behind that tree, and then hit blindly around the tree into our neighborhood again. So that tree that's there presently doesn't work. We need a solution, a prevention, an utter prevention, not a deterrent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. City manager, I'm going to break protocol just for a little. It was council's direction that that blue tee box be closed until there was some sort of safety component added. What's happening?
So I'm going to look to the clerk because there was discussion of closing the blue tee box, but at the end of the day, council didn't give final direction to close the blue tee box. What council asked is for the staff to look at it and bring it back. And we do intend to bring it back to the council in February. It's also going to the golf committee.
Council did give direction. It's in the minutes. Find it.
Should be in these minutes.
You have to find it in December 21st.
While you guys look for that, let's bring the anonymous speaker up. Are you anonymous? Are you not? Are you? Okay.
I did find it.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to discuss the public records request handling by the city staff. Any resident who would like to get some information as to what the public is being put through can go to the city website, input this public request number, and I have shared my security code so that you all have access to it. This public record request was submitted to the city on November 8th, 2021. 43 days later, on December 21st, at 4:05 p.m., the city responded by dumping several hundred documents. Many were duplications, some were non-responsive to the request, and some were not even legible. Why wait 43 days? You know why? Because what happened on December 21st at 6:00 p.m.? Your city council meeting where I wanted to address you. I submit the city purposely withheld with malice these documents. I believe they did that because they did not want me to be able to address any web of deceit that they had planned for you regarding the discussion at hand. I feel that they misled. Months ago, you received documentation that certain city employees had violated city policies involving, but not limited to, submitting documents known to contain fraudulent information, waiving time requirements as stated by the city website, not obtaining monies owed to the city, refusal to return phone calls, and refusal to respond to emails. So my question to you is, why are these employees still employed and collecting over $400,000 a year salary from us taxpayers? You run the city. They shouldn't run you. I have the definition of the Oxford Dictionary that reads, oops, it's gone. Corruption, dishonest or fraudulent conduct by those in power. We have to rely on you, City Council. We don't have authority to take action against these type of employees. I'd appreciate anything you would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a response on the direction?
Yes, I'm looking at the city council minutes, December 21st, page 14. There was a motion by Councilmember Noblock, seconded by Councilmember Ferguson, carried 4-1. Councilmember Ward voting no, to proceed with the recommendations of staff and the Greens Committee of the Golf Course Committee to ensure that all golfers play the 16th hole as intended, i.e. to tee off to the right to avoid cutting the canyon, which may result in errant balls entering properties on Avenida Crespi. The subject remedial efforts include reconstruction of the blue tee box and landscaping improvements, including tree trimming and brush clearance. Staff is to return to council at its January 18, 2022 meeting with regard to specifics relative to the pros and cons of moving the tee box, possibility of planting an additional tree, and CIP cost estimates to install netting. Moreover, council directed that the blue tee box be closed until the errant ball issue is resolved.
City Manager, can we close that?
I stand corrected, yes.
Can it be closed?
It can be
6
closed.
a.m. tomorrow morning?
6 a.m. tomorrow morning, not a problem.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Oops. Okay. Next item, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Tim Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Is there anything?
No.
Okay. Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was no reportable action taken. It was noted earlier, but Councilmember Ferguson recused herself from participating in the second item under A.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of A1, C, and G.
Did you say G?
Yes.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the balance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. First item is the regular city council minutes of December 7th, 2021, and there is one comment to be read.
This comment is from Martina. I do not believe the minutes recorded are a full representation of my public comment made on December 7th, 2021. It fails to state that I read and played a recording of now Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan statements that he made during his city council campaign. His statements called for full and complete confession from now Mayor Gene James and demanded his resignation in regards to Gene's false claims he was a Legion of Merit recipient. I would like the record revised to reflect it. Thank you.
And we also have one anonymous speaker on that same item.
Me again. I just want to explain that I don't remember if it was Councilmember James or Mayor James specifically agendized investigating the noise of pickleball. Somehow the city turned that into agenda item of a master plan at San Gorgonio Park. You never said anything about a master plan. You submitted an agenda item of investigating the nuisance of noise of pickleball. So once again, who's running the city? It should be you and not city staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a comment that I do remember when that discussion came up? And I believe I asked it, staff told you that it was coming back in an agenda item, an update to the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And we asked if that was sufficient. And I think the answer was yes. And that's how it came to be an agenda item. We were going to be talking about it. It was agendized anyway. So I would also make a motion that we accept item 6A1 as written.
Second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion though, please.
Please.
Substitute motion for the minutes to be amended in accordance with Ms. Wheeler's comments that were read. She did play a recording. The recording, so I motion that the minutes be revised to reflect that Ms. Wheeler played a recording pertaining to Mayor Pro Tem Duncan demanding an explanation of Mr. James or to step down.
Second motion.
I call for a vote.
Councilmember Ferguson,
My substitute motion, yes.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Nay.
Mayor James.
No.
Motion fails 2-3. So the original motion is approved in the minutes as written. Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-2. The next item is item C, and that's the warrant register. And that's Brad Malvin.
Yes, it is. Unbelievable. You guys just said we're not going to put things in the minutes that happened. The transparency of this council ceases to amaze me. Anyways, with respect to the warrant register, there's items in there for $47,583 for agenda reports greater than 2 hours. This is insanity. That's included in the retainer as part of the city attorney's regular services. I would like somebody to show me where that item is listed as an extra. It's not. For the warrant registry today, that you're going to vote on, BB&K bill $222,105.49, annualized to $2,665,265.88. Where is your oversight? Where is the RFP for a separate lawyer to oversee as city attorney the work of the other lawyers who work on the other matters? There is none. Scott Smith has 3 votes, just like the 3 votes we just saw, not putting a transparent minutes into the record. BB&K is fleecing this city. I ask that he provide, the city attorney provide each agenda report, which is more than 2 hours, and provide this council with the number of hours spent on that and why those hours were necessary. If it doesn't, it will show that nobody cares. Gene has sat up there and I'm proud of what he's done, said we got to get a hold of our expenses. Where's the action? There is none. You need to hold these legal fees down. You're not getting separate lawyers because you have a lawyer who has your back. It's time for you to have the citizens' backs and stop the fleecing of the city for legal fees that exceed every other city. Your even own audit report said that he's the most expensive city attorney for all the cities. And yet you retained him without an RFP, but you had to get rid of Rod's tree service on an RFP. Really? Are you really saying that? Everybody loved Rod. You got rid of him. You need to do the same thing and at least make a bid for these services. We went from $8,000 a month to $40,000 a month. I can't tell you another city that spends $40,000 a month our size on retainer services. Nobody is doing their job on this council. Nobody. The bills aren't being reviewed by anybody. It's insane, and you need to take action on this. And finally, if you don't take action, it will tell everybody in this city that you don't care about their taxpayer dollars. I believe you actually do care, and it's time for you to separate the functions of the 2 jobs. Get an RFP, either bring an in-house city attorney or get, even if Scott wants to stay a city attorney, fine, keep him if you want to keep him. But don't allow the city attorney to do any other work but city attorney work. That's just how oversight works. And Chris and Steve, you're attorneys, you know that's how it works. You don't let the fox guard the hen house, but that's what's been going on for 7 years. No RFP, no oversight, no audit. And in fact, it was amazing that when they did the report, it was called an audit, and the city manager, and I believe Gene said it wasn't an audit. It was called an audit, but it wasn't an audit. It was a sham. And this council either is going to take action or they're going to tell the citizens they don't care about you and your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this?
No.
City attorney, can you address the warrant register?
I think so. I don't have the invoices in front of me, but I do remember some significant work. First off, our engagement with the city does allow us with pre-notice to the city to bill for significant agenda preparation off retainer. So I know that's in there. Secondly, if I remember right, there are two specific matters that we categorized in this billing cycle as exceptional agenda work. One was doing the item before you, which involved personal property and homelessness. That came from a different department, but when it came to council, council wanted us to look at that in the overall context of that evolving area. So we took over that. The other one I remember for sure because it was a Hail Mary when the city staff were charged with implementing state housing laws, left suddenly. And we were requested to come in and a moment's notice turn that around. It would have been done by planning staff. There was no one to do it. And you had to make that January 1st deadline. So those are the two items that are represented here.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor James. Yes, City Attorney, I was going to pull this myself. I know on one date, January 14, 2022, on page 1 of the warrant register dated 1/13/2022, you have 3 line items for agenda reports. One's over 15,000, one's over 12,000, one's over 13,000. And they're different dates of the invoice dates, but somehow they're just being paid all at once. They go all the way back to August, then September, and then October. And then there's another agenda report preparation for over 6,000 on the 12/16/2021 warrant register in here. But what are you doing for all that additional billing to the city? Because I've never seen this before.
Oh, well, there's a line by line entry. Council member, if you'd like to see them, they're available to you. Every 6 minutes is accounted for. So those are available in the finance
But what are
department.
you doing? Do you remember what you did on these?
On these, but these are separate
Particular
billing
ends?
cycles. I think the reason they're lumped together like this, Eric can help me, is that they're sent out to the departments that are involved for the director and subordinate staff to clear them. So they get bunched up because they're pending at that departmental level, waiting for review of the departments and directors in
But
question.
so you're providing legal input to staff, or you write?
We're
or is
writing
this about-
staff reports that
I've
otherwise
seen
might
you
have
write
been.
a lot of them.
Yeah, but-
Okay, and I noticed too, I noticed this about, I don't know, it's been about a year. You don't initial any of the agenda reports anymore. So are you reviewing them, but you're just not initialing them? Because if you look at the agenda reports up in the right-hand corner, there's a section for, approvals. It's routed. But I haven't seen for about a year you signing any of those.
Mayor and council, if we are on premises when a hard copy is
Mhm,
circulated, then
mhm.
we do sign it. But in every other case, if we have reviewed it, but we're not there to physically sign it, it's forwarded to you as you see in this packet.
Okay, somebody needs to sign that like for you and say for this, city attorney, because I've noticed that. I just, so many other things to always talk about. But anyway, we need to make sure that you're actually on the record as reviewing these, because this is a lot of money. This is tens of thousands of dollars beyond your 40,000 a month. So very concerning.
So can I move on? Can I move to Councilmember Knobloch, please?
What's your question, Gene?
Do you have any questions for the city attorney in regards to this billing?
Well, I haven't seen the billings. I haven't seen the amount, the overall dollar amount that we spend as a city is very concerning to me. So with that, I'll just say that I think it would be appropriate to review on a regular basis our legal services and look for an RFP for an in-house city attorney. I think with the 2 million plus that we spend every year on legal fees, I think for a fraction of that, we could get an in-house attorney to be a full-time employee at a fraction of the cost. Those are my thoughts.
So,
Mayor, what's on the agenda is
moment.
item C.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Councilmember Knobloch, you want to save that for a motion during council member comments and guys that?
Sure.
Councilmember Ward, please.
I would just like to point out that we're on item C, and I would make a motion to move that item.
Second.
Well,
If I may, a
Yes.
point of order, Mayor.
please.
The rules allow a council member to make a recommendation for agendizing an item at any time during a meeting. So if that's the wishes of a council member, they can. I just
I
wanted
was just
this
offering a
board to know
time that
that.
he could do it. That's in the
Okay,
interest of time.
thank
that's
you.
all.
Just want to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think valid questions have been brought up. And I think we owe the public responses to those questions. I will vote to move this item this evening, but I would like to have some responses from the city attorney on Mr. Malamuth's concerns, on Ms. Ferguson's concerns. And if you could have that to us before the next meeting, I would greatly appreciate it. So we have a motion, and we have a second, do we not?
You do. This is for both the warrant register and payroll register. Councilmember Ferguson,
No, I won't approve this, and I don't want to approve any more memos from the city manager to justify his job. It's time for an RFP. So I'm a no. Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-2. Okay. The next item is item G, and this is extension to the short-term wastewater services agreement with the Santa Margarita Water District, and we do have 2 written comments to read. Oh, okay. The written comments are for 9G, so there's nothing to be read on this item.
Okay, if that is the case, I'll move item 6G.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. This evening's public hearing is to consider the City of San Clemente's annual report concerning the Mitigation Fee Act for fiscal year 2021. And I don't have any cards on this item, but you still will need to open and close the public hearing.
Open the public hearing. Public hearing. Any discussion on this? Motion, please.
Move that we receive and file the annual report concerning the Mitigation Fee Act for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. 9A is a report from the city attorney and code compliance concerning the possibility of adopting an ordinance to amend the code of the city of San Clemente relating to shopping carts and publicly stored personal property, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Yeah, I'll take that. Mayor and council, this item was considered previously by the council. There were several drafts of the ordinance presented to you. When it came up for first reading, you did not consider the final draft. So that's presented before you tonight. Unless you have questions, you had several prior discussions on this, but it's ready for introduction and first reading.
Council members,
Nope. I'm supported.
I have a motion.
All right. That we find the ordinance is not subject to the requirements of CEQA for the following reasons. The ordinance does not qualify as a project under CEQA because the ordinance will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. And the ordinance is exempt from state CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, the general rule exception, because it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the ordinance will have a significant effect on the environment.
Oh, sorry.
And that we introduce ordinance number 1722 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending titles 8 and 12 of the San Clemente Municipal Code regarding shopping carts, critical infrastructure, and public storage of personal property, and finding the ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, and repeal City Council Resolution number 18-01.
There a second?
I'll second that.
Under discussions, city attorney, for the benefit of the audience and those watching this, can you explain to them how this will change the ordinance from before?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and City Council. There's been the main proposition here is that, well, first off, with regard to shopping carts, previously you could take a shopping cart from any owner of that cart and leave it anywhere else in the city. So state law allows us to prohibit that and to categorize that as a theft of property essentially. And so now this will be on the books so that if you have a shopping cart, you're not bringing groceries to or from an enterprise consistent with their rules for that enterprise, then you can be cited. More importantly, there are certain critical, there are certain pieces of critical infrastructure, driveways to a plant or to fire control easement, stairwells in and out of buildings, where the city doesn't have the chance, as it's normally would, to post property found there for 24 hours. The rule under the Constitution, which this restate, are that if the city finds personal property that looks abandoned, then it's required to post that before taking it and throwing it away. So this institutionalizes that rule, except for in those critical places. When property is found there, it can be taken immediately to preserve access to that fire road or to that building's upper stories or whatever is impeded there. This was initiated by two city committees and advanced to the city council under their auspices, and the council asked us to make sure that it was consistent with constitutional guidelines, which it is. We used a case decided by the Ninth Circuit last August as the guiding principles in putting this together.
So we have a motion, we have a second, Madam Clerk.
Can I say something?
Did you put in a card, Jiffy?
Yeah. About this part, I didn't know this was coming up. I was just respecting
Okay.
homeless.
You can, I'll give you a 3-minute comment. I'm not gonna respond to your questions, but I'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just concerned about, I know some of the homeless people use their shopping carts that keep their belongings in, including sleeping bags and blankets and stuff, try and keep them, every night that we have this cold weather and sometimes it rains, I worry so about it. We haven't solved, in my opinion, okay, it's the city's responsibility to deal with our own city's homeless population. And if we take away their personal belongings, that leaves them even more vulnerable to the weather, and their lives are at risk. So I just want you to think about their life, other people's lives who are less fortunate than we are.
Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
It's 5-0.
The homeless presentation during this item. I see Adam on there. Remember we were going to move it back. Was it for this one?
For 9D,
It's, what's that?
the transportation for homeless.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, for the transportation. So
Okay, next item is item B. That's consideration of establishing a subcommittee of council to address the issue of massage establishments in San Clemente.
So I agendized that with the support of Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. There are regional committees meeting. This problem is not going away. We still have illicit massages occurring in the city, which is tantamount to prostitution. It's a blight on our community. That's from a law and order perspective. From a human perspective, there's, this is organized crime. This is exploitation. This is human trafficking, and there are both young women and young men who are being exploited right here in South Orange County, right here in San Clemente. And I think it's a big enough issue that we should create a subcommittee, work with the I-5 Freedom Network, work with our other cities, because this is not only just an issue for San Clemente, this is a regional issue. Yeah, actually, we have an expert right now sitting with us in Captain Benfield, who I believe worked this area at some point in time. And this is a problem. So I make a motion that we create a subcommittee of myself and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan as it relates to massage parlors and human trafficking.
Mayor, I'll second that, but I think it's with the condition that that it be organized and coordinated with the other cities, because I believe the sheriff's already probably doing that. So I think all that we're missing now is probably coordination with the other cities. We've been doing our own thing. I actually am not aware of any citations recently in our city, but if you want to review that, I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Ward, there is a regional committee that's been, or I shouldn't say committee, but a regional group that's been organized by Brenda Wells and the I-5 Freedom Network. And so I think it's apt that we form our subcommittee now so that we have a designated group to participate in that regional group.
All right, thank you. I'll second that motion.
Under discussion, under discussion of the motion, I couldn't agree more that the human trafficking and the organized crime element is alive and well and real. I guess my question would be that as a city, we have a police department, a sheriff's department that we contract with that can enforce any violations that may be occurring. And I agree with the regional coordination concept. But I guess my question deals with a subcommittee. We tend to have been creating a lot of subcommittees lately. And this is a citywide problem. It's a crime problem. And I guess I'm a little confused what a subcommittee would be able to accomplish other than encouraging our law enforcement officers to take any and all action necessary to stop this kind of illegal conduct.
It's sharing of information between the cities, and it's working in lockstep and coordination with the I-5 Freedom Network.
And what we've seen in our other cities, and particularly San Juan, is that the council took a very active role with some success, actually. And so our law enforcement folks need direction from council in terms of what steps they should take. And also there's a role for code compliance to play in this. And they need council to kind of set that direction and policy and help train them, help coordinate the training for them and on the indicia that something wrong is going on, because sometimes it might not be apparent. So really what it is it's refocusing and letting everyone know that the council is setting this as a priority and is giving specific on what to do. Steve, I mean, I completely agree with you. We have a lot of subcommittees. I'm certainly on a lot myself, but I think it's necessary here to participate in this regional group and then take the lessons from that participation and give direction to our police services and our code compliance about what we expect them to do next in order to implement the best practices.
So you're saying, Chris, there's currently a regional organization that meets on a regular basis to address this issue. And what is that organization and how are they meeting? I'm unfamiliar with them.
Yeah, no, there's not currently a group, but I think the first meeting is scheduled for next week. It was going to be, or is it this week? Next week. It was going to be in person, but now it's going to be remote. But yeah, I think it's just really getting kicked off. So it's just starting. But I think to be effective, we need to have a subcommittee to participate in that.
Yeah, I don't agree that we need a subcommittee to be effective. I do agree, Chris, with everything you've said about the council needs to go on record as where we stand in terms of encouraging our law enforcement officials to do their duty. And I think this council can clearly do that and should do it. I'm just wondering again what a subcommittee would actually do. I think this has been agendized to discuss not just a subcommittee, but the issue generally, I presume. And the issue generally is of great concern, I presume, to everyone on this council. And we can make our voices heard right now by instructing Captain Vanguard to use all resources at his disposal and in the county sheriff's department's disposal to put an end to illegal massages, to human trafficking, to prostitution. And I think Captain Vanguard's in the room with us, Benfield. He could, I think he's probably hearing the council loud and clear.
So
I'm not opposed to moving forward. I'm curious on such an important public policy issue, why we have to take it from the council and give it to a subcommittee when this council as a body should be outspoken and loud and clear on where we stand on this issue.
But we need people to take the lead and to go to these meetings, and it's uncomfortable if they're, if not problematic, if three of us show up.
No, I agree with that, Gene. I think maybe as mayor, you should attend those meetings if they're scheduled. But a subcommittee, I'm just concerned about a subcommittee. I think clearly representation is important, and the mayor generally serves that purpose.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
I
Okay.
wanted to make a comment though, if I
Please.
may, before, that maybe to shine a little more light on the subcommittees so we and the public can be aware of what's being undertaken, that we add these subcommittees to reports at the end where we have commissions and committees, city manager, city attorney, council members, so that we can get updates if they're available from these subcommittees at that given meeting. So I'd like
like
to
that.
amend the motion.
Great idea.
Okay,
I think it's a great idea.
thank you.
City Clerk, did you get that?
I did.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Under discussion, was that motion amended?
Yes.
By
I'll
the
amend,
maker?
I'll
I did.
amend my second to
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay. Next is item C, ballot measures concerning the possibility of transitioning the offices of city treasurer and city clerk to appointed positions. There is one speaker card on this. Do you want that first or the staff report?
Speaker, please.
Okay. It's Amanda.
Hello, council members. Basically, I'm concerned about this because it really takes away our voter rights, and that should not be the case. But I do need to mention something, and because it does concern two functions here regarding the legislative part. I received an email that the city clerk is only doing the legislative and the FPPC. And so I really would like, some kind of feedback on that about, what the city clerk appointed position would be and that bifurcation of those. But also I want to mention my experience with the city clerk because I was surprised regarding her statement to me and it was completely unwarranted. On December 8th, I emailed the city clerk asking where my public comment card was. Because I had filled one out. I received a response that there were 3 comment cards from what the deputy clerk had mentioned. For clarification, I submitted my comment card for the election of a mayor and mayor pro tem. I handed over the comment card to Ms. Campanello. Since I was not feeling well, I went home. So then I decided to come back to the city council meeting to clarify, this information of Maxwell Park. When I returned to the city meeting, I directly went to fill out a comment card. There was no clean pens and I cleaned that. I do have pictures of that proves that I can return back at the city council meeting at a certain time frame. And I submitted my comment card and I dropped it in the card box. And I was mistaken and in my email saying that I had given it to the deputy clerk. But however, the response that I received from the city clerk was that her email response was, Amanda, I can assure you that neither I nor my deputy are falsifying comment cards. Your assertion is offensive and absurd. I responded to her by saying, I did not mention anything about falsifying any comment cards, and that is your statement. However, your comment to me that your assertion is offensive and absurd is unprofessional, unethical, and dishonorable. I didn't receive any response from Ms. Spade whatsoever. And to me, I was very, very offended about that, because here is this, there was no mention about anything in my email regarding falsifying comment cards, and I would not make that allegation against the city clerk nor the deputy clerk. And you know, I have pictures of showing when I came into the room, I dropped it in the comment card box. I was mistaken. But however, I would never make those kind of allegations. And I just don't think that she should have said that I, you know, raised, that I said that. That's not right. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
No, that was all.
Can we have staff report, please?
That's me. The staff report. The city council requested that I do a report on the possibility of transitioning the city clerk and city treasurer to appointive positions. These ballot measures would qualify for either the June primary or the November 2022 ballot. There is a significant difference in costs. The general election without the ballot measures is estimated to cost $89,276 to $128,933. We're already obligated to pay that because we will have 3 council members up for re-election, or 3 vacancies on the council. To add the 2 ballot measures, the cost would be approximately $8,500 per measure. So that would result in a total election cost of approximately $151,000. Now, if you opted to have the ballot measures on the special election ballot, that would be a special election for the city of San Clemente. The cost would be between $120,973 to $165,529. The vote requirement for each measure to pass would be a majority, 50% plus one of the votes cast. And if either or both of the measures take effect, they take effect 10 days after council recites the fact of the election. So at this time, I'm asking council to provide direction as to whether it wishes to submit one or both measures to the voters at either the general municipal election of November 8th or at a special municipal election to be called for June 7th. I will then return to council probably about in May with one large package of resolutions for council to adopt to call the elections for the members of the city council and any ballot measures that you request. So I'm available to answer any questions.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
if I can start. This was considered by another city council several years ago. And we got to this moment, and I believe the city clerk actually had it where it was the ballot measures were ready to go. And we were actually voting on whether to do that or not. We chose to take a step back and not make this decision. And we thought that we didn't want to do it because the one thing that it does is it politicizes our city clerk and our city treasurer. In the past, those have always been elected by the people. So, and they've been independent of the council. They are not under the city council. They are beholden to the residents and that vote. And I would ask the council not to change that at this time and just picture that this city council or any in the future are going to be picking the city treasurer and the city clerk and having them underneath them for purposes of what we do. I think the city council made a good decision before in not doing this and not taking it up and changing this over. I think we've had great success and stability. I know 3 city clerks. We had Max Berg for many years, then we had Myrna Irway, and then we had Joanne Bade. Every single election, the residents can decide whether they're doing a good job or not, and choose to reelect them or not. And I would ask you to leave that the same, and that's going to be my vote tonight. And I actually would make that motion to not take this up.
Councilmember Noblock.
Regarding this item, I think it's an important item, but I think it's important for different reasons. I agree with Kathy's comment about the independence. I think the city clerk and the city treasurer's office needs to be independent. My concern is that historically that hasn't been the case. Going back to Paul Gergeson, who was the elected city treasurer, he was also hired by the city manager and worked full-time for the city manager doing financial work. That takes the independence of an independently elected official and put them under the jurisdiction, the authority, and the thumb of the city manager. And I think to appoint these people, appoint the treasurer or the clerk by the city council basically does the same thing. Currently, our city clerk is not just a city clerk, but is a member of the, or has been till recently, a member of the city manager's staff. When you pay an elected official, whether they're a city clerk or city treasurer, $150,000 a year to report directly to a city manager, that city manager is going to have some degree of control and exercise authority over that independent elected official. So if anything, what I would like to see is to have a prohibition against any elected official being under the jurisdiction, the payroll, or the employ of the city manager. I'd like to see that. And if anything else, I would like to see the function, especially of the city treasurer, to expand the city treasurer functions to get into more of a potential controller scenario where there's some financial oversight, some additional financial oversight, not to criticize the city manager, but just to exercise additional authority there. So those are my thoughts on this issue. I won't be supporting the staff recommendation.
So, Councilmember Noblock, you kind of went 2 different directions, unless I'm misunderstanding. When you talked about, and I like your idea on a city clerk, an elected position, not being able to be simultaneously a city employee. I think that's valid. I was a little confused on your position on the city treasurer, where you talked about that position morphing into more of a controller, which almost sounds like a full-time employee.
No, I appreciate that. I'm not looking for a full-time employee. What I'm looking for, my sense of it is that the city treasurer is elected because, if you want to root out corruption, follow the money. If you want to look out abuse of authority, follow the money. And the treasurer's primary job as an elected official is to monitor the money. So my comment, Gene, was simply that if anything, and I'm not necessarily asking that we incorporate this tonight as a decision. I'm just suggesting that if anything, the city treasurer's role, and maybe it doesn't need to be expanded, because I understand the government code currently gives the treasurer quite a bit of authority in monitoring the city's funds. My suggestion was simply that the city treasurer have maybe not the current treasurer, but a treasurer, any treasurer in the future may have or should exercise maybe a little more financial oversight. No, from a monitoring, from a controller position. Not that we hire him as a full-time controller, but that function be incorporated somehow or encouraged in some under the current government code.
I think your positions that you're stating are very valid, that the city, neither of those elected positions, just like none of us, should be city employees simultaneously. So I like that. I think we need to look at that. So if I hear both council members Knobloch and Ward are both saying they can't support the staff recommendation at this point.
And I would agree, that's the only thing that's before us at this point. I think we look into all those other things at another point, and I'd like to hear from the city clerk on whether she's beholden to the city manager, because I don't actually believe that that is the case and how it's been conducted.
And I would agree with that, but if you set up a structure in which that could have, we would want to have a structure where that couldn't occur. I don't think Joanne has a boss anywhere, quite honestly.
Well, Mayor, can we look at that at another time and not what's actually before us tonight? Because I'd like to hear more about that. I used to work for the city. We had a finance director, so we paid this whole other person. And since then, it's been changed, and the city managers have changed it, and we've made our staff leaner in order to get more money out of everyone. So I don't want that to be undone. I'd like to hear more about it later with all of the information.
Thank you. Councilmember Ferguson, please.
Thanks, Mayor James. I like the comments from Councilmember Knobloch. I completely agree, because we have had the position be one and the same. A person was the staffer and the elected for decades. So until, of course, Mr. Garrison retired, but it's been that case for the city clerk's office. So I'd like to see that we have more neutrality in those positions and more oversight, I believe. So I certainly know that we'd have to, of course, make a amendment, revision, I should say, to our municipal code. But city clerk, would that also need to be on the ballot to make that change, to prohibit someone from serving as a paid employee and an elected official in those two roles?
I would have to refer to the city attorney on that.
Okay.
Would it take a code amendment? I
It
would think
take
it's
a code
probably
amendment,
good.
but I don't think it would have to be approved by the voters. That could
Okay.
be a city employment
Well,
policy.
That's good to hear. And because we're talking about this tonight, I don't know, Councilmember Knobloch, if you want, are you recommending to bring that back to the next meeting for discussion and decision-making?
Well, I'd like to hear what everybody else has to, what Chris and Jean have to say on the issue, but certainly I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, I'd certainly
Mayor
support
Pro
that.
Tem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I view it a little differently than we've heard so far. I see the treasurer and the clerk to be essentially administrative positions that, having served in the government for many, many years, makes sense to me that you would want those to be government positions under the direction of the city manager. I'm a little bit leery of having, I think we've been fine so far that I know of, but the thing about the council is we're 5 elected officials and we kind of can check each other, right? But when you have an independently elected city treasurer singularly, and there's the potential that you could get someone elected who would potentially cause mischief, and there's no one there to check them. That's what happened in Huntington Beach, I believe, with their independently elected city attorney. So I would support at least giving the voters the chance, right? We're not making this decision. This is just about giving the voters the chance. Not we're taking anything away from the voters. We're giving the voters the chance. Do you want to have the city attorney select qualified people, or do you want to continue to have these positions be elected? And in that vein, have some risk that you could get someone perhaps unqualified or with motives that might not be in good faith. So I would support the staff recommendation to give the voters the chance to weigh in on that. And I think, I guess my only question would be, should we do it in June so that there's someone in place, I guess, for the November election, or whether that would come into play?
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, actually, the staff report is whether to put it, it's not to ask the voters whether they should be that or not, it's whether we're going to put it on or not. That's what this staff report is. It's whether we're going to take it from the voters and it's going to be appointed. And I made the motion that we do not take that action.
The ballot would be to decide that, correct?
So we have a motion.
Yes,
on the
Mayor
table.
Pro Tem Duncan, I should probably respond to that. You wouldn't gain anything by doing it in June, because the way the measure is worded is you can't take away the position from people who are already elected, the incumbents. It would if the voters were to say, yes, we want it appointed, it would become appointed upon a vacancy that the incumbent creates or at the expiration of the term. You can't cut short a position put in place by the electorate.
Okay, so I think it makes more sense then, given that the opening would happen after November 2022, I guess, that maybe you have it on that ballot. So that's how I would.
So, but we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Ward.
And I thought, Chris, you seconded it. I thought you were the second to
No,
not.
I did not second. I think it's still up for a second.
I'll second Councilmember Ward's motion and ask for a friendly amendment that we bring back at a separate time, not anytime soon necessarily, a policy decision regarding on whether elected officials should serve as full-time employees under the city manager's jurisdiction.
I would accept that amendment as long as it's not anytime soon. I think it can definitely happen when staff has the time. I'm just really concerned with staff time right now. So I would take that as long as it's not for, the next meeting.
Right.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll make a substitute motion that we direct staff to have a ballot measure about transitioning the offices of city treasurer and city clerk to appointed positions for the November 2022 election.
Repeat that again.
I guess I'm not accepting the recommendation, but I'm making a substitute motion that we do have the ballot measure about transitioning the office of city attorney and city clerk to appointed positions, and we direct staff to prepare and take steps to have that on the November 2022 ballot.
I'll second that.
Okay. Voting on the substitute motion. Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember Ward,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
The motion fails 2-3. So referring back to the original motion, which is to not place the measures before the ballot and to bring back policies of whether electeds should serve under the city manager. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
No.
and Mayor James.
I'm a yes and a no. I like the fact that we're going to look at those positions and how we're going to structure them. So with that, I will, with the fact that Mayor Pro Tem's motion went down, I will vote aye.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2.
4-1.
4-1. Oh, thank you.
I know my explanation was convoluted.
I'm the only no vote on that one.
Thank you. All right. So moving on. Let's see. Item D, transportation services for individuals experiencing homelessness. I think I might have a card on that one. Nope, I don't. So.
Good evening, City Council. This is Adam Atamian, Deputy Director of Community Development. I've got two items to discuss with you tonight. The first is the homeless update, and the second is item D related to transportation services. I think for simplicity's sake, it's easier if I start out with the homeless update and we can address any questions and then move on to the item. If IT could put up the December outreach report, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. So the month of December, we saw our numbers generally consistent. This is keeping in mind that the city offices were closed the last week of December, and so our community outreach worker was on the winter furlough, as most city staff are. Despite that, though, make consistent contacts and continue with our case management. The month saw a consistent number of street exits compared to the previous months. Those street exits were resulted in people being housed in an assisted living care facility. A transitional housing opportunity was provided for a chronically homeless individual, and somebody else was able to be placed in the Laguna Beach shelter in their housing program. There were a few new faces that we came across in the month of December, and we are currently working to assist those people in finding shelter or reuniting them with family. In addition to this, we were actively working with the County of Orange related to the cold weather shelter. And I'll have a little bit more information on that, but for the purposes of our outreach, we were providing transportation opportunities for that service. Unfortunately, in the month of December, we did not have any takers on that opportunity. If there are any questions, I'm more than willing to, happy to answer those related to the outreach report. Otherwise, I can move on to item D related to the transportation services.
One quick question, if I could.
Yes, Councilmember Noblock.
Adam, I noticed the numbers went down by about 3 individuals from 48 to 45. Did those folks leave town, or I'm just curious why the small drop there? We've been pretty stable.
Yes, the number of unduplicated individuals contacted, this number reflects the number of individuals that we were in contact with. We believe that we made contact with most of the homeless population. However, since we don't know what we don't know, it's hard to say that there aren't people that are hiding, so to speak. And so we can look at this and see that there is a drop in the number of people we're able to make contact with. Whether that actually represents people leaving the city, we don't have enough information to say.
All right, thank you.
Can I make one comment, Mayor James? I want to I guess thank or congratulate Adam and his team, especially the code compliance folks. We had a report of a sort of an individual structure near Pico Park. It was highly visible right there on Pico, kind of across actually from the yard where we had the camp. There were some citizen complaints. City was incredibly responsive. They followed our procedures actually that we just enacted or we read tonight, but they did that ahead of time, and they effectively removed that structure and were very responsive to the public. So thank you very much, Adam, for that. And let's keep it up. It made us all look good when you can be kind of responsive and get something done so quickly that way. So thank you.
And so I have a couple of concerns. The alley that parallels the golf course that starts at San Gabriel and goes all the way down to the hotel down the Hampton Inn. Around Christmas, before Christmas, there was an incredible amount of activity down there. People camping out in vehicles and everywhere else. Has that been an area of particular interest for your team?
Yes, that has been an area of focus, I will say, for quite a while. Related to the major locations of outreach that's reported on every month, that's a somewhat hard area to describe, but I will ensure that is reflected in that report. That's an area that we touch every single day. depending on staff, the park rangers deal with most of the encampment related debris. And our community outreach worker assists with making contact with people that need services. Part of the issue with that area is that people, they can park there except between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. And so the parking enforcement there only has a kind of a small area of time to get people moving on. And so we do see that there are times where people may have vehicles that they're in overnight. That is something I am working with the Orange County Sheriff's Department to ensure that we have consistent parking enforcement in that area. Otherwise, I have multiple staff that are addressing the issues of encampments and littering in that area.
You know, and are we dealing with property owners down there and advising them on how they can mitigate some of their homeless issues? One thing I'll suggest is the Hampton Inn and the neighboring building that's on a 0 lot line. There's about 18 inches, maybe 24 inches between those two buildings. There's just an incredible amount of trash down there. People are actually living in that area. And it seems to me the solution by the property owner would be relatively easy. Just build a fence, build a tall fence. And I don't understand why that doesn't occur.
I am aware of that issue, and I appreciate the comment. We are working with the property owners to address that. Unfortunately, this is an awkward situation where two private properties come together in a way that provides an odd access to the roof of one of them. But we are working to address that issue as well. And the property owners in that area are very responsive. This is something that they actively address, and we have communicated with them on ways that they might improve the situation. Most of the issues that we see, though, are in the parking spaces along the municipal golf course, which we are actively addressing as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
James, if I may. Adam, I just have a quick question. Sunday morning on my walk, I start at North Beach, and I'm seeing tents start to be set up again at North Beach in the parking lot. So there were 4 tents and then 2 untented encampments. I know the park rangers, you were saying they've been very successful with helping out with in the parks, but do they go to the parking lot at North Beach ever to assist our outreach coordinator with homelessness?
Councilmember Ferguson, thank you for that question as well. Yes, they do address the parking lot. They address it every day. We're dealing with a situation where we will obtain compliance and people will move to a relatively short distance away. And so tents that may seem like they're up every day actually may be not the case. We do understand that is an issue, and we are addressing it as we see it. Unfortunately, without being able to provide shelter beds that are within the southern spa area, there are some places in the city where people will be able to camp.
Thank you.
Following up on that point, I should note I jog from the North Beach area too. It's great starting point. I've noticed the tents as well. I have noticed as well to Captain Benfield over there that we have a deputy that I've seen multiple times at that location. He's familiar with the homeless individuals there, and he's working to monitor the situation until, again, as Adam said, we have a place where we can bring the people. Consistent with Martin versus Boise, we don't have any enforcement authority to force those folks to sleep somewhere else. And what I do see them doing is disassembling the tents. They know the rules. They disassemble the tents at daybreak, and then they set them up again at the night. So until we have a long-term solution, our hands are tied there. But I have been impressed that our sheriff's deputies have been making that a priority in addition to code compliance.
I would like to point out that it's dangerous to deal in antidotes, but I'm going to deal with this antidote. I know of an individual who has had permanent supportive housing for 2 years. 2 years. and he still has it today, and he's living in North Beach, and his permanent supportive housing, I don't know whether it's going empty or whether he's subletting it, but you know.
I just say we can't let one individual
I
set the
know,
rule for everyone
I
else,
can't
but
deal with
fair
anecdotes,
enough.
But I'm just pointing out that there are some levels of frustration here that we're dealing with that Adam can't resolve. Gosh, we got off the topic, Adam. Go ahead, please. Let's deal with the agenda item.
Yes, sir. So I will transition into item D. So this, the staff report identifies a few things. One is what the city is doing now in relation to providing transportation services to the cold weather shelter, and the second is to attempt to provide some additional information for the council's consideration based on some previous council discussion. So the cold weather shelter is open until March of this year, and there are 2 shelter pickup locations. We cannot take anybody directly to the shelter. The shelter has its own shuttle. Both of those pickup locations are in Santa Ana, and so what we can provide are bus tickets to Santa Ana with maps showing the direction that these folks would need to follow. And then we provide the transportation coming back, because we do need to provide that to have them come back in the city. The bus alternatives take somewhere between 2 and 2.5 hours to complete each way, but that option is provided. And city staff has provided that opportunity to multiple individuals, none of whom have taken us up on it as of yet. In terms of some of the other opportunities to provide this transportation, the city could provide something like the senior mobility shuttle that goes around town and do something like that. The cost of that shuttle is about $59,000 a year. The cold weather shelter is only open essentially for a quarter of a year. So a cost we would anticipate being similar to a quarter of that cost, though based on the amount of ridership and the distance that is traveled in that type of transportation alternative, it's not clear how close to a quarter of the city's existing senior mobility shuttle service it would actually cost. Another alternative would be providing more of a Lyft or Uber service, and that could be accomplished either individually, which would be quite expensive, or we could have vehicles that could pick up to 5 individuals at a time and transport them. Looking at how many individuals that we have in the city that are homeless, we did some numbers to come up with about what it would cost to transport 20 people per day into the cold weather shelter, and that cost would be something about $32,000 from this time until the end of the cold weather shelter's operating season of this year. So what we're recommended action for this item is to request any council input on additionally desired transportation alternatives that you see fit for staff to pursue. Otherwise, we do have the current budget and methods to continue to provide the bus service to the cold weather shelter. And with that, I'll conclude my report.
Member Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor James. I do just one question. Adam, I see there weren't any takers for the bus tickets, right, to go to the shelter. So do you foresee that changing if we offer a different mode of transportation for them, or do you expect the same?
This is based on my experience. I think that a faster method of transportation would incentivize more takers to it. How many more? I'm not really sure. we're dealing with providing resources in many areas of support, and there are simply some people that are more service resistant than others. So it's difficult to say how many more, but I would assume that we would get some more takers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock? Nothing? Councilmember Ward?
So let me ask Mr. Atamian really quick. I had the question, and then because he called on someone else, I forgot it. There was something I was going to ask you about.
I can go
I
to.
can't, yeah, I can't, it's gone. We talked about how many resources are going to other support. Oh, I know what it was. Do we know what Dana Point is doing? Because I know that they're doing something like transporting their homeless somewhere, and I don't know whether it's shelters or something. Do we know what that is?
I'm not aware of what Dana Point is doing.
Okay, so I would say to council that I think I asked that at the last meeting when we were talking about this, that I would like to know what the other cities are doing or providing, as far as if they're using something that we could tag on to. If they've already got a van going up there, maybe we could tag on to it. I'm not ready to say that we should do this when I can see that there's no takers right now. I am appreciative that maybe somebody might take them up on it, but can we please look into what Dana Point's doing first, our sister cities, and see if we could tag onto that? I said it at the last meeting. I couldn't vote on this yet without knowing that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. That would be good to know. I put this on the agenda. My interest was helping to protect the homeless during the coldest weeks or month that we have. I think we missed the moment by not doing that. They might have been takers for a program that brought people to the shuttle during those really cold weeks that we had in the past. But I think we're through that now. We haven't gotten any takers from this program. That's good information to have. So I don't think I would continue with a shuttle program at this point. We have warmer weather, and we're heading into warmer weather. The cold weather shelter is winding down. I think the only thing that I would look at perhaps is authorizing the city manager down to Adam, down to Carly, to be able to provide lift or quicker service on a very case-by-case basis, particularly cold night, something like that. Not as a regular program, but just have that flexibility. So if we see people shivering out there, we can say, hey, here's your here's a quick ride up to where the shuttle can get you to the Coldwell shelter. I think that's probably as far as I would go at this point. I agree with Councilmember Ward. We do need to look, I think, longer term at a more regional approach. But for now, that's probably where I would go.
Mayor Pro Tem, there'd be one additional component to that. I'm all for if someone is legitimately wants to seek shelter and wants help, I'm all for getting them to a warm place. However, we're going to then be faced with, Adam, am I correct here? The next morning, we're going to be faced with bringing them back to San Clemente. We would be obligated to do that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think that could be accomplished with the bus ticket back, though. I don't think we need to provide the exact same mode of transportation.
Excellent.
So
Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to suggest.
and if they don't take the bus, that's
don't come back.
not our. I mean, not that we can't control that. Let's put it that way.
Do you need to put that in a motion to give staff direction?
Yeah, I guess I would move, provide the staff direction that we not move forward with any of the discussed permanent transportation programs, but we do give flexibility to our homeless outreach coordinator to, on a case-by-case basis, provide direct transportation to the shuttle that brings you to the cold weather shelter by through Lyft, Uber, or another quick transportation service, obviously within the city manager's spending authority. That would be the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
He said aye.
you did?
Yes.
Councilmember Ward,
I was going to say, as a court reporter, we always ask to hear that audibly, and I didn't hear it. I'm an aye as long as it's that they get a bus ticket back only, and there's no direction to provide them, another way back other than a bus ticket.
is that accepted by the
Yeah,
maker
that's
of the
it. That's
motion and the
accepted.
second?
Yep.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James,
Aye.
carries 5-0.
Mayor, can we take a quick 10-minute break, please, before we finish?
Certainly.
We're going pretty well.
10-minute break. It is 7:40. Everyone be back in their seats at 7:50. Thank you. Ready to go? We're live. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next item is a report from the city attorney concerning consideration of 1, Councilmember Ferguson's claims for legal fees, 2, potential legal ramifications thereof, and 3, legal fees incurred to date by the city in response to the same. And I believe we have at least 1 written comment in card.
Does the council member have to?
Oh, Councilmember Ferguson, were you going to recuse yourself?
Well, I have a statement I'd like to provide first. I did receive 2 legal opinions on my recusal, and they were in opposition to one another's, but I'm going to err on the side of caution and recuse myself tonight. But I'd like to also request that Scott Smith, the city attorney, recuse himself tonight. The city attorney has his firm, BB&K, has benefited from all of these orchestrated attacks that the city manager, city council, and himself, the city attorney, have instigated. So these 3 items on this agenda have nothing to do with me costing the city money, but what they have done in my capacity as a council member to me. So Scott, will you be recusing tonight?
Mayor and Council, if I could answer that. We've covered that here before, but the Fair Political Practices Commission has issued an opinion looking at those very circumstances where a city attorney with a full range of legal services in their scope, as we have, can, as general counsel, give advice on special counsel items such as this. So we have no financial interest and no disqualifying financial interest in briefing the council on this. I do have the duty to defend these claims and lawsuits. And so I will say that I do have that point of view here. My defense of them is aggressive, but we have no disqualifying conflict of interest under specific advice from the FPPC.
Okay, that opinion is not probably entirely relevant. This is a very unique situation that's happened here at the city of San Clemente during my tenure here on council. So I will be filing an FPPC complaint against you tomorrow if you participate tonight, just so you're aware. And I want the public to also know that the city attorney has admitted to me in email just 2 days ago that he is not an independent voice, and therefore that alone should stipulate his recusal tonight. But I'm going to join the audience now, since you've made your decision, and I'll be providing public comments like a member of the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, it's perfectly okay for Councilmember Ferguson to be in the room and provide public comment.
The law says that when you have a personal interest as a council member, you may express that interest as any other member of the public. So yes.
Should we have public comment first or the report first?
I think it's fair to do the report first.
Okay.
I think.
Mayor, I think we should have public comment first. Get it out of the way so that we can look at the report. It's difficult when we have the report and then public comment to go back to the facts of what we're looking at. But I'll leave that up to you.
How many public comments do we have?
Well, I have 1 card. How many written?
1 written,
So 2.
Okay.
and then Councilmember Ferguson is. filling
Okay,
out
let's
the
do the
rest.
public comments.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, I have a question. Question of the city attorney. Scott, this agenda item deals with requests for legal fees. Councilwoman Ferguson, her censure, during her censure, she was represented by several lawyers. And one of those lawyers I've recently consulted on a very minor item. And I want to make sure that I don't have a conflict of interest. So I guess I'm looking at this report and looking at the various options, including paying her fees, which theoretically could involve my voting for potentially a fee for one of her lawyers. So I'm concerned about my conflict of interest.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Noblock. If I could, Mayor and Council, and I appreciate you giving me a heads up on that earlier. The That item is the first item under discussion, the first bullet. And that would be a disqualifying conflict for you if that lawyer were a source of income or gifts to you. But if not, if you're talking about a relationship that's bought and paid for on terms generally available to the public when they hire a lawyer, then it's not disqualifying.
Okay.
Scott, I have one clarifying thing that I would like to ask. What if that attorney is involved in something that involves a future city deliberation that Councilmember Noblock might want to occur? Would that be a conflict of interest?
And we'd handle that when we got there, but that would only be an issue if that individual were seeking a permit or some other quasi adjudicative approval from the city council, which I think would be unlikely in this case.
In this case or any other case?
In this case, because it would be a question of that relationship creating a bias in a future hearing. And I don't think that the lawyer we're talking about would be likely to appear as an applicant in a future hearing.
Okay.
So I think it's unlikely and not foreseeable that that could be a problem down the road.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Mayor, did you want me to jump in and present this? This was information that the council asked for at its last meeting. There were two.
Scott, we went.
Oh,
back
I'm
and
sorry,
forth.
you were going to do
We're going
public
to do
comment.
the public
I beg your
comment
pardon.
first. Thank you. We're ready.
The first comment is a written comment from Martina. Let's be clear, Councilwoman Ferguson was censured for providing public documents to the public, and all related costs occurred herein are the fault and malfeasance on the part of city management and certain current and former council members. The censure continues to be an abuse of power and public funds. The malice and motivations behind it continue and are readily apparent. It should also be noted that members of this council voted to spend public funds to go to arbitration against the CJPIA in a fourth and final attempt to have the agency provide defense coverage for Gene James in a lawsuit he is named as an individual. This cost the residents over $40,000 in a matter the city has no legal standing. Yet when the city brought political censure against Councilwoman Ferguson in action within their purview, the city actively sought to have coverage denied by the CJPIA. This is not just a double standard, it's completely incongruent. It's also obvious that the only clear winner in this continues to be BBK, who billed the city to persecute Laura, who billed the city to review the CPRAs in regards to these actions, who billed the city litigate against the FOIA requests, and who billed the city to litigate against the request for coverage on behalf of Laura's legal team. It should also be noted that it would be more cost effective to resolve the request for coverage than to defend against it. Although had the city been mindful stewards of taxpayer dollars, they wouldn't have begun this painful and punitive endeavor in the first place. I also believe that the support of this motion by Mayor James and Councilmember Ward was pretextual, and that eventually there will be another attempt to have the city provide coverage in the matter of Bieber versus James.
First speaker is Amanda Kitania, followed by Laura Ferguson.
Yes. When looking at these three claims regarding Councilmember Ferguson, only two items should be addressed, specifically the payment of legal fees. One, the claims for damages and legal fees related to the censure of Councilmember Ferguson on November 23rd, 2020, and personal complaint investigation of Councilmember Ferguson legal fee demands. Furthermore, the city should not have included ongoing litigation and open discussion when it was a closed session discussion matter. Councilmember Ferguson's attorney made it perfectly clear that there was no wrongdoing in the personal complaint investigation. Then in her censure, the city found no wrongdoing in that as well. In other words, Councilmember Ferguson prevailed in both of these matters. Prevailing against these allegations should carry some reimbursement of legal representation. Additionally, the city hired Tally and Tally Law, specifically Miss Tally, as an open special counsel engagement with the city. Therefore, the city can hire its own attorney for the censure, and surely Ms. Ferguson should have legal representation too. In regards to the personal complaint, the complaint asserted that the council member Ferguson's communications had harassed, bullied, and created a hostile work environment. This complaint occurred solely during council member Ferguson's capacity as a city council member. While I agree that it's important to investigate these allegations, this should have been resolved by the director of HR and certainly not by a third party. However, the city manager took it upon himself to hire Norman Traub and Associates to investigate an employee complaint. The city manager is at fault for violating the city's personnel policy 16.3, which requires an internal investigation by human resource directors or his or her standing designee department head. The city manager violated city policy and hired a third-party investigator. This is a prime example where the city manager should not have carte blanche with his spending authority. However, it did not stop there. Traub and Associates hired Ms. Exton to investigate the allegations of harassment and bullying and hostile work environment. Ms. Exton found that Ms. Ferguson did not engage in actionable harassment, bullying, or conduct that created a hostile work environment, as those terms are defined by the Fair Employment and Housing Act, solely because the conduct did not appear to be based on the employee's inclusion in a protected class. This statement was within Ms. Exton's notes, and she knew from the moment that she wrote down those words that the investigation was over. At this point, the city should have concluded its investigation. However, it continued with greater expense and with little regard to the council member Ferguson. The city manager and the city attorney retained Ms. Borkenheim, an attorney who engaged in invasive and demeaning conduct that impugned council member Ferguson's character on personal and at professional levels, even rendering unqualified medical opinions, which is out of her scope of practice. This whole investigation was against city policy and it was improper. Councilmember Ferguson had no other choice but to hire an attorney since it pertained to some serious allegations that fell under her tenure as a city council member, and she should be awarded city legal fees. Thank you.
Hi, Deputy City Clerk, would you mind putting up my slide for the duration of my 3 minutes? This item tonight is pure harassment. It appears that this attack on me is based on a lie. I am costing the city legal fees. All three of these issues that have been reported in tonight's agenda report were instigated by the city, not by me. First, I'm shocked that Chris, who said in a Facebook post as Mayor Pro Tem, I work across party lines to help improve our quality of life. Chris will see if this statement is true tonight. You made this public, which was not appear to be an effort to work across party lines. So I hope I'm wrong. Second, Jean and Kathleen, for you two, this was a clear frontal attack to harass me once again, just like your censure of me and the city's costly investigation of me using taxpayer dollars to attack a rival. This is a agenda report recommended by James and Ward, but there's no mention of Mayor James and Councilmember Ward in this agenda report, but it demonstrates that the council majority, city manager, and city attorney instigated wasteful political attacks, harassing me and costing the taxpayers precious funds, time, and energy that took away from city business serving them. The censure was a legal farce. The censure hearing was even more of a joke. At the end of the hearing, the council was supposed to independently evaluate and vote. Instead, Scott Smith wrote up the findings of fact and conclusions and informed the council what they should do, even though they hired a special attorney, Tally, to represent them and left me on my own. It was only logical that I would defend myself from these claims. Withholding of documents plotting the censure of me is the second item. Here you'll see just one page of 8 pages of 128 emails that have been withheld from me in plotting my censure. This is a privilege log, which BB&K, which has assigned a couple of attorneys on the case to fight my attorney, provided. So we get to see how long and how long this was plotted over 1.5 years to plot a censure of little old me and 128 emails and communications in which there's probably 5 attorneys in here, council members and staff and the city attorneys. So I filed my CPRA lawsuit so that I could legally obtain these records that I'm entitled to have, and any member of the public is entitled to have. A third item, hiring of an outside investigator. The city manager entered into a $25,000 contract to investigate an internal complaint that my email harassed, bullied, and created a hostile work environment in which I was completely exonerated. So there was no actionable harassment, bullying, or hostile work environment. Yet the investigator wrote a 30-page report with 40-something pages of exhibits to just do a hit piece on me, which was completely unrelated to what she was hired to do. I have asked the city manager in multiple emails why or who instructed her to do that, but he hasn't responded yet. So I simply want the city to remedy this, meet with me, as I've offered many times, to solve this once and for all and end all these wasteful costs. Thank you.
Okay. So we've had public comments. And
ready for the report.
There,
ready for the report.
We just got another card. Do you want that?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay, it's Debbie Flowers.
Sorry, I had another meeting. Good evening, council members. From day one, the city manager, city attorney, and council majority have seen Councilmember Ferguson as a political threat who ran on transparency, fiscal accountability, and in changing our city's management and city attorney. She was elected by the people of San Clemente for these reasons, but these goals are not supported by the unelected bureaucrats and council that supports the status quo. Why is it that just about every initiative Laura brings forward is shot down? Why is the majority of council opposed to accountability, transparency, and fiscal responsibility? You win all the time, and you continue to keep records that she as a council member should have access to without having to do public records requests. She has not been afraid to stand alone in her votes. She sides with the people. She knows the people are her boss, not the unelected city manager and city attorney, and certainly not her fellow council members. She will not go along to get along and has stuck true to her campaign promises. And for this, you seek to get her by wasting city funds, my taxpayer dollars, for your personal political vendettas. What is not included in this report are the other forms of harassment against Councilmember Ferguson. She shared with me that she endured physical abuse from Councilman Chris Ham, who would kick her under the dais during council meetings and block her path of travel. There have been other council members who have verbally abused her. This has been shared, documented, and witnessed by the city attorney and then Mayor Dan Bain, who sat by and watched and did absolutely nothing. I, along with others in this community, have seen this email documenting this to both the city council and city attorney when it happened. In late 2020, the city council passed a policy that was written by the city attorney to withhold confidential documents for closed session discussion from her. After nearly a year of being denied documents for closed session, the Dillon Law Group helped Councilmember Ferguson in writing Scott Smith a letter to remedy this improper practice. Under the claim that the city council approved the policy, the city attorney and city clerk would not accept her acknowledgement email that the city was withholding confidential documents from her. Councilmember Ferguson now uses the Dillon Law Group's acknowledgement language, and as of a month ago, she now receives closed session documents and can make informed decisions. This is my opinion. In my opinion, not only represents harassment, but also a hostile work environment created by you towards Councilmember Ferguson, and not the other way around. Maybe if her name was Jean James, this wouldn't be a matter for discussion. Thank you.
More.
City attorney.
Mayor and council, the city council asked that this information be brought back at its last meeting. It's summarized here. I'm available for questions and elaboration on it. We tried to assemble this using records that are in the public domain, either complaints or claims or other documents that are public records. So the point here wasn't to waive privilege, but to provide in public form what we could. At its heart, if I could just say, this does arise from activities dating back a couple of years now, almost. But the essence of it is that there are the main subject of the claims has to do with Councilmember Ferguson's threat to sue the city for civil rights damages during the censure that has been mentioned previously, and to seek records relating to the city's consultation with its lawyers about its defense. So it's pretty simple in my mind that if you bring a claim or you file a lawsuit against the city, then the city has protected consultations with its lawyers. But believe it or not, the vast majority of fees on both sides of these matters are about that core issue. And then beyond that, if I could just speak for myself and my department, the accusation is that city over defends itself in defending claims and lawsuits brought against it. And I will just say that I am happy and proud that my instructions for this body are that when it is sued, that we defend those lawsuits vigorously. We inform the council, we check in with them. I don't get to make any of those decisions on my own. They have to be on terms that are within the council's budget set for us. But yes, when the city is named in a lawsuit, no matter who brings it, then we go all out in its defense. So unless you have other questions, and I'm happy to answer them with the information that's provided.
Councilmember Ward.
I will try. So many things have been said that would be difficult to answer all of them. I would say that from what I've heard from Councilmember Ferguson, it appears that she thinks that all of this arised out of her censure. In fact, one of the people that came to talk to her said that from day one, the council seems to appear to have had it out for her, and these are just pure political attacks. I will state unequivocally that the censure was probably the most unpolitical thing that I have ever done. Had nothing to do with political. They're calling it a political censure. They're trying to put a label on it as that. It was not that. It arose out of many things happening to staff, and actually a claim by our ex-city manager of harassment. And there was other things going on that we were aware of that the public is definitely not aware of what's going on in the background. The censure was something that was necessary to be done. I think the council gave it a lot of care, and when we looked at it, we erred on the side of caution, and we censured her on things that were clearly violations of ethics and crossed the line. And we had evidence of that. We didn't just merely censure her on things that we thought and that we thought were unethical. There was clear evidence of that. And to say otherwise doesn't reflect anything of what happened. It's interesting that they said that there's payment of legal fees, that's all this is, that we should pay for those. The council, it's already been said, we did not have an attorney represent us whatsoever, and especially individually, we didn't have our own attorneys. And it's been said that that's all this is, and that we shouldn't, that her fee should be paid also because we had attorneys. in saying that there was no wrongdoing in the censure, I don't understand that whatsoever, because I think the council found that there is wrongdoing. We're the only ones that can hold each other accountable. And Ms. Ferguson doesn't seem to appreciate the fact that we have never brought up the censure. And there was plenty of opportunities to do it. We've never done that. If we really wanted to go after her and politicize this, I would have answered every single reporter that wrote to me and asked me to say something. I did not. I thought the censure spoke for itself, and what the council did spoke for itself. There was no need to try to do anything like that. To say that we wanted to do this, and this is purely political, it just does not reflect what we did. I don't agree that there was no wrongdoing in the censure. I agree that's the very fact of what the censure was. Tally was not our attorney. She didn't create a trying to say that there was a hostile work environment. There's also been something said that we are over litigating this and we didn't need to hire a third-party investigator. We absolutely had to. That is there was a complaint from our staff members. We are duty bound to hire an investigator to look into that. And so these things are just not true of what's being said. Pure harassment, I would submit that the council would like to just do the business of the city and respect each other and get that done and have our staff respected. But we don't want to have our staff be attacked. And all of that they are getting attacked over is trying to get documents that Ms. Ferguson, until very recently, wouldn't say that these were confidential closed session documents. And I would ask, one thing I would like to ask our city attorney, there was something said that only Dillon Law Group came up with something that she could sign. Scott, haven't you been working this whole time to try to get something agreed to that Ms. Ferguson would sign to state that these documents are confidential and she won't share them? So I would like to know what your participation was in trying to get that.
Well, I will say that I thought the conversations with the Dillon Law Group on this issue were productive, but I think that we went full circle and ended up with the solution that I'd proposed a long time ago.
Okay, so it's not just, it's being made out that we didn't try to get this done. We also, as a council, I believe this council sitting here, we hired specialists in government law and ethics and the issue of confidentiality in documents. We hired them to come and give us a class. Every single one of us attended it, except Councilmember Ferguson. So if you look at what the council has been trying to do this whole time is trying to resolve this issue. And Councilmember Ferguson is not participating. And instead she's filing claims. And what I'm seeing is $178,000, over $178,000 for the initial censure, and then another $57,000 roughly in this second action that she's taken. None of what I heard her say is true, and I can actually testify and will ever testify to anyone that none of the accusations that she has said have been anything that has been in my consciousness that I have tried to do to Councilmember Ferguson. I simply want to get the business of the city done. But I also want to protect our employees and protect the city. We've had several legal things that have been going on, especially with the toll road. And it's been very difficult over these 3 years to keep that confidential and to be able to fight them. with her being on the council, because she believes everything should be out in the open. And when you're fighting something that the residents very much care about and is going to change your city, you need to be able to have the discussions that the council has and have them be confidential. So that's just me trying to answer some of what was said. I don't believe in what has been said so far. I think it's completely the opposite. And if the public knew, in fact, I think the public does know. Councilmember Ferguson doesn't know all of the interactions that we have with the public, but I've had many, many people coming up to me and saying, you know what, the censure, it had to be done. We were seeing what was happening and we don't like it. We want the city council to just do the work of the council. So I think that's what we've done. But I'm certainly, I'm not going to be for going forward trying to pay Councilmember Ferguson's fees that her attorneys have run up. And one of the things I want to say that's very disconcerting is Mr. Malamud comes in and out. He's her attorney. He's not her attorney. If he's her attorney, he's coming up and talking to us. He shouldn't be. I don't believe he should be doing that. But he chooses when and where he wants to be her attorney. And I think it just is indicative of what we're seeing in this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Noblock, please.
Thank you, Mayor Ward. In looking at this item, it's hard to figure out exactly what happened and who's responsible and who's not. Oftentimes there's a major difference in opinion of what truth is and what reality is, and that's why we have courts of law. And oftentimes, actually just about all the time, one of the parties to the lawsuit loses. And representing the city's taxpayer dollars, my inclination in just about every lawsuit that we have is to not waste legal fees. Legal fees benefit nobody but the lawyers involved. And my inclination on this case and every other case is that we seek mediation and resolution if possible. Gene, when you agendized this item, I appreciated what your comments were. You said, this needs to be vetted. We need to get this issue behind us. There's been a lot of water under the bridge, words to that effect, and we need to get this behind us. So, my inclination would be to support any effort to mediate a resolution of these lawsuits and propose a settlement of some sort that safeguards the city treasury, at the same time making sure that documents are disclosed. I'm a strong advocate for transparency. And going back, I wasn't on the council when this issue was heard, but in my opinion, that opinion poll that Probolski produced should have been public, and it was astonishing to me that this council took the position that it should have remained private. But again, that's another story. That's a difference of opinion. Difference of opinion is what makes any community thrive. So my only comment is I'm sorry to see the resources that have been wasted and consumed in this issue. I'd like to see a resolution, and I would support a mediation and proposed settlement if one is possible.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
My singular purpose is not political. It's to do the very best for the city in my judgment. That's what I strive to do every day. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm not going to obligate the city to do something that the city is not obligated to do for a side reason and expend public funds just to make something go away. So the way I see it is we have fees demanded with regard to the censure, and we have our joint powers insurance agency taking over the claim. I don't know why we would do anything other than have them continue to handle that claim. That's why we pay for that insurance. Rid of mandate. As an attorney, I would never waive the attorney-client privilege under any circumstances. I think we've got to continue down that path. If there are options to resolve any records that are not covered by attorney-client privilege, I would be opposed to that. And the personnel claim and investigation, I mean, I think that the city's rules are clear on that, there's no claim to representation during the investigative process. That's what was happening. The city provided some fees. I don't think there's any entitlement to beyond that, and it would be irresponsible to pay anything beyond that and what the city rules allow for. So that's where I would stand on that. So again, I'm governed by what the rules are, what are the best interests for the city, and hopefully we can resolve that here and move on.
So my concern is when I look at this, well, first, let me address something. The city manager, his spending authority is $50,000. The only way to resolve this issue is to bring it to council, to either pay these bills or not pay these bills. This is no attempt, there's no attempt here to shame anyone, no, on my part, no attempt to do anything other than bring these bills into the light of day and talk about it. As it relates to the censure, the JPIA has picked up, I think there's a claim of $80,000. So our insurance has picked up the $80,000. Whether they pay it or not, that is going to be a matter between them and Councilmember Ferguson's attorneys and Councilmember Ferguson. However, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, prior to tendering it to the JPIA, did we not expend $98,000 in legal fees?
It's not that much, but if you look at page 9E-2,
okay,
there's a paragraph legal fees incurred to date. So the proceeding itself had fees on the city side of $19,079, not at $19,079. There was a threat of a claim, attempts to settle it, and other defense before the $80,000 demand was presented. And so those were incurred before the claim was finally submitted.
But nonetheless, we had 19,000
Plus
42,000 and almost 38,000, did we not?
Yeah, and then the 38 is even after the JPI accepted tender of the matter, Public Records Act requests relating to the matter have continued to come in.
Okay.
And that's what that is.
Now I understand.
Mhm.
So,
But I'm sorry, in defense of the claim itself as it stands now, the city's not expending any money. Why would you when it's covered by your
but we would
carrier?
we'd have, if there are further PRA requests,
They don't do that for you.
they do that for you.
The JPI does not cover those.
That's what I thought. So we are still subject to incurring costs.
To the extent those demands keep coming in. Yeah.
Then there's the writ of mandate. And the city has spent $33,591 on that.
Yeah, in defense to date, that case is proceeding to discovery next.
Okay. So then.
And can I interrupt, Mayor?
Please.
That is an obligation of the city to defend because writs are not covered by
No,
your
I
carrier.
got that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
well, thank you for clarifying that. Then we have the allegation of harassment by a city employee. And now Councilmember Ferguson's attorney has a demand of $65,000 there. Am I correct?
Yeah, as was indicated, yes, as was indicated earlier, the city's policy entitles employees to representation in their interview with an investigator. And to be on the safe side and to be conservative, that opportunity was provided to Councilmember Ferguson.
To be clear, though,
But-
we're not employees.
Right, you're not employees, but again, to be careful and to be generous and to be conservative, the opportunity to have representation in the meeting with the investigator was afforded her. The only problem is that the demand and the time spent ran way past what's allocated under your personnel policies.
So then, from a city perspective, as it relates to this situation, we have spent $40,000 in legal fees. Does that include the $25,000 with Miss, is it Exton, whatever?
I think it
I
does.
don't know. I
I'm
think
sorry.
those might have just been BBK.
It might
I
just
think
be
so.
us.
So there's another 25,000
Correct.
there.
Right.
And there's $16,818 in PRA requests. So altogether, on the city side, that's like $190,000 plus the $25,000 with the investigator. These costs are staggering. With all that being said, I have no agenda here other than putting all this behind us and creating some normalcy here on the dais. I'm not sure how my other council members feel, but Councilmember Knobloch's suggestion of some sort of mediation may be very appropriate. I would like to have a third party review these bills that the city has incurred. So we can look at the public and say, there wasn't overbilling here, or we can look at the public and say, there was overbilling here. I don't know. All I want to do is create transparency to this. This is why I did not want this in closed session. I wanted this in open session. Where do we go from here, Drew?
Well, there's been some interest in the billing by our city attorney and BB&K. I gotta say, we just very recently did an audit and they came out saying that BBK was doing everything more than appropriately. Yeah, it wasn't a forensic audit or something, but it was a pretty thorough review. I don't know why we would dig back into that subject. I mean, sure, let's get some more information from BBK about the subjects that council members have asked about, but to me, I don't think we need to go down the road of reviewing whether it's 190 or it should have been 175,000. It's a lot of money to defend against all these claims by our own council member. We want to move past that. I'm not a big fan of censure, but I wasn't here for that. That's done. We all need to move on, get back to the city's business. So again, if there was money here that I felt like was a justified claim, I'd say, yeah, to pay it. It doesn't exist here. There's no money that's due for any of these fees. Everything's being covered. We did the appropriate thing. And I would say, let's let the JPIA handle their business. Let's let our attorneys in the existing PRA lawsuit continue to defend that and find a way to settle it if they can. And the personnel investigation, that's a done.
Are we able to refer the $65,000 to the JPIA? Will they tender that claim?
I think that's been tendered.
Kind
HR,
of the initial claim that was filed for the legal fees associated to the censure.
Right,
the-
that's the 80,000.
no,
For the investigation.
the harassment, the 65,000 in the harassment investigation.
There has not, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a claim submitted for that.
But there's been a
There's just
demand.
been the
There's
bill.
There's been a bill, but yeah, not a claim. And I don't even know if we have a physical
I think
bill.
we'll talk to HR about that. We talked about that. It might have been that it clearly arose under contract, not tort. And therefore it wasn't tendered, but I don't know. We can figure that out with risk
Councilmember
management.
Ward, I have a question for you. Councilmember Knobloch's suggestion of some sort of bringing in some sort of mediator, would you find that acceptable?
I was thinking about that when you were all talking about it, but I have to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Duncan that this is governmental accounting. If we're looking at, I would like to know, are you looking at the accounting aspect and what we did to defend, or are you just trying to figure out a way forward?
A way forward.
Okay, so how would this be different this time than what we've done the whole last year? Because I think we did this and it came before council and we decided that, we were asked to remove the censure and we didn't do that. So how would this be different this time?
Fundamentally so, I think. Council, not the city attorney, not the city manager, would appoint a third-party mediator.
To mediate what portion here?
Well, not the 80K.
Yeah.
But certainly the 65,000 if the JPIA does not accept tender of that $65,000 claim.
But that 65,000 is in relation to an employee matter that we were duty bound to do what we did. And I would also state that Councilmember Ferguson did not, even though we afforded her limited counsel to prepare her to talk to the investigator, I don't believe she did so. So she did not participate in the investigation, but just deemed that, we're just going after her for no reason.
Working against her
But I have to say, I mean, I generally like mediation, but if someone just tenders you a bill for services that you didn't ask for and that they're not entitled to do, why do you pay the bill?
Right. So
ultimately,
medium, but there's no medium here. The money's
Right.
due.
I think that's where
ultimately,
I'm at too.
ultimately, a court of law will decide whether the money's owed or not, and whether the city acted properly in hiring a consultant to do a personnel analysis that the city manager or the HR department is charged with doing. A court will decide that. And courts, I got to tell you, when it comes to transparency and public trust, the courts tend to give leeway to people who are doing battle against Goliath. And in this case, the city is Goliath, and Laura, I don't want to cross gender her, but she would be David in this scenario. So my point is, Chris, to your comment, mediation is always a reasonable thing to do. Mediators don't decide cases. Mediators try to come up with a reasonable solution to the legitimate differences that people have in lawsuits. We have several claims, several suits. It's not a waste of taxpayer money, improper, illegal, or fattening to try to resolve this matter and put it behind us. The majority of us were not on the council when several of us were not on the council when a lot of these matters occurred. And I agree with Mayor James concerning his desire to put this matter behind us, if it's possible. May not be possible, and in which case a court of law will look at every fact and make every decision and start ruling on these legal fees. I'd like to avoid that if possible, because I think 9 times out of 10, a settlement is always better than a jury verdict. Always.
So Mayor, before we talked about doing that, why don't we tender that matter? And I want to make sure we actually have, do we actually?
Remember, the attorney has gone out of the way to say that he's not making a claim. And he's actually.
I know, I was just going to
clarified
mention
that.
that. So we don't even have a tender of a claim.
The reason we don't
We
get
didn't have that.
is because they say that they're not threatening litigation, right? So
Okay.
we're not actually in court or anywhere near it. They've said, "No, we're not doing that. We're just making a demand. We're just giving you a bill and saying pay it." At this point. So I think it'd be premature at this point.
So Mayor, yeah, I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that we're trying to settle something that the other side does not want to settle and keeps making accusations and to the city, but there's not actually any claim. So I think we did that earlier last year, and we didn't get anywhere. So I don't think we should on our own do that. I think we should wait to see what happens, but I would agree. That was my next question, if we actually had a claim. But it's hard to tell because you have an attorney that is not an attorney and then he is an attorney. And so it's difficult at best for any of us to keep track of what this is. Mayor, I don't think we should, because we don't actually have anything to mediate right now. A lot of accusations, but no claim.
So the sense I get, we're not going anywhere with this evening, unfortunately. And we have eaten up probably 35 minutes.
Well, I appreciate what you said, but after the written of what Councilmember Ferguson said and all the people she had come and talk and accuse the city of things, I don't think we have anything that we can do.
I'm gonna make a motion that we receive and file.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Noblock,
You're muted.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
You're muted.
Aye.
okay. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0-1 with Councilmember Ferguson recused.
So I have one other thing in regards to this matter. And do we need to have, city attorney, do we need to have an FPPC ruling on this, on Councilmember Ferguson? I don't know whether this is a gift or whether this is a debt. When she fills out her Form 700, I think she needs some guidance on what this looks like while it's in limbo. Would that be correct?
Well, an individual council member has the ability to ask for that advice, and so does a city council. So that would be up to the council and her to decide if that advice is necessary. I don't know the background of those engagements, and so I certainly couldn't issue an opinion on it.
Okay.
But she and or the council could seek that guidance.
Is there any appetite in the council to seek that guidance, or is that?
I think that would be Councilmember Ferguson. She can make her own decision about that, and she's
Agreed.
responsible for that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, Councilmember Ferguson. We've concluded.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, next item is a report from the assistant to the city manager concerning review and consideration of eliminating consultants related to the toll road. And we do have one card. If you'd like to have that now or later.
We have a report.
We have a brief report.
Let's have the report.
Good evening, council members. Jennifer Savage, assistant to the city manager. On December 21st, 2021, the city council asked staff to prepare a report regarding the consideration of eliminating consultants related to the toll roads. And so this report provides some brief background. We did have contracts with consultants related to toll road matters. And as identified in the staff report, 2 of those contracts ended on November 30th, 2021. And at the direction of the toll road subcommittee, the city manager did not renew those contracts. Similarly, on December 31st, 2021, a 3rd contract expired and that contract was not renewed. That's the end of staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Public comment.
Mayor, can I just ask Ms. Savage, so that concludes any of the contracts that we have with the consultants for the toll road?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad to see it, and we'll move that we receive and file a report.
But we do have one speaker.
Comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nia.
Hello, council members. I have a presentation on this. First of all, hopefully it'll come up. Oh, there we go. Next screen, please. Why does the city pay for TCA consultants since the TCA stopped its plans for toll roads? Our previous city council hired the IBI group to do a traffic study that proved that we didn't need a toll road through San Clemente. On March 12th, 2020, the TCA directors voted to approve the Los Patrones Parkway extension, and that was Director Ward. Next slide, please. What did the CEO of the TCA say about our consultants back in 2020 to one of our residents? Next slide. But how can you complain about our contracts for work in Sacramento when your city approves of 4 at much higher cost and without any clarity into the scope of work? If you don't find that a double standard, I'm confused on what you consider appropriate. You have folks breaking the city's policies and zero visibility on dollars. It's a shame that the TCA knows that there's some wrongdoing here. Next slide, please. Some of these consultants and their costs: Estrella McCallie, $286,770.36. AKA Englander, Canabie and Allen, $115,000. Tower Marketing Investments, $85,000. The Tally Company, $65,000. Roos and Company, $57,000. A total of $608,770. Next slide, please. According to the agenda report, as she had mentioned, 2 of them, Tower Marketing and Englander, Canabie and Allen, ended in November 30th. Roos and Company ended on December 31st. Next slide, please. How about ending the contracts with Estrella McCallie for $286,770.36 and the Off-Tally Group for $65,000. So that would be a savings of $343,770 per year, and or $28,647.53 per month. Sorry. Next slide, please. What did these consultants do? I fought against the toll road for 4.5 years, and I only saw one comment regarding a letter, and it was mentioned in the grand jury report regarding a prayer, and so that was just one incident. Here, EK basically emailing city staff. I really think that we want to do it to coincide with the vote on Tuesday. So what are they doing? They're basically monitoring our city council meetings and how you all are voting. And so basically I'm wondering, how much influence do they have on how the city council members vote? Next slide, please. EK is asking if someone is a San Clemente resident in this toll road. Is this a toll road matter? No. So I'm just really concerned that we got to stop these consultants and paying that, and it's done. It's over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a motion?
Yes, and I'll second that motion.
Okay, before we vote, I have some discussion, Mayor.
Please.
Please, thank you very much. I had suggested this be placed on the agenda because we do spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants over the years without receiving any presentations to the public at council meetings as to what they do or ever see any work product. So that's problematic when you're spending $500,000 every year, because the 5 consultants totaled $528,000 a year. But as the speaker noted, 2 are missing from tonight's agenda report, the Stan Offley and Estrella. They have worked on toll road related matters. So that's really important. And also I wanted to note that one of these consultants in particular, it's called EKA, a couple of years ago, it was just very alarming to me that they had a contract with our city that was under the city attorney. It was approved to be under the city manager. Then it was under the city attorney after 6 months. And they were supposed to only the city was supposed to only pay them $150,000. At the time, it was like $600,000, but they've probably been paid, I would guess, close to $1 million. And I don't even know what they've done. So I'm really happy to see once and for all, since I've been really talking about this for some time, that we're finally going to end these. And particularly since I'll read a quote from Kathy Ward in the newspaper, that city leaders have fought planning that included extending the 241 through town. No more if or maybe. So it's really time. And this was a couple months ago. But I would like to ask of staff, what about the other two, the Stan Offley Group and Aprea, which will total still over 240,000 a year or so? Why aren't those included in here?
Hi, yes, thank you for the question, and certainly City Manager, feel free to jump in if I don't say it correctly. The first one, oh, sorry, it's not up there. The Aprea one, that firm was helping us with total road matters, but they also serve as our lobbyist, and at the present time are focusing on obtaining a large amount of funds for activities in San Clemente to support the residents and the regional benefits that the residents of the city of San Clemente have for parks and beaches. One specific example is working on state funding for sand replenishment.
That's
The other-
Aprea, but the council a couple meetings ago approved, I think 5,000 a month for a federal lobbyist.
That's correct. So there's two separate efforts. And the sand replenishment at the state level is just one example of what Aprea is working on.
And what else does he do? You said other regional type things. We never hear from these consultants.
Yeah,
They-
so he serves as our lobbyist at the state level. There's a lot of legislation that's going through at the state for a host of issues, not limited to sand replenishment. Housing is one example. Coastal issues is another example. There's a very large list of efforts that he serves for us at the state level.
Okay, how about he provide an update to us? I know I complained about just not ever knowing what he did a couple years ago, and he did provide a memo one time because I complained, and then never again. But it would be nice to know, since we're paying him 15,000 a month, to know what he's doing and to provide just in writing. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. In fact, our invoices for all these consultants, which is alarming that they never even had to itemize what they do. They don't have to give away strategy, but had 6 meetings, right? Had created 2 public outreach campaigns, but nothing. They're just invoices. They come to us and they're paid just with the amount called retainer is about all we get as a description. So I'd like to propose that we have some kind of updates from these consultants that are going to be retained going forward. So we just don't,
Yeah,
pay them and know nothing. But could you explain the other company, Stand Offley? What
Yeah,
they are doing?
that contract, there's been no determination made on that. At this point, it did expire December 31st, 2021.
Okay, so after I agendize, okay. All right, well, let's see here. So it's a receive and file. I'd actually like to make a motion tonight that we most definitely include the Stan Offley one since it expired. So all 4 of those contracts go away, since now we don't have this looming threat of the toll road. And then, so that would be my motion to include that. And then also the remaining consultant, Aprea, that we actually receive, it could be a memo form, an email, but we actually receive a monthly write-up of what that person is working on, or that team. I don't know how many work at that company. I've never actually seen that person in person. So that's my motion for tonight. Just more accountability and fiscal responsibility. I think it'd be helpful. Thank you.
So your motion is Offley goes away.
Yes, along with these others, right? Offley goes away.
Well, the others have gone away.
Yeah.
So
Add Offley to the 3
add
that are on
Offley,
this
I'm
list,
good with that.
and then the
And
other
then a monthly update
of
from
activities.
the Aprea group.
Yeah, an activities report.
So you're good with that?
Councilmember Ferguson, would you change that to quarterly?
Yes, I will.
Okay, quarterly update. That'd probably be more information.
To the motion, I'm supportive of the motion. I would like to see a copy of the contract that we have with Aprea and Mitchell. I'm a little baffled how we shifted from a TCA lobbyist to beaches and parks, sand, housing, coastal. It's nice that they're doing all that work. I'd like to see a copy of the contract. If you could circulate that, Mr. City Manager, to the council members.
Councilmember Noblock, that's not a problem. I do want to point out, when we hired Aprea and McKaylee, originally it was for hospital-related issues as it related to legislation that Senator Bates and Assemblyman Bill Bro brought forward in terms of a standalone ER. Our contract is for advocacy services for the city. So one month it may be that, the next month it could be something different, but we'll get that contract to you.
Okay, and the contract spells out the various types of functions they're performing.
The contract spells out that they provide legislative advocacy services for the city.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that contract. Thank you. I'm in support of the motion.
That was your second? Was that a second?
Oh, I think Kathy seconded.
Well, I think I made the motion to receive and file. Kathy seconded it, and then we had an amendment by Laura. So I'm not sure if Laura's was a substitute motion or.
I think it was in addition to, she added to it, and I seconded it with the friendly amendment that it be a quarterly report
Okay.
of activities.
That's fine.
Okay, as the original maker, I'm in agreement with that.
City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay. Next item is item G, report from the Economic Development Officer concerning an exclusive negotiating agreement with Cypress Express Partners regarding the city-owned parcel at the southwest corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata. And we do have some written comments as well as some cards when you're ready for them.
Let's hear.
Okay.
First comment is from Martina. Good evening, council. Please do not try to sell or lease the land Cypress or any other gas station car wash developer. Please do not try and convince us that residents of Talega want this. Please do not try and convince us that we need the money. Please do not try and convince us that the money will go to pay down the unfunded pension liabilities. Please do listen to the majority of your constituents who are against this proposal. This land should be used as a complement to the sports park and would make an ideal location for pickleball courts. The issue of pickleball courts in residential parks has been ongoing for some time now and could easily be remedied by using this location. Additional space available should be used for a snack stand or a rental space for food trucks. Thank you, Martina. Next comment is from Sharon Williams. On September 2nd, 2021, I attended the community engagement event in regards to the development of the La Plata Hermosa lot. I watched closely while documenting the feedback, and there was a resounding no to a car wash gas station. That is also the same response I have heard from every person I've spoken with about the potential use of that land. Furthermore, late last year, I personally met with Chris Duncan, and he boasted that he was against development in San Clemente and wanted to preserve San Clemente exactly how it is. He also spoke about how Ferguson and Noblock were pro-development. I pointed out to him that what he was telling me wasn't an accurate assessment of reality, as it was he who was working on the development of the La Plata Hermosa parcel, while the two he claims to be pro-development were actually the two who are vocally and on record against it. I shared those experiences for two reasons. First, because integrity matters, and second, because it appears some of our elected officials aren't actually listening and representing the public. I live close to La Plata Hermosa, and in the springtime, I am at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park 4 days a week. What our community needs are businesses that serve the area while also enhancing the sports park and elevating that part of San Clemente as it is an entry point from the inland cities. What we don't need are council members who are willing to give access of that land to a car wash developer. Putting such a loud and bright eyesore like a car wash literally right next to where our first responders sleep would be an unfortunate legacy of this council. Not to mention there's already a car wash around the corner by Lowe's, another at the Pico I-5 off-ramp, and yet another just further down Pico at El Camino Real. I hope some real consideration of what is best for our community long-term is considered instead of what is best for local car wash developers. Sharon Williams, San Clemente resident.
Okay, and the first three cards will be Amanda Kitania, Lori Gooch, Brett Blanchard.
Hello, council members. I'm very concerned why the La Plata gas station is back on the agenda. San Clemente residents attended the community engagement event and there was strong opposition to the gas station, car wash, market, shopping center, what have you. I'm very concerned why the city didn't come back and discuss the community engagement event, what the public comments were. The residents have spoken about their strong opposition regarding this and why haven't we heard about that? Basically, there were many people that spoke in opposition, that spoke with the developers about our concerns. And I brought up the concerns regarding the fast track that was coming down from La Plata, and that this new traffic from this shopping center, the gas station market, would create more traffic, especially because it's right next to a fire station. As we know, seconds do matter. And, was very concerned regarding that. And there was a question regarding zoning because they were under the impression it was zoned for light industrial, and I don't think it was, or I don't think it is. So my concerns is that, I think that it should be within the sports park, like someone had suggested a pickleball, and I think someone else made that suggestion as well. And I think that's very important. Keep it all in their sports park area. And but either way, I would love to have, as an open space for any community events, pumpkin patches or anything like that, or, little taco stands or whatever, what have you. But I really think that you really need to listen to the residents, and we don't want this. Thank you very much.
One point two miles from the subject site at 901 Avenida Pico is the gas station and car wash. We don't need another. Demand doesn't call for it. I know you believe you are doing the right thing. When you see the revenue the station is projected to generate, especially from the SC Times article, I mean, that amount of money is staggering. It seems almost like a no-brainer decision, but the revenue is only projected. It's not guaranteed. And we have already experienced gas stations that have failed to generate their projected revenue. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, you mentioned these blighted closed gas stations, plural gas stations along El Camino Real during your campaign. Station closed for years, decades now, instead of generating the revenue they should have been generating now and all those years past. And these stations closed when there weren't alternatives to cars like there are car ownership like there is today. I mean, you had public transportation, but now we have ride sharing like Uber and Lyft, and car sharing like Zipcar. And the younger generation now, they value mobility instead of car ownership. Car ownership is a hassle at times, and what's forecasted, they don't put the same emphasis. 25 years ago, car ownership was something everybody wanted to drive and own a car, but that's shifting. And that shift is substantial in the next 25 years. And it's going to make this projected revenue even more uncertain and maybe even a fiction. Do not enter into this agreement. The site is an appreciable asset, and we won't lose if you don't enter into this agreement, but we could lose if you do.
Thank you.
Brett Blanchard, followed by Jill Watson, followed by Jennifer Massey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brett Blanchard from Cypress Express Partners. After a long 2.5-year process, we're pleased to be selected officially by you guys to begin the design and the build and entitlement process. We respect the council's proposal to enter into a land lease versus an outright sale, therefore maintaining long-term ownership of the property that you guys may want to maintain. As proposed, the city should receive 35 to 60 million in total lease payments, in addition to the 15 to 18 million in tax revenue that's been projected. And obviously, the first 2 years are paid up front, 1.1 million. We've contracted with local architect Michael Luna, and we look forward to working with him to incorporate many of the ideas shared with us by the community to date, and as well as others throughout the public entitlement process. We hope that it's not the case, but if there's any part of the proposed ENA that the council has concerns about, please let us know. We remain available to work it out, or if required, at the worst case, to be tabled to the next meeting. Thank you. I'm here for questions too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council. My name is Jill Watson. And I've been a 37-year resident here in San Clemente. I love every day that I live here. Not much has changed. I mean, Talega's moved in. There's a lot of other things going on, but I just don't want to see this ugly gas station go in on La Plata and Vista Hermosa. In my opinion, it's ugly. It doesn't match our village by the sea. It doesn't match our beach town. Now I'm going off, so I'm going to read what I have here. I'm so disappointed that we are here having to combat this ugly gas station and car wash. I went to the open house to see the renderings of this business. We were all asked to put red stickers on the things we didn't like and green stickers on the things we liked. I can tell you all of the renderings were full of red stickers. The only thing that had green stickers were the photos of ice cream. Citizens of San Clemente, we are a beach town, a village by the sea. This is not what our town should resemble, not an Irvine, a Laguna Niguel, or Costa Mesa. If you would like that type of atmosphere and development, let me personally invite you to pack one up and move north. I can only think that this is purely financial move at the expense of our village by the sea. Greed and paying off our city employees' payments, benefits, and pensions. We need to learn how to balance our budget and not have to be put in a situation of desperation and have to succumb to this ugly gas station and car wash. I'm pretty sure I've heard once a gas station, always a gas station because of the underground leakage and environmental impact. Any cleanup would be extremely costly. And let's not forget, our Governor Gavin Newsom is looking to go electric with new cars and trucks by 2035. That's only 13 more years from now. What then? What won't, we don't need a gas station on every corner. It's just a bad idea all around. We don't need one. I know 3 of our council members have lived here for many, many years. I can't imagine that you 3 would agree to this eyesore. I ask that you really think about what this eyesore will do to our town. It's not like we are short on gas stations and car washes. There's also the traffic and safety at the huge intersection. And now you want to add so much more congestion. Not a good idea with cars pulling out in all directions. Please, there must be a better way. Please vote no on putting this gas station car wash on Hermosa and La Plata. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Massey, also known as Jiffy by some of you. I was not prepared for this at all, so I don't have a long speech. I just want to say I'm a citizen of San Clemente for 40 years, and I lived near El Camino Real with all of its old gas stations, so ugly, and have lived with those for 40 years. And it's because nobody wants to, they can't afford or don't want to pay to excavate the old tanks with it leaking fuel. So I don't know how many more years it's going to be before the rest of those gas stations get something else built on them besides gas stations. But please, I'm a citizen of San Clemente. I actually own part of that land, right? We, the citizens of San Clemente, own that land. I think he should put it to a vote. Please do not allow, and I'm not saying it's an ugly gas station, because Michael Luna is a well-respected local architect and has been for years. So I'm sure he has made a beautiful design, but we don't want a gas station there. Maybe you should put it to a vote of the people of San Clemente. Thank you so much for all that you do for us.
Thank you, Jim.
No more.
Okay. I'll start with you, Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor James. Well, I agree with the sentiments of several of the people that spoke tonight, and this has been on the agenda, the discussion of this 2.29 acre for property for so long, a couple of years now. And I have, in the 2 years we've been discussing this, not heard from one person who's a resident of San Clemente that has reached out via email or phone or in person to say that they want a gas station / car wash there, need a gas station / car wash there, and are just shocked that this corner lot could possibly even still be considered to be transformed in such a project when the people don't want it. They just don't want it. And we talk all the time about quality of life and all the decision-making we make. And there's been numerous justifications for harming the quality of life. And I don't have to get into them. They've been discussed numerous times. So, but I just don't think it's wise for us to be going down this path. And I think we really need to stop this once and for all and really prepare a project or seek a project, even with a subcommittee, in my opinion, to explore something that will bring joy to the community. And I've been up to looking at the outside amphitheater in Laguna Niguel, Crown Valley Park, and it's beautiful. It made me think that, Jerry Velasco probably 20 years ago was seeking up space for an amphitheater, and trying to get traction on that. And I don't know if he's still around in terms of, I know he's still around, but it's around and still of wanting to be involved in something like that. But, we keep hearing that the community wants a place to come together and gather, and it could be really a great site for that if the city doesn't proceed with this venture. Food trucks, amphitheater, bands, just all kinds of really lively stuff at the place, which would fit right in that corner, in my opinion. But I just, I stay with my position. If the community, I'd be with the community if they wanted a gas station car wash. I listen to the voice of the people, and I'm not hearing that they want this, and it is their land. Like one of the speakers mentioned tonight, a piece of it is owned by everyone who's a resident here in San Clemente. So thank you.
I made a mistake. I should have gone to Mr. Lightfoot for the staff report.
Okay.
My fault.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief since this is an item that the council has been familiar with, but I do want to provide a little bit of context and clarity that might help as well with a couple of the comments that came from members of the public. So the first is just to clarify that the zoning of the land I heard in one instance was a light industrial referenced. It's zoned as neighborhood commercial. The council took specific action in 2007 to zone it as neighborhood commercial, which would be supportive of some of the uses that have been proposed. The second is to clarify that the action this evening would not be to determine a final lease and that there is a road ahead for an applicant, in this case Cypress, to go through the process of environmental review and additional project review. So that would go through staff, design review, planning commission, and then back to the council. So this is certainly not a final action item. However, given the nature that the city owns this property, there's a need for the council to discuss the potential terms and scope of a contract so that the potential developer can take that next step of investing a significant amount of their resources in developing the documents that would be needed for our city review process. So that's what's in front of you at this time. Again, to clarify, the ENA would limit the council's negotiations with this party while they invest those resources and go through that process with the city. But it doesn't formally bind the council to a lease. That would be a determination that the council would make at a later point. So I just want to be clear about the timeline and how things proceed forward. And other than that, I'm available for questions. And as you've seen already, the executive with Cypress, Mr. Brett Blanchard, is also here if you have questions for that team.
Councilmember Ward, your thoughts.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, and I hope you have access to this. Page 6 of 9G. Do you have access to that, Jonathan?
I can pull it up, yes.
Okay. I mean, when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, so I do understand that, you know, the lease and everything, that's still to be worked out, all the fine print and everything. But in number 2, it says developer shall notify the city manager in writing of any and all changes whatsoever in the identity of the business entities or individuals in control of developer. And so I'm wondering, when we started this early on, we said that we didn't want this corner to be like any other corner in any other city because it's San Clemente. We're trying to build the best thing that we can. And we said no AM and PM and no 7-Eleven. Is that anywhere in this lease agreement? Wording to that effect, because this says that they can change any entities as long as they notify the city manager.
So that language is not specifically in this document. That is language that would be specifically within the LDDA, a lease development and disposition agreement. That would be the final long-term governing document that would cover any term that the city is interested in, again, if we get to that point.
Okay, so I just want to make sure and give my comment that my approval is going to be based on that being in that document. And I do understand why it's not actually in the lease. I just wanted to make sure because that language jumped out to me. I'll tell the council, first I'll thank our subcommittee greatly for taking this on. Both the mayor and the mayor pro tem have taken this on and done a lot of public outreach. I still am in agreement that that this is good. Actually, I can make the case for development and have a gas station, the best one that I can get for the city in that location. I've been part of the city council for years that's been talking about this lot. It is not open space. It is a separate lot on a corner of a very busy intersection that's been planned for this. It's always been planned that something was going to be built there. I'm not concerned about the firemen next door. They're just fine and they're not concerned about this going in. I've talked to them. And I think there's a case for this. Talega does not own this lot. It's not their lot. It's in a city area. It's completely separate from the residents of Talega. And it's in an area where it's very busy just for the reason of having Talega added. La Pata was put in because the Talega development came to our city. There was no reason to have La Pata earlier. And it was always planned that it would go through. And the residents knew that La Pata would go through and they counted on that when they bought their homes. So I'm going to be for this. I appreciate all the work that was done. I would be open to an even longer lease if that provides additional money. It looks like if we gave them 2 more 5-year extensions, we would have $10.2 million more for it. But I think the council's done a good job. We're trying to get the best development we can at that location. I don't see any reason to keep that lot set aside. It's not part of the business, or it's not part of the sports park. Just by virtue of it's got a gigantic slope down. It's more a part of La Pata and not really a part of the business or the sports park. But I do appreciate that the developer wants to add some sort of trail and safe access for all the kids. I think it will complement the business park, or I'm sorry, I keep saying that, the sports park. And the use is compatible with the area and it will bring revenue to the city. But I think it shouldn't be an empty lot forever, and we didn't plan that. And I think it actually will look better, improved instead of something sitting there empty. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Noblock, please.
I am not in favor of the proposal. I think we've done extensive community outreach, and I think the community has spoken loud and clear. They don't want a gas station there. It's not needed. I think with the proximity to the sports park, I think it's a natural addition to be incorporated. And just because we have the ability to sell it doesn't mean we should. And so I'm opposed to building a gas station at this location.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I want to thank everyone for the heartfelt comments. Definitely a lot of interest in this location. Gosh, I guess what I have to say is, one of the things I ran on is making the difficult but right decision, even if it might cost me personally or otherwise. I think this is actually going to have to be one of those places because with all respect to my good friend, Jiffy, and certainly I'm no fan of gas stations. By the way, gas station is the most minor component of this development. It's a gathering space. It's going to have outdoor dining. It's going to have coffee. It's going to have a market. All things that are missing in Talaga. I got to tell you, I don't know who other people are talking to. Everybody I talk to in Talaga wants this. Everybody I talk to. So these are people who are probably too busy with their kids or practice or work to come in here, but that's been my experience. And at the bottom line, I think it's just the right thing to do. This is a lot that was specifically set apart for exactly this type of purpose. After years of review, it's an important revenue source for the city that will allow us to maintain our budget as costs rise. The concept is gorgeous. I don't know who is looking at it. It's amazing. Michael Luna is a terrific architect. It's everything we could hope for actually at that location. Certainly the highest best use. And believe me, if this isn't 50 years ago when they put the gas tanks in the ground. Now there's so many laws about that. You can go in and pull them out and it's like nothing was even there. And the market will drive the electrification. So when the market requires that there be electric, and I think it'll be quick electric charging, that's what will be there. And we know we need that. You go to Target right across the street, there's 20 Teslas lined up all day long. So they will adjust that, I'm sure, as the market requires. The lease is how we maintain the long-term control of that property. That's why we're doing the lease, so that we can transition when the time comes to whatever the city's best use is at that time. I wouldn't advocate for, that's why I would not advocate for a longer lease. If at the time we believe that we should extend lease and recover more, to Councilmember Ward's point, then we can negotiate the lease at that point. But I like that we maintain control in the relatively near future, the shortest lease term that we could possibly do. So this is a very difficult decision. I know there's been a lot of sentiment against it, and I certainly value all of those comments. I've gone so deep into this. I've looked at it from every angle, and I just firmly believe that this is the right thing to do for the city, even if people might be upset with me about it. So that's where I come from, and I'm interested to see kind of where we all end up.
All eyes are on me. I've struggled with this for more than a year. This is a very difficult decision. I think everything here this evening by every council member has been measured, rational, and correct. I'd like to talk about just for a minute the anxiety and drama we have put this part of, not we, but situation have put this part of town in. You know, first we had, you know, the toll road. I think we've killed the toll road. I'm confident we've killed it. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on them, but I think we've killed the toll road. Then we had Amazon and all the anguish that put in and the conspiracy theories around that. This part of town has gone through a lot of anxiety, and not faux anxiety, legitimate anxiety. As being part of the subcommittee that pushed this through, it was my role not to advocate, not to take away, not to be an opponent. It was my role to get it to where we are today. Some people will say this is just the exclusive negotiating agreement. And it is. I mean, this would not be a done deal with the ENA approved tonight. The Cypress group, I will say, is a class group to negotiate with. And you know, the gas station, convenience store, market industry is not the best corporate citizens around. We only have to look at the 9/11s we have in this town to know they're not the best corporate citizens. And Councilmember Ward brings up a good point. And I was in that industry at one point. With that being said, I'm going to have, it's difficult for me to vote in favor of this evening. And I'm not going to. We don't know, you know, the amount of mail, people who've approached me. I would say it runs 10-1, but I can't remember the one that was in favor of it. So I'm not going to be voting for it this evening. And to the Cypress group, I'm sorry, but the will of the people is overwhelming on this. And I simply cannot turn my back on the people this evening. So with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Before a motion, Mayor James, may I ask the city attorney a question?
Certainly.
Thank you. City attorney, one of the speakers tonight had mentioned about placing this on the ballot, right? And I'm not suggesting that. I'm just asking you a legal question. What if the city council were to make a decision on this project or any project at all? Do the citizens have an ability to circulate a petition, a ballot petition, and place something on the ballot to overturn whatever council decided? I'm just curious.
Yeah, thanks. That's an interesting question. And I think that would be a referendum process. And a referendum process is only available to overturn legislation, which I don't think approval of this land transaction would constitute legislation. So I think the decision ends here and not in a referendum.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor James.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we authorize, that we vote to not authorize the mayor to execute an exclusive negotiating agreement with the ENA.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk?
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we tabled this for 30 days to, it has been, I think, a little bit difficult for people to come in given the surge right now. And I wouldn't mind seeing if there are some voices that have contrary opinions that just weren't able to come tonight, to give another opportunity for them to come.
Mayor, I'd like to second that and ask that you vote for that because, you know, it is hard to make the difficult decisions, but we don't base them on the people we don't hear from. We have 67,000 people in the city. Most of them haven't commented on this and are not, they don't care about it. So it is very difficult to decide on something because you've heard from 15 people. That's the only comment I would make. I'd like to see it not completely dead. And, I don't know if there's anything that we can do to change your mind on it, but maybe giving it some extra time, you would hear more. Because all you're hearing from is the people that I know them all, they deeply don't want it. And some of them are from my neighborhood, and haven't been a part of the planning of what we've tried to do with La Pata.
Speaking to the motion, I would oppose the motion. This matter has been in front of this council for a good year. We've heard a lot of information, and to come back, a majority of this council can bring anything back anytime they want. So that's always a possibility. But at this point, I would not oppose the substitute. I would not support the substitute motion.
No, I second it. I'd like to see, us think about this more.
Call for the question.
My issue with the.
There's a motion and a second.
Allow me to.
No,
speak.
go ahead.
My issue with that is to keep the Cypress group dangling a carrot in front of them, which is just not fair. And so I will not support that motion.
Call for the question.
Okay, this is the substitute motion to table for 30 days. Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
No.
The motion fails 2-3.
The original motion.
Yes, so then going back to the original motion, which was to not approve the exclusive negotiating agreement. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
No.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
It carries 3-2. Okay. Next item, item H, and this relates to the vacant Arco gas station at Avenida Palizada and Avenida de la Estrella. And I do have one card on this item.
Hi, council members. This came out of nowhere, and I'm really definitely opposed to this, only because fighting the TCA and listening to a lot of people that things can be done with the signals, with the timing. And I know that this was brought up, I think, from an article in the San Clemente Times by Brett Sweigels, and it's coming back now. But I really think that it's just a matter of the signals and getting that timing. If there's any kind of, traffic, holdup. But, living here for 50 years, I haven't experienced that at all. Anyway, so I just, strongly oppose that we do anything regarding this vacant lot. With trying to do eminent domain is just going to be more legal fees. And also, someone brought up this matter, said something about excavating all the gas, the old tanks. And I'm sorry. So it is a hazard. So I really oppose that. We should spend any money trying to develop this, trying to take it over through eminent domain. And, I strongly oppose this development or trying to even entertain that we should go through that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment?
No.
Is there a staff report on this? There's not.
No, sir.
Mayor, can I just comment and bring one thing out that we need to talk about first? This matter was only agendized as the vacant Arco gas station lot, and that's what we voted on, but in the newspaper, paper, it says city council to tackle bottleneck at Palizada exit. This entire, and I feel bad that the public, Ms. Quintanilla, is here tonight worried about what we're going to do for a bottleneck when that's not what was agendized. So tonight, I think if the city attorney can correct me, but I think we have to keep our comments to the Arco station because that's what was on the agenda.
Well,
The newspaper got it wrong.
If I may, I'm going to address that in just.
Okay, thank you. I did not appreciate that that was in the newspaper like that.
So Councilmember Noblock brought this, and so I did some research. There was a comment in the paper in regards to their environmental issues there. Maybe there are, but I have a letter dated September the 2nd, 2014 from the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, San Diego region, and to the current owner, Mr. Jack Burke. And Mr. Burke, this letter confirms the completion of a site investigation and corrective action for the underground storage tanks formerly located at the above described location. Thank you for your cooperation throughout our investigation. Your willingness and promptness in responding to our inquiries concerning the former underground storage tanks are greatly appreciated. You are now in compliance with the health and safety code. So those tanks, there was a quote in the San Clemente Times that there are environmental issues. It does not appear there are environmental issues there. So to Mr. Burke, we need to apologize. I spoke with him, he's pretty upset, but at the same time, there are code issues there, which code compliance has been dealing with Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke tells me that he is in negotiations with someone who wants to develop that area, and he's working with Michael Luna in regards to some conceptual drawings. So I think basically what we need to do is the city needs to reset their relationship with Mr. Burke, and let's see what we can do to cooperate with him to get that area developed one way or the other. As it relates to the traffic, I would ask Mr. Soon, I would ask that you deal with Mr. Koger and have him coordinate with Caltrans and come back to us on how we can fix traffic in there. Yeah, because it is a difficult come off the freeway, make the right, and maybe make the left on Estrella or go straight ahead. It is difficult, and maybe we need to look at how we can mitigate that.
Understood.
If I could say something, since I asked that this item be agendized. I asked that this be brought up because this location is one of our gateways to the city. It's a colossal eyesore, and it's also a colossal bottleneck. It's extremely difficult to maneuver through there. It's maneuverable, but it's very difficult. It's very tight, very short access points. And I asked that it be agendized so that we could focus our attention on it. I wasn't aware that the current owner was planning some development plans. I had no idea. In fact, I just heard earlier this morning for the first time that our attorney, Matt Silva, who does code compliance, has been working with the property owner on some code compliance issues, and that there's a possibility of a mixed use development, all of which I think would be an improvement. I think the traffic is still a big issue. So Mayor James, I like your suggestion about having some major traffic analysis done in that area. That's really what's needed. And I'd like additional updates on the code compliance and the application. That's all news to me, and that might that might solve that problem, but I don't know. That's why I asked that it be agendized. This is an item that has been bothering a lot of people for the better part of a decade. And I think it needed some city attention, and that sounds like it may be getting some. So I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah, and you know, there are code compliance issues there, I know, and you know, also the lot has been empty for 10 years. So I need to see, it's all well and good to speak with Mr. Burks about this, but he's, you know, I need to see some action on this. So I agree, Councilmember Noblock. It's an eyesore and it's a gateway to our city.
So I guess if I'm hearing the comments from the council, we're looking to Eric to perhaps get a better handle on the code enforcement and or potential development modes and report back to the council.
That's, you know, one thing if there are any fines pending, maybe we reduce those fines or hold those fines off. If in fact this landlord's moving forward with development, I guess what I'm going to ask you, the city manager, reach out to Mr. Burke and let's create that relationship and see if we can reset the relationship with him and the city.
Absolutely. And if I may, Mayor, staff can do that between now and the next council meeting, which is February 1st. And then as part of your closed session with Matt Silver, we can come back and report on those endeavors. And then, as you kind of indicated, we can conduct a traffic study and work with Caltrans and those other issues and come back at a later
And
date.
let's see what communication had city planners up to this point as well.
Understood.
So
I like that. I like the sound of that. So I don't have any formal motion to make it as long as that's adequate direction to staff.
I'm good if you're good. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving to item I, which is a report from the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director concerning an ordinance related to the prohibition of electric bicycles on municipal trails and the beach trail and pier. And I do have a couple cards. So those will be Patrick Brashear, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Jill Watson. Patricia here? No? Okay. I'm sorry. My eyes are terrible. Yeah, Patrick Brashear.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Brashear. My wife and I retired here in San Clemente in 2015. I'm an avid e-bike rider. Might be the first one you've ever seen. Okay, I don't think they've been here very often. Since I purchased my e-bike last year, I've enjoyed riding on all the San Clemente inland municipal trails. Now let me define what the inland municipal trails are. It's not the beach trail. That's a whole nother item. I'm not talking about the beach trail. Also, Sea Summit I consider to be a beach trail, a very sensitive area. I'm talking about all the other trails. During COVID-19, these bike paths and trails have been a godsend to me and provided a safe exercise and a place to get some needed fresh air and sunlight. Without the assistance from my e-bike, these trails would be out of my reach. Tonight, please do not take this healthy outlet away from me. I ask that you exclude the inland beach trails from the proposed municipal trail ordinance 1228-004. You might ask, well, what about all the public input? Well, I spent the time reading 367 comments. And the public input provided by the Parks and Recs included 4 comments, items number T12, T26, T70, and T101 that mentioned the inland trails. That turns out to be about 1% of the comments. Not really much, if anything at all. All the other comments related to issues related to streets, sidewalks, beach trails, and other problems. There's a why are there so few comments about the beach trails? I mean, the inland trails. The short answer, very few e-bikes riders use the inland trails. The vast majority of e-bikes require excessive and exhausting pedal assistance to navigate those hills. Last year, I spent more than 100 hours riding on those inland trails. I rarely saw another e-bike, maybe one or two in my whole time. And I stopped and I talked to them. And you know what? They're other gray-haired people. And there might be a couple of us out there. The lack of comments in my own personal observations point out that the inland trails are rarely used by e-bikes and they don't cause a problem. The city does not need to have a new ordinance to deal with a problem that doesn't exist. I'm glad to see the sheriff here tonight because on the trails, I see a lot of unlicensed electric motorcycles. Since they do not have pedals, they're a motorcycle. Okay, and I believe I'm accurate about that. It is already illegal to ride them on any public street or any public trail. They are only legal on private property. And that's part of the overall big problem you're going to have to deal with when you deal with this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Susan Ambrose.
Good evening, Mayor James and wonderful city council people. Thank you very much. I'm a little tired right now, but I compliment you on getting this far on the agenda in a reasonable amount of time. I'm here to support the prohibition of electric bicycles on the beach, on the beaches and on the beach trail. We've come a long way. I still come back and compliment you. I think last year I made a recommendation when I was talking about this, and even the year before, of how do we get comments from people, because you can't catch the person who hit you or nearly run you down on the beach trail, etc. And I think one of you came up with the idea, and it was carried forward by Samantha Wiley, and at that time, Assistant Manager Eric Sund, who then decided to put a question, a question or an opening, a portal, if you will, for the public to write in if they had any experiences with electric bikes on the beaches or the beach trail. And it turned out to be a pretty darn good idea, because it gave the public an opportunity to tell you what they see. Some of them were anonymous and some of them weren't. As the gentleman said, there were, I think, over 377 of those. And I think if that opportunity were still available, you would still be getting many more comments about riding on the beach trail, or it's down to a public safety factor here. And I think that the beach trail was put in initially, yes, allowing bicycles, but at that time, electric bicycles were not really the rage or of the moment, and nobody ever anticipated it would be so popular in San Clemente, particularly on the beach trail. But yes, it was, and yes, it's been dangerous. I've been up here several times over the years telling you about imminent threats or accidents or brushes or people just literally running into people. And because there's no way to identify them by plates or anything, I just want you to remember, and for future discussion, maybe even address that factor that we talked about last time at your last meeting, of having some kind of educational program continue, so that these people who buy electric bikes have to get a license to drive them, or have to have a license plate to be identified, so that they can be reported. And I know you were concerned about enforcement, but this is a good way that if you've been struck, or if you have been threatened by an electric bicyclist who's having a good time, or just literally trying to intimidate you, that you can report that person successfully. So those are my words for tonight, and I wish you good luck on this vote, and I hope that this goes through once for all. And I think the community would feel much safer without electric bicycles
Ms.
on the
Ambrose.
coastal trail. Thank you very much.
Jill Watson, followed by Jennifer Massey.
Good evening again, council members. I too have an e-bike. My husband and I bought our e-bikes probably over 10 years ago before this craze took effect. And I love riding my e-bike. Again, I know there's a ton of new ones with big fat tires and they go 40 miles an hour. And I'm sure that's what all of these people are complaining about, and rightly so. I just hope we can come up with some kind of a compromise, because I love riding my e-bike on the trail. A couple weeks ago, I was on the trail and I didn't even see another, maybe 2 bikes. It's in the winter around here, especially during the day, middle of the week. Since I'm retired now, I get to do that. So to say no bikes on the beach trail, I think would be unfortunate. I know, and I see probably kids 10 years old riding these things, and I think that's wrong. I agree with the lady that was just speaking. We should have some kind of enforcement, a license of some sort. These kids should take a class, well, any age, just like we get a car license. You know, you have to learn the rules of the road. And these parents are throwing these kids out here on these e-bikes and they're riding double and no helmets. And nobody's taught them the safety that should come with being on the road, because they literally get in the road and they make a left-hand turn, and that's allowed. But I just feel, as a responsible adult who follows the rules, there's a majority of them. It's the few bad apples that are going to ruin this whole thing. When I'm riding the beach trail, if I'm on the bridge and somebody's riding their bike, I tell them, you know, you're not supposed to be riding your bike. Not that that's going to change the world, but it's enforcing things that we can enforce. You know, you could use the argument, people get a license and they still speed, they still cause accidents, they still cut people off on the road, but they're issued a license. So if we do have a license for our bikes, again, like she said, something to attach the rider to so they can be summoned, I think that's a great idea. I don't think 10-year-olds should be allowed to be driving around the streets of San Clemente on an e-bike going 40 miles an hour. That is wrong. But again, I enjoy riding the beach trail, and I love it. And especially in the winter, maybe we can come up with something like certain times of the year. I get it. In the summer, it's busy. There's moms with double strollers, and there are a lot of areas that are narrow. I go from North Beach to the Pier. I can't speak for anything south of the Pier. And there should be walk areas. And I know people are going to say, they're never going to follow the rules, blah, blah, blah. But at least if we start somewhere with a compromise, I think that would be something I'd ask you to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I've been running, been jogging and now walking on the beach trail for a long time. And my husband is now older than I am, and he takes a cane. So he used to run and jog, and now he's walking with a cane on the beach trail. When the beach trail was designed, it was designed for, they didn't have e-bikes. So the population has also grown substantially since that bike trail was originated. And I know the trail was paid for by bicyclers before they had e-bikes. So therefore, I don't think the people who would have approved it today would have approved it for e-bikes, not the size of the trail. It's not that wide of a trail. More people live here, and more people are coming to visit San Clemente, which we want. We like the tourist dollars. San Clemente, Avenida Del Mar, with all its restaurants, the outdoor dining, has become a real destination for a lot of people. So they come from out of town. They like to walk on the beach trail. They walk on the pier. There's really no room for e-bikes on the pier, down by the pier, and on the beach trail. And I mean, I almost got killed by a grown man going 30 miles an hour in the area where it says walk bikes down by the bottom of the pier, which nobody observes. So the last thing I'll recommend, which I had recommended before, is that people have license plates. This is what we had on bicycles when we were growing up 100 years ago. We need license plates. So if somebody practically kills somebody, runs them down or whatever, we can at least get the license plate and report them, because I understand that in control over this, we don't have the sheriffs. We don't have enough sheriffs to patrol e-bikes misbehavior on the beach trail and around the pier and so forth and so on. So I'm just hoping that maybe we'll have, and the education for young people, they basically go like this to me. But one kid, I said, oh, you guys, you got to walk your bike here. All 4 kids, they said, our father's a lifeguard. You can't catch us. You can't do anything to us. Our father's a lifeguard. So I thought, okay, these kids are just brats. The kids have been brats for years, but I don't think the educational programs really have so far affected them. The license plates might help. Thank you so much again for all you do. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all the cards.
So I'll turn to, we have a staff report on this?
There's Samantha Wiley that can give a brief staff.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor James and council members. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I do have just a couple of quick points I want to contribute to in addition to the staff report provided. So this is a bring back item based on discussions at December 21st. I want to point out that we did, right after the agenda was published, we did hear from Coastal Commission that they would not be requiring any type of additional permitting or authorization at their level to prohibit electric bike access. So I wanted to point that out. I know that was a request of the council. This ordinance that's in the attachment is divided into 2 sections. The section 1 specifically speaks to the municipal trail component, and that really addresses the inland trails or the Sea Summit Trail that is on that area. So this particular space is a new addition to our code. It would be under the public spaces area, and it does specifically address the prohibition on e-bikes as council address, but we also dug a little deeper and tried to help redefine, folks utilizing the trails should be staying on the designated trail path. They are not intended to go off the trail path as dictated in our bike and pedestrian master plan. Also kind of addressing the no littering. We tried to add a little bit more detail regarding off-road bikes, because I know we've seen those recently, and then some of them are electric too. We're also seeing that, as I know one speaker had mentioned as well. So that's section 1 of the ordinance, and then section 2 dives into the beach component. And there is a black lined version and a clean version, because there's a lot of kind of slicing and dicing in that black lined version. So hopefully that can give some clarification. I do want to point out, staff and the city attorney's office looked at the existing ordinance, and on page 9I13, we talk about prohibited use of bicycles on the trail, e-bikes aside. And there's been an ask from a public safety standpoint to prohibit the Cordo Lane area from bicycle riding. This is the pathway from the asphalt base of Pier to the Cordo Lane restroom, which is near the volleyball courts. So it's that little section of the beach trail that is really adjacent or parallel to the train tracks. That is in between the beach access road to Marine Safety Headquarters. The ordinance in front of you states to prohibit it from Cordo Lane really all the way to the Mariposa Bridge. And that, as it's written in this attachment, would also eliminate bike riding on the Linda Lane component. But to be fully clear, I want to make sure that council has an option to, you can go that path, or we can amend this ordinance as it's written in your attachment and say you can prohibit just at the Cordo Lane access. So the Cordo Lane component, again, is from the restroom, volleyball courts, just north of headquarters to base of Pier asphalt. It's about 300 yards. Extending it all the way up until Mariposa is 700 yards. So you're kind of doubling that prohibition area. But I wanted to make sure council was able to opine on direction moving forward on that as well. So with that, I'll conclude my staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any or need clarification. Thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, I don't have questions. I'll have comments later, though. Thank you.
You want to do your comments now?
Oh, sure. I'll
Well,
do those.
can I ask a quick
for-
question just
Sure.
quick before I forget?
Go
So
right
just-
ahead, please.
Just Samantha, on that last point, all bicycles or just electric bicycles on that Cordo Lane stretch? I was getting lost. Sorry.
So the recommendation, the focus we want is Cordo Lane. The way it's written is it includes Linda Lane. So I would ask the council to state, do you want to include the Linda Lane stretch of the beach trail in the prohibition of riding bicycles, or just focus on the Cordo Lane area? And that Cordo Lane is actually the narrowest point of our beach trail. It's 5 to 6 feet wide. It's very narrow. Does that clarify your question, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan?
Prohibition is for electric bikes.
All bicycle riding. So currently, we don't allow any bicycles being ridden on our bridges, including Mariposa Bridge. So this would include pedal bikes potentially being prohibited from either the entire stretch of Mariposa Bridge down to Cordo, the base of Pier asphalt, or just another 300-yard section from base of Pier to Cordo Lane.
So just so that's clear, because I don't think it's clear, does that mean that people would have to walk their bike in that
Correct.
narrow stretch? Okay, so they're not.
Yes, they would have to walk
prohibited.
their bike for the entirety of that section. So from Mariposa Bridge to base of Pier, or you can shorten it and just say, I want to just focus on the Cordo Lane restroom to the base of Pier, which is 300 yards.
Did you get your?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councilmember Ferguson, you have a
Oh,
comment.
thank you. I do. I just wanted to say that since the last meeting on December 21st, I heard from several neighbors and many residents, all senior citizen age, and they're not happy with the fact that the inland municipal trails got sucked up into the coastal trail banning of e-bikes, because that was the problem, was the coastal trail, was we had problems, we had people getting hit, speeding, very narrow, lots of use. I mean, we have over 2.5 million people that walk that trail or ride that trail every year. So, you know, as a council, we addressed that, right? But at that meeting, it parlayed into banning on all trails, right, into town, and we supported that. But there's, to my knowledge, no problem on the trails that are inland. And, you know, I didn't even think about it at the time, but I'm on the trails at least 5 days a week. I overlook a trail. I walk it all the time or run it. And I kind of observed on my balcony this weekend from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I thought, let me count how many people I see and in an hour. And there were a couple and one bicyclist. That's it that I saw. And there's no problem. They're much wider trails. I don't believe the city's received problems, and the times we've addressed the e-bikes, even last year, we didn't have any issues presented to us on those mountainous inland municipal trails. So that said, I really want to make it a point to request that we make a modification to this ordinance and delete the section 1 that prohibits them on all the inland trails. Because there's not a problem, and why have a law addressing a non-problem? It doesn't make sense. And people also express to me, those who are, you know, biking in these in San Clemente, that, you know, the electric bikes have really just renewed their interest in exercising and getting in the outdoors, so they can get up these hills, and it's quiet and peaceful. So,
Councilmember Ferguson, can I just add
oh
one
yeah,
thing?
please, go ahead.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I'd add one component to it as it relates to inland trails. How in the world would we ever enforce that? It's not enforceable. So
Yeah,
please
good
continue. I'm
point.
sorry.
Oh, no, and that's an excellent point. I'm glad that you mentioned that. So that's it. I just wanted to convey the communications I've received since the last meeting, and I'm on their side on this one. And I mean, there can be times I walk the trail and I won't run into anyone over an hour and a half. So again, I really want to recommend removal of that section 1. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Ward, please. Hello. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you. You were cutting up. I couldn't hear you. So I would make a comment on the inland trails that we have always had signage that they are non-motorized. That is not, anything with a motor is not allowed on our trails, always has been. I believe one of the speakers mentioned the electric motorcycles. Right now, we have a problem. We might say that they're motorcycles, but they are being sold as e-bikes. And because that line is blurred, it doesn't change anything that it's a motorized bike. That's the definition. I looked it up worldwide, across the entire world. It has a motor, it's an electric motor. So we've already said that there is no motorized vehicles allowed on, or transportation allowed on those trails. Not all of them are really wide. I was concerned somewhat about some of the trails. I think our municipal trails are the ones that are very actively used for hiking. And we've had a lot of use of mountain bikes. But I think staff, Samantha, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you made sure that this ordinance doesn't deal with any of the inland trails that are private, such as Talega inland trails. It does not affect this at all, where people can still ride those and access to the streets as much as they want, because we have no say on those trails.
That's correct. It's specific to municipal trails.
Okay, so I was concerned about that, Mayor, because I do know that some people ride from Talega and they do have these trails, and I didn't want that banned. But we have had major problems with motorized motorcycles, actually with gas motors being on that too. And what we do when we have an item that we can't enforce, if there's a use that's dangerous and we can't enforce it, we don't allow the use. We don't say, oh, we can't enforce it, so you can go ahead and do it. I think what brought it up is before we did this at the last council meeting, there was an accident where a bicyclist came around on the wrong corner and hit someone in the face and severely injured them. So, and there was, OCFA had two, I think it was e-bikes that they had to literally pick up a couple weeks ago by helicopter. So there's been some accidents that have been back there. But I think this blurring of the lines on what is a motorcycle and what's an e-bike is a problem for us. And I'd like to see the council ban it for now, because we've always said non-motorized, it has to be under people power for these trails. But then maybe once we do that, we can figure out some inland trails that we can work that out, and maybe look at the ones that are wide and try to figure out how to do that. I don't know. But I think while we're trying to implement something like this, we need to be consistent. And that's why I think the council voted for it the last time, was to be consistent. So I'm okay with it being on the trails. I will tell one of the speakers that in coming up with a compromise, we did come up with one for the beach trail, and that was to allow the use until we had a time to get more complaints about it, because we weren't sure about it. And then we also allowed them on the beach, and that was a very trial area. It was a trial. It was never said that we were going to keep it. So I do have an e-bike. I've had one for 9 or 10 years, but I will tell you that I agree with the people that are on the beach trail. And I've heard some on our off beach trails inland that they can't walk the trail anymore. It just can't happen because these bikes are too fast. And so I wouldn't be against the Coeur d'Alene. I'm not sure if we should continue it for Linda Lane, because that is a wider stretch of beach. But Coeur d'Alene is so narrow that bikes should probably not be ridden on it. It can barely be walked. So that's going to be my comment, and ask the council to be consistent with banning the e-bikes until we get a hold on them and get the people that are selling these to start selling the right ones, and not the ones that aren't bicycles at all, because those are not allowed. And it's allowing people off trail to go up and down, and they're creating their own trails. And I think that's why staff put that in there, because we do have a problem with e-bikes on our inland trails.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Noblock, please.
I agree that that this issue of e-bikes on the beach trail needs to be addressed. I'm in favor of the ordinance banning them on the beach trail. I think that's important. I have no problem bifurcating the two issues, the interior trails with the, at this time, rather than outlawing it. We did loop it in and incorporated it at the end of the discussion at our last meeting. So I have no problem bifurcating it and not outlawing them on the trails at this time until we get a little more information. Regarding the Coeur d'Alene, no bicycles. Clearly, that is a narrow stretch of trail. It's extremely difficult to walk it, let alone any bikes. So I'm completely in favor of the Coeur d'Alene restriction on bicycles.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, I'll be quick. I generally agree with Councilmember Noblock on this, and Councilmember, I guess, Ferguson before that. Yeah, I don't think we have the problem with the e-bikes on the municipal inland trails. The accident was a Sur-Ron, Councilmember Ward. That is an electric motorbike. That's not a pedaled. And it hit an individual on a mountain bike and fractured his jaw. So that wasn't an e-bike. So I don't think we have issues with e-bikes. I think it's helpful to residents. I think I'll be on an e-mountain bike soon myself. It enables them to get access to trails they probably wouldn't again be able to ride elsewhere and enjoy those trails. They're not heavily trafficked. I've ridden on all or many of them, I should say. And I think we should obviously keep the ban on the e-bikes on the beach trail. And I would do the short Coeur d'Alene section, not extend to Linda Lane.
So my thing is, I think this is all well and good. I think this is a great exercise, and I completely agree with the restriction to Coeur d'Alene. And I would not want to regulate inland trails at this time. But I have a couple of questions. So, Director Wiley, there are three categories, three classes of e-bikes. Class 1 is strictly pedal assist. Then you work your way up to 2 and 3, and 3 is that thing that goes more than 30 miles an hour. When we looked at regulating this, did we look at category 1 and look at it from the perspective if the rider was in just solely the pedal mode, would we ban that from the beach trail?
Sure, that's a great question, Mayor James. This kind of concept that you're referencing was discussed heavily at the commission level a couple years ago when we first talked about this. And I think ultimately what was decided upon is it's really hard to say yes to pedaling only when it's so easy for the rider to just flip that switch to put on their motor and get a little bit more speed. And then again, we go back to how do you enforce that? How do you monitor that? It kind of becomes a domino effect of allowing, a little bit, and then how far does it go from there? That's where that discussion landed.
And that's basically what I was looking for. Did we have that discussion? Did we realize that there was a difference in those bikes?
Yes.
Then what's not being addressed is, and it wasn't your charge to address this, but I think council needs to look at this, is e-bike behavior, bicycle behavior for that matter, on our sidewalks, particularly on El Camino Real, the T-zone. Not only do you have bicycles, but you have e-bikes on the sidewalk. And if many of these bicyclists or e-bicyclists, when it's convenient to be on the sidewalk, they're a pedestrian. And then when they want to be in the lane of traffic, flow of traffic, they're on the street. Somehow or another, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to address this going into the future. And we didn't even, so it's not something that you were charged with looking at now, but it's something we're going to have to look at going in the future. Additionally, I believe it was Jiffy who brought up the license plate thing. So to the city attorney and city manager, is the city, would the city be authorized to register and license e-bikes?
Yes, I think you have the local police power to do that. Yes.
Becomes an administrative challenge.
It's huge.
It would be
And-
very big administrative challenge.
And then Gene, if you did that, you would have to license what class they were. They would have to prove it because class 3 bikes are illegal in San Clemente. That's our code. So maybe that's a good idea in the future, but I think that's kind of where we get to. It's not a bad suggestion.
Yeah, these are all discussions and things we have to think about. It boils down to there's bad behaviors, there's bad actors, and in most cases, there's a lack of parenting going on. And I don't know how we ever correct that.
You know, I wonder, this is a difficult thing to take on now. I do agree. It's a good suggestion, something to think about. Maybe we can ask staff before the bike rodeo, maybe like the meeting before the bike rodeo happens, kind of a good marker to come back and give us a presentation on what it might look like to have a registration program for, is it e-bikes or all bikes? Just e-bikes?
E-bikes.
Just e-bikes, just e-bikes. Can we look for that? Because then that gives us some time and it, to kind of work it up.
That's fair.
Okay.
Because there's nothing worse than walking out of the Red Fox in the middle of the afternoon, almost getting hit by an e-bike. I'm just saying.
Bad thing. It's a very bad thing.
There's a few things. worse
Right,
than
Aaron? So.
You want me to make a motion?
Yes,
Are we at that
please.
point? Okay.
Yeah.
Make a motion that we introduce ordinance number 1725 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding section 12.28.040 to the San Clemente Municipal Code prohibiting electric bicycles on, I think we strike municipal trails, and amending section 12.32.130 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the use of bicycles, electric bicycles, and other activities on the Pier, beach access road, and beach trail, with the additions that we do not ban the e-bikes on the municipal trails, and we do ban all bikes on the Coeur d'Alene section up until what was it? Up until the Mariposa Bridge. I think that was it. So with that correction, and
I think you want the shorter section, correct?
sorry, the shorter, whatever the shorter option was.
Right.
With those revisions, I would move that we introduce the ordinance.
So,
Second motion.
okay, so for discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, we had talked about the sidewalks in the last one because state law, that law that fell back, that sidewalks are illegal for anything that is motorized in the state of California. And if we would have to specifically say that we allow it on the sidewalks and post signs all along every sidewalk, that's an allowed use. If you go into the Dana Point Harbor on the sidewalks, it says no e-bikes.
I don't think this ordinance covers the sidewalks, if I'm correct. Would that be a
That's what
separate?
I'm wondering, because it's not in there at all, but we did discuss it, that state law actually says a municipality has to say they are allowed on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be addressed separately. This is specific to trails.
Okay,
We'll be getting another ordinance on the sidewalks. Okay.
okay. All right, well, that'll fall into, what next complaints we get and issues that we see. And we talked about at the last time, dusting off that bicycle pedestrian master plan and making sure that we've got enough pathways for them on city streets.
Very good.
Call for the question.
Mayor, just to clarify, because you have to have that text right in front of you that you're voting on. As I understand the motion, if it's to eliminate section 1 of the ordinance altogether, right? So that starts on 9I-4.
Yes.
So section 2 becomes section 1. So
Yes.
we're taking out the inland trails altogether.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then is there other language about that short quarter lane section that is in here?
Yeah, but I think, yeah, that's on page 99-7. I think we got that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Do
Thank
we
you.
know, we have a second?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion and we have a second.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And then do we need to agendize e-bike on sidewalks?
No, that's coming to you as a different item because it has a lot more complexities, i.e. where there's.
It's coming to us though.
Correct, where there's a sidewalk but no bike lane, those things that we have to work out from a logistics
Okay.
standpoint.
All right. Good. As long as it's coming to us. Thank you.
Oral communications, part 2. I don't have any cards. So moving on to reports, city manager.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So we have 2 contracts that I executed. The first one was Michael Baker International for environmental planning services. And the other one was CSG Consultants for planning services for that. One thing I did want to provide an update to the council on as it relates to COVID in the workplace for the city of San Clemente. As you may have been aware from briefings, I've had about 37 COVID cases since December 22nd. Currently, we have 10 employees in isolation. We have 10 employees in quarantine and 17 are returning to work this week. So right there, you're at about 37. We had a number of COVID exposures and positives over the weekend as well. So we're not seeing it necessarily slow down on the workforce. And these numbers include both full-time and part-time. It's important to note that those positions are important. You'll see pool hours changing because of availability of staff to maintain the pool. And then obviously we're dealing with a lot of shortages in different divisions. One division that comes to mind is Public Works Maintenance. We're down to about 5 full-time employees currently, whereas normally that has about 23 employees in that division, which is affecting their productivity and to a degree their morale. But we are being diligent with our staff to ensure safety and making sure that we do everything we can to minimize additional exposures in the workplace. That's all I have to report at this time.
Thank you for your efforts to keep us fully staffed with all those challenges. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great job.
City attorney.
Nothing further tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Under council members, did you want to update the commissions and committee listing or have your roundtable first? It's up to you.
Let's do the council member comments first and then we'll.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. I just have a couple on the contracts that you had reported out, Eric. You had reported out 2, but the Michael Baker International, that was reported out in December 21st. Is that another contract with Michael Baker or the same one?
I'd have to double check. I'm gonna guess it's the same one, but I'd have to double check. And if it was if it's a different one, both of them will be posted on the website, so you'll be able to see both contracts.
I appreciate a courtesy. Just let me know if you don't mind, or council, just email
I'll look
us.
to the legislative administrator to follow up with that one.
Never mind, I'll look at the website. And also, please address Miss Ruth Martin's comments tonight. She's not receiving calls back from the city, and she expressed concerns about a public records request she's having some problems with. So could you make sure or tell me what's going on there?
Absolutely. Currently, we have 27 public records requests by Ruth Martin.
Okay.
I believe there were 2 more that were submitted today.
Okay.
We are processing those in accordance to the California Public Records Act.
Okay.
And when we have responsive documents, they will be forwarded to the requester.
Okay. And it's not negative. I mean, that's people's right under the
No,
law,
I'm just
CPRA.
just pointing out the
do,
facts.
but please, I think that it'd be nice as a courtesy to have staff call her back, at least so she has a status. She's not here anymore. She left. So could you do that?
We'll make sure that the documents that she's asking for are provided.
Well, I actually asked if you could please just give her a call as a courtesy.
I'll talk to the
'cause
records
she's left
division.
many voicemails and no one's calling her back.
Okay.
So just a courtesy.
I'll
Doesn't
talk
have
to
to
the
be
records
you, but
division. Thank you.
anyone, just let her know the status. Thank you so
You're
much. That
welcome.
would be good customer
Yes, it would.
service. Thank you, Mayor
Thank
James.
you. Councilmember Ward,
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock.
Two things. Number one, I received a number of emails regarding public information that had been disclosed, personal information that had been disclosed on the city website and hadn't been redacted. I don't know if that's been addressed already, but City Manager, are you familiar with the?
We've gotten a few
protections there?
requests. We've gotten a few requests, Councilmember Knobloch, and we will be communicating to those individuals this week.
Okay, and my concern and their concern was that the information had been posted quite some time ago, since I think the last public meeting, and it still hadn't been addressed, which is about a month. So it sounded like it was kind of an urgent concern.
Point of clarification, I believe, and we're going to find out from the requesters, the documents that they're referring to were posted in 2020. And so we will work with those individuals to ensure that those items are addressed, and we will be communicating with them this week.
In 2020, over a year ago?
Well, yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Second thing was earlier this evening, we were discussing the legal costs of legal services, and Mayor James asked about a motion, and I guess what I'd like to do is, agendize for discussion the possibility of doing an RFP for legal services. I don't know that the city has done that in many years, and this may be an appropriate time to do that. My inclination, my personal view on legal services is that we're large enough and have enough legal need that we could have an in-house attorney at a lot less. But I'm not recommending that. I think probably just an RFP at this time may be appropriate. And nothing prompting that other than the fact that we haven't done it in a while and our legal fees are very large, and we could have some savings there potentially. So that would be my request, would be to agendize a request for legal services RFP.
I could support Councilmember Noblock, seeing no others, to bring that back for a discussion. It has been 8 years since we've done an RFP for legal services, so it's time. Thanks.
Very good. Anything else, Councilmember Noblock?
No, that's all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I have one item, and I think it's appropriate that we talk about this tonight when we honor 2 local firefighters. I'd like to propose that we have staff bring back a municipal code amendment through an ordinance to codify that in San Clemente, we will have 4 firefighters per truck and engine, which is critical to response time and making sure that that those trucks and engines are fully staffed and able to deal with any emergency that could come. It is as far as I understand it, the recommendation at this point countywide that be the case, but I'd like to codify it so that we have certainty in San Clemente that we will always have 4 firefighters on each truck and engine.
Can I suggest that be sent over to the Public Safety Committee for their review? And I have spoken with Chief Fennessy about this, and he has a lot of data, and it would be good if either Chief Fennessy or Chief Capobianco who's a part of the Safety Committee, present that data, those studies, to the Public Safety Committee, and then they could also present it to us. And I would suggest they come back on the 15th of March.
Would they have a ordinance at that time, or would they just be justifying?
They would work with staff with the proposed ordinance.
Okay, I will take that friendly amendment.
Can I ask for a clarification of the city manager? I believe it's city policy. We added a 4th firefighter to our engines. Is that what you're talking about, Councilmember Duncan?
Yeah,
Is
but
that policy?
I'd like to see it formalized through a municipal code amendment so that we have more certainty there than just a policy. But I'd like the city manager to weigh in.
So I won't say it's policy, but I want to say it's been, my time
Practice.
gets away from me. It's probably been about 3 years when it was brought to our attention from the Orange County Fire Authority that out of our 3 fire stations, one of them was still a 3 firefighter operation, which to the point of the public brought up earlier, if one of those firefighters has to get off and go to the hospital with the ambulance unit care, that unit of 2 individuals is now not in service to respond to other calls. They're in essence down until they get the 3rd firefighter back. With 4 firefighters, 1 can go to the hospital and the other 3 can remain in service for other calls. And it was OCFA's recommendation from a service standpoint. They were seeing a lot of call volume and downtime to add a 4th firefighter to that fire station. Over an 8-year period, it was amortized, the cost is amortized in. And so again, I probably am guessing we're 4 years into that 8-year program. And at the end of the 8 years, we will be paying the fully loaded costs of having that 4th firefighter in the station. And so that was the action that we took. And we actually brought that to council. We did an LTFP paper, et cetera, articulating all of that and the costs.
And it was a major hit to our budget too, to add that 4th firefighter. So
Yeah.
we've already done it. I'm just not sure why you're trying to change the municipal code for something that we've already done with our contract. And our contract runs until 2030, the current JPA agreement.
Well, I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to formalize it to make sure that it could not be changed actually without significant effort, right? So that the OCFA has predictability. They know that they're going to be having 4 fighters per unit into the future, and that it's not just a policy that could be changed in any given council meeting.
Well, I'm not sure that our Muni code actually ever says any of that. It's always done through our contract. Is that correct, Mr. Sund?
That's correct, but there's always the purview of the council to have an ordinance to basically memorialize that position of the city council.
So I think at this point, we're moving to have the public or the public safety committee bring that back to us. I think if there are concerns at that point, then let's have them aired there. But I'm just asking that we be presented with that and get to take a look at it and vote on it then.
So you're trying to prevent a council in the future from changing our staffing levels.
I hear it discussed from time to time, and that frankly bothers me because I think we should maintain 4, and I want to make sure that that is clearly set forth in the city's code.
Could I ask for that if it does come back or it goes to the public safety, that the contract of when we changed to the 4th firefighter and what we adopted be given to the public safety committee also? Because I believe this is, this would be very difficult for it to change. You know, once we've staffed it like that, how would you say we don't need it anymore? And if we didn't need it anymore, are you going to really hamstring a future council if we don't need all those 4 firefighters? We were all voted for it. We all agreed to it, but I don't know. I'd like to hear what they have to say, but
Yeah, that's all
with the wall time and no hospital, I don't see it happening.
We don't need to discuss. We don't need to discuss it. I don't think we're actually supposed to discuss it. I'm just asking for it to be agendized through the public safety committee to bring back and see what that looks like. If they don't think it's appropriate, that would be good to know.
And to Councilmember Ward's point, I do agree that it would be beneficial to provide the Public Safety Committee the previous white papers that the city did as to how we got to this position. I think that would be very helpful for them in terms of their deliberations.
Sure.
This is only about sending it to the Public Safety Committee at this point. So,
yeah.
So I second that. And so Councilmember Ward, will you support that as well so we get a staff report?
At the public safety. Yes. Yeah, I thought, yeah, I didn't know we had to do 3 to get it to there. Okay.
Because it entails that work on their part.
Right,
and stuff.
exactly.
Right. But I really want to go over that contract because there's a reason why we did it. And I didn't think that it could be modified. We were pretty much adopting the program. So I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, I would as well, by the way.
So that leaves me. So I would like to agendize. The city owns another property on Negocio. Currently, FAM is the tenant. That lease comes up on April 2023. So in other words, 14, 15 months from now. I think we owe it to FAM for council to give staff direction sooner rather than later on that lease. I am told that building would sell for about $3.5 to $4 million at this point. The lease would probably be, market value for the lease would probably be $13,000, $14,000. And right now FAM is paying, I think, what, $3,900?
It's actually about roughly 5,000.
They're paying 5,000. So they're paying well below market value. So I think we give them an opportunity to stay in that building at market value. So my motion is for staff to come back with a report on this, and also staff begin negotiations with FAM on what would be market value lease, or we would sell it at some point in time, or lease it to another entity at market value.
I'll second that. And would you add also that staff puts in any comments about uses that the city has looked at of what we could use that property for, if we have any needs? So that's a second.
So I need a third for a staff report.
I'll give it a third.
Thank you.
I think it's good. It is time. We can't just do it a few months before FAM's lease is up. So it's good to bring it up.
And just to manage expectations, I'm looking at the city attorney. A majority of this discussion would be something that would be discussed
Oh,
in
in closed
property,
session. Yes.
property negotiations via closed session.
Thank you. All right.
Joanne is speaking, but I can't hear her.
Your mic is off again.
How's that? So this is the annual update to council appointees to regional commissions and boards. Councilmember Ward is your current director representative to the Orange County Fire Authority. If you change your designee, then it's important you need to adopt a resolution because the OCFA bylaws require that. So anyway, the list is attached if you just want to go through it and let me know what you want to change or what is to stay the same.
So let's just start off with Capistrano Unified School District, Ferguson and Duncan. Are we okay with that?
Nothing going on there, so I think
Okay.
we're fine.
We haven't had one meeting, have we?
No.
Yep.
Coastal Casa, James with the alternate ward. Are we okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
Community Engagement Panel, Duncan with the alternate Ferguson.
Fine.
I'm fine.
The Conservancy, No Block and Duncan.
Nothing happening, so.
Okay. Chamber of Commerce, James and Duncan, I'd like to remain. Okay. DBA, Duncan is the primary, James is the alternate.
I'd like to remain there too.
Yep, me too. The Emergency Operations Area Council, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, fine.
It's
with that.
required to be you.
Yeah. So the Orange County Fire Authority, so we need to make a motion on this, right?
You could do it when you're all done if you want, but yes, if there's any change,
Okay.
just, you'll need to adopt the resolution.
Okay, so historical preservation, Ferguson and Ward.
Fine.
Hospital Subcommittee, James and Duncan. JPIA, I'd like to, as mayor, I'd like to take that. Second on that.
I would second that. I think the mayor should be on it. And it was mentioned that you didn't have any insurance. I think this was the one that said you didn't have any insurance knowledge, but you do. So I think this was the one, was it not?
Yep.
APIA?
Yeah, I met with John Scholl, the president of the association, a week or two ago, to discuss his concerns. So I have no problem with the mayor being the point person on that.
Thank you.
I think it's a good idea.
Investment Advisory, no block, I'm good with that. Delegate Program, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. The Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem on, I think is what now the 78th Assembly District?
4th. 74th.
74th. You would know. Library Task Force.
I know you want to give that up.
I'll keep it. Marine Corps Liaison, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have an interest in that?
I don't know if Steve would indulge me. My nephew's over at Camp Pendleton now. I've developed a great affinity for Camp Pendleton. I'd like to be the liaison this year if he'd be okay with that.
That'd be okay.
Okay. No block in Ferguson for the MWDOC. Interaction of elected officials, I'm good with that. Same with the 9 South County water agencies. I'm fine with that. OCTA Transportation Planning Workshop. Councilmember Ward, do you do anything with that?
I have in the past, this past year, no, except I do talk to OCTA, oh, actually, I did do things with that. I'm sorry. We did do a 5th district meeting with all it was the mayors, but I do participate in that because of my knowledge of with TCA and transportation. So I'd like to stay on it, but it's not all the time. It's just if they call a city meeting, they have everyone come.
So if they were to call a meeting, want the mayors, I would just go with you. Is that the way that would work?
Yeah, or it would just be the mayors.
Okay.
This is for, I think, planning workshops, and it's usually the Public Works Director, and you could take it. You could go.
No, you keep it if I should be on it.
If it's the mayors, then they'll call you. I think the last one I went to was the mayors. So that's why I went.
And replenishment, no block, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
SCAG, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to be on that, did you say?
No, I'm fine with Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay,
She's
got
got
it. I don't know why I have your name written.
I just want to remind the city clerk on this table, there's no payment. So it's a meeting, annual meeting, but there's no payment. Please remove the payment. Thank you.
Social Service Community Service Budget Committee. What do you do with that?
Oh, yes. Every year, I meet with the staff and planning. It's usually the city planner and a staff member underneath the planner, and at least one, sometime 2 members of the Human Affairs Committee. And we go through
That's the one.
all of the grants
Got
from
it.
every nonprofit
Now
that's
I know.
interested in, funding for CDBG funding and general funding.
South Orange.
Mayor, I'd like to see you on that. Because it's CDBG money, and I don't think you've been a part of that.
I
think-
won't be offended. I enjoy it. I've done it for 3 years, but it's up to you, Mayor James.
Okay, I'll do it. Fine. All right, South Orange County Watershed. No Block and James is the alternate. Everyone okay with that?
Mhm.
Toll Road Subcommittee, Ward and James, I'm okay with that. Vector, we voted on this earlier, no Block.
Yeah.
And a Wall of Recognition. Kathy, what do you do with that?
When the Friends of Beaches, Parks and Rec go through their, the wall of recognition at the Vista Hermosa's pool, we go through who to be on that. And there wasn't anything this year.
Okay, very good.
So would you like to do it? You meet the one time.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you.
Okay.
If I
And then
may-
you have to go when they give the awards to.
Got it. Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to ask a question. The wall of recognition is actually at the community center. So if this is the Friends of the Beaches, Parks and Rec Foundation, then that would be their wall of fame. They have a sports wall of fame at the aquatic center. So which
I think this is what we've been calling it. This is,
you may
I
want.
don't believe this is it could be that one, but it's usually the sports park, or maybe we're doing both. But that's what I've done. The wall of recognition, I've done that. I don't think we've had anyone. Laura, do you remember who was our last person that we put on the wall of recognition?
Oh,
Trying to remember. I remember Lori. That was
Worry that there was
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Goodness
yeah, we
gracious.
could see it when we leave. They're on the.
Can't
wall.
remember. Yeah.
But I don't know which one, we need to clarify which one that is.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think do we have to make a motion on all this?
Just on OCFA.
Yes.
Okay.
Or
And then I'm gonna have one other comment after that. So I have a motion to make Councilmember Ward our representative.
You don't need to then. You only have to adopt a resolution when you change.
Okay, got it. So this should have been in my comments. I missed the note. So on Saturday, there was a tsunami advisory, not warning, as a result of something that happened 5,337 miles away. And there was some additional surge to that. I have no problem with the fact that the OCFA helicopter was going up and down the beach, closing, saying the beach was closed.
I just may correct, it was OCSD's
Oh,
helicopter.
OCSD, I'm
that
sorry.
That would be a touchy
I knew what I
subject.
was saying. OCSD's helicopter was going up and down the beach saying the beach was closed. There was no communication with the city prior to that. And God knows if there's a tsunami coming, I want someone spreading the word, and what better than Duke to do that. My request of the city is, let's go to the Orange County Emergency Services and say, how are you going to notify us of something like this? And what is our procedure? How are we internally in the city? Because the helicopter going up and down is one thing, but until we actually put stakes in the ground saying the beach is closed, the beach is really not officially closed.
Correct. And so your point is well taken. And me and Captain Benfield had an opportunity to discuss that because there was a lot of moving parts rather quickly and on short notice as it related to that. I think the big question, and I'll be talking to the county on this, is do you have the authority to close our beaches? And I know that that's a touchy subject for every city as it relates to that. And so I'm going to be talking to the coastal cities as well as the county EMS, and I'll bring back clarification.
And from the perspective of emergency management systems, it would appear to me that maybe the city, in conjunction with the county and OCFA and OCSD, do a tabletop exercise just to see how we're going to communicate, who's going to say what to who, at what point do we go to the public? I'm not sure we really have that in our quiver.
Understood. And the other thing that it's important to note for the city council is we've just contracted, or we're in the process of contracting for emergency services via contractual services. And so that'll be one of the things that once the contract is executed, we can also task that with as well.
Very
So,
good.
Point taken.
Thank you. So before we have a motion to adjourn, do we have anything else that we need to discuss this evening? So with that, I will read the motion to adjourn, and we'll do a moment of silence for Don Hansen, Jim Dahl, and for Jonathan Flagler, and then we'll vote on the adjournment. The next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on February 1, 2022. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located 100 North Cali Seville, San Clemente. And with that, if we could have a moment of silence for 3 San Clementians we've lost in the past 2 weeks. Don Hansen, Jim Dahl, and firefighter Jonathan Flagler. Thank you. City Clerk.
So you want to make a motion for the adjournment?
I made
We
the
already
motion.
did.
I need the second on the adjournment.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye at 10:50.
Good job, Mayor.